This is Josiah Plays Lone Wolf, Book 15, The Darke Crusade. You are the warrior Lone Wolf, Kai, Grand Master of Sommerland. In the distant realm of Nyrus, a bitter war is waging between the brave knights of Lencia and the evil Dracarim. The Lencians have won many battles, but now the Dracarim leader, Warlord Magnar, is near to finding the Doomstone of Darke. If he should succeed, he will be capable of destroying the Lencians once and for all. In the Darke Crusade, you must journey through the infernal Hell Swamp, trek deep into the forests of northern Nyrus, and brave the heat of battle. Will you succeed and save your allies, or will you fall victim to Warlord Magnar? Okay, hello, welcome to yet another reading / playthrough of another Lone Wolf book. This is book 15. We have done the previous 14 books, of course, and now we're doing number 15. These books were written by Joe Deaver and illustrated by, well, this one was illustrated by Brian Williams. And the music you hear in the background throughout this stream / video is all by Kevin MacLeod of Incompetech.com. If you're watching this on YouTube, you will find links to his work and attribution in the video description. So, you can see the cover of what was the American publication of this book. See the cover there. I didn't own this book because I never got this far in the series, but looks like Lone Wolf's got the bow out on the cover, so that means there's probably going to be some excellent uses of the bow in this book to do awesome stuff, so looking forward to that. We've just read the introduction, now we will proceed forward through here. Brian Williams, dedication, apparently we love San Diego for some reason, acknowledgements. Alright, and here we come to the story so far, which I believe is going to be quite lengthy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, let me read this. You are Grand Master Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Lords of Sommerland, and sole survivor of a massacre that wiped out the First Order of your elite warrior caste. It is the year MS 5076, and 26 years have passed since your brave kinsmen perished at the hands of the Dark Lords of Helgedad. These champions of evil, who were sent forth by Nar, the King of the Darkness, to destroy the fertile world of Magnamund, have themselves been destroyed. You vowed to avenge the murder of the Kai, and you kept your pledge, for it was you who brought about their downfall when alone you infiltrated their foul domain, the Darklands, and caused the destruction of their leader, Archlord Nog, and the seat of his power that was the infernal city of Helgedad. In the wake of their destruction, chaos befell the Darkland armies who, until then, had been poised to conquer all of northern Magnamund. Some factions which were part of this huge army, most notably the barbaric Dracarim, began to fight with the others for control. This disorder quickly escalated into an all-out civil war, which allowed the freeland armies of Magnamund time in which to recover and launch a counter-offensive. Skillfully, their commanders exploited the chaos and secured a swift and total victory over an enemy far superior in numbers. For 6 years now, peace has reigned in Sommerland. Under your direction, the once ruined Monastery of the Kai has been thoroughly rebuilt and restored to its former glory, and the task of teaching a second order of Kai warriors the skills and proud traditions of your ancestors is also well underway. The new generation of Kai recruits, all of whom were born during the era of war against the Dark Lords, possess latent Kai skills, and all show exceptional promise. These skills will be nurtured and honed to perfection during their time at the monastery, so that they may teach and inspire future generations, thereby ensuring the continued security of your homeland in future years. Your attainment of the rank of Kai Grand Master brought with it great rewards. Some, such as the restoration of the Kai and the undying gratitude of your fellow Somlending, could have been anticipated. Yet there have also been rewards which you could not possibly have foreseen. The discovery that within you lay the potential to develop Kai disciplines beyond those of the Magna Kai, which, until now, were thought to be the ultimate that a Kai master could aspire to, was truly a revelation. Your discovery has inspired you to set out upon a new and previously unknown path in search of the wisdom and power that no Kai Lord before you has ever possessed. In the name of your creator, the god Kai, and for the greater glory of Sommerland, the goddess Ashir, you have vowed to reach the very pinnacle of Kai perfection, to attain all of the Grandmaster disciplines and become the first Kai Supreme Master. With diligence and determination, you set about the restoration of the Kai Monastery and organized the training of the Second Order recruits. Your efforts were soon rewarded, and within the space of 2 short years, the first raw recruits had graduated to become a cadre of gifted Kai masters, who, in turn, were able to commence the teaching of those skills to subsequent intakes of Kai novices. Readily, the Kai Masters rose to their newfound responsibilities, leaving you free to devote more of your time to the pursuit and perfection of the Grand Master disciplines. During this period, you also received expert tutelage in the ways of magic from 2 of your most trusted friends and advisors, Guildmaster Baindon, leader of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, and Lord Ramoa, speaker for the High Council of the Elder Magi. In the deepest subterranean level of the monastery, 100 feet below the Tower of the Sun, you ordered the excavation and construction of a special vault. In this magnificent chamber wrought of granite and gold, you placed the 7 lore stones of Nixitor, the gems of Kai power that you had rediscovered during your quest for the Magna Kai. It was here, bathed in the golden light of those radiant gems, that you spent countless hours in pursuit of perfection. Sometimes alone, sometimes in the company of your 2 most able advisors, Baindon and Ramoa, you worked hard to develop your innate Grandmaster disciplines and grasp the fundamental secrets of left-handed and Old Kingdom magic. During this time, you noticed many remarkable changes taking place within your body. You became physically and mentally stronger, your 5 primary senses sharpened beyond all that you had experienced before, and, perhaps most remarkably, your body began to age at a much slower rate. Now, for every 5 years that elapse, you age but 1 year. At this time, many changes were occurring beyond the borders of Sommerland. In the regions to the northeast of Magador and the Machengorge, the Elder Magi of Desi and the Herb Wardens of Batar were working together in an effort to restore the dusty volcanic wasteland to its former fertile state. It was the first tentative step towards the reclamation of all the Darklands. However, their progress was painfully slow, and both parties were resigned to the fact that their efforts to undo the damage caused by the Dark Lords would take not years, but centuries to complete. In the far west, the Dracarum had retreated to their homelands and were engaged in a bloody war against the Lencians. Much of southern Nyrus had been reclaimed by the armies of King Sarnak, the Lencian commander, and his flag now flew over territory which, 2,000 years ago, had once been part of Lencia. It looks like we've got a footnote here. Southern Nyrus. The footnote says, or it reads, the Dracarum land of Nyrus has been referred to as Nyraz in previous publications. We have left it as it stands in this book due to its consistent use here, and under the assumption that the author intended this name change. Nyraz, got it. They changed the S to a Z, because that makes it more evil. Following the destruction of the Dark Lords of Helgadad, the Giaks, the most prolific in number of all of Nog's troops, fled into the Darklands and sought refuge in the gigantic city fortresses of Nadgazad, Arnak, Gornin, Akagazad, that one threw me, and Cog. Within each of these hellish strongholds, fierce fighting broke out as remnants of the Zaghash, lesser Dark Lords, and the Nazaranum, evil practitioners of right-handed magic who once aided individual Dark Lord masters, fought for control. It is widely believed that by the time the Elder Magi and the Herb Wardens reach the walls of these strongholds, they will encounter no resistance. The occupants will have long since brought about their own extinction. Which kind of makes sense with what we saw last book when we went to Cog, and lots of the streets were abandoned and stuff, and they were all killing each other off a bunch. So it seems like if you just wait a while, most of these evil guys will kill each other, which is pretty helpful. Elsewhere, throughout northern Magnamond, peace reigns victorious, and the peoples of the free kingdoms rejoice in the knowledge that the age of the Dark Lords has finally come to an end. Readily men have exchanged their swords for hoes and their shields for plows, and now the only marching they do is along the ruts of their freshly furrowed fields. Few are the watchful eyes that scan the distant horizon in fear of what may appear, although there are still those who maintain their vigilance, for the agents of Nar come in many guises, and there are those upon Magnamond who wait quietly in the shadows for the chance to do his evil bidding. Only a year ago, the evil Senner Druids of Rule attempted to enact Nar's revenge. Secretly, in the laboratories of their foul stronghold of Magaruith, they had labored to create a virulent plague virus capable of killing every living creature upon Magnamond, save their own kind. Word of their terrible plan reached Lord Rimoa, who immediately urged the rulers of the Freelands to raise armies and invade Rule. Hurriedly, they complied, but the invasion ended in disaster. 7,000 fighting men entered Rule, intent on storming the fortress of Magaruith and razing it to the ground. 7,000 marched into the Dark Realm. Only 70 emerged alive. The Senners were within days of perfecting their ultimate weapon when you took up the challenge and ventured alone into Magaruith. Despite overwhelming odds, you thwarted their evil plan by destroying the virus and the means by which it was created. After emerging from Rule triumphant, your quest fulfilled, you returned home to Sommerland and the Kai Monastery, where you resumed your duties as Grand Master. 3 months later, on the day that saw the first fall of winter snow, you were visited by Lord Rimoa. Once again, he found himself the reluctant bearer of ill news. Your friend, Guildmaster Baindon, whilst helping with the reclamation of wastelands close to the Machengorge, had been abducted by a war band of Giaks under the command of Nazaranum sorcerers. A rescue was attempted, but ruthlessly the Nazaranum obliterated those who tried to follow their escape into the Darklands. It was feared that the Nazaranum would try to extract from Baindon the secrets of left-handed magic, so that they might marry it to their own foul sorcery. Such an outcome would have given them extraordinary power, power enough to revive the Darklands. A previous attempt to unite the two paths of magic had resulted in catastrophe for Sommerland. In the year MS 5050, Vonatar the Traitor, a magician from the same guild as Baindon, had betrayed his homeland in exchange for the promise of Nazaranum power. It was his act of treachery which brought about the invasion of Sommerland and the destruction of the First Order of the Kai. Baindon's survival depended upon a swift rescue from Cog. Mindful of all that was at stake, courageously you volunteered to enter the city fortress alone in an attempt to save your friend. Despite fierce odds, you gained entry to Cog, located Baindon, and then snatched him from the foul denizens of that city by way of a daring aerial escape from the upper levels of their great citadel. Baindon was severely weakened by his ordeal at the hands of the Nazaranum, and had it not been for your timely intervention, he would certainly have perished in that grim city fortress. The rescue of Guildmaster Baindon and his safe return to Sommerland was cause for much celebration, especially in the streets and guild halls of his native city of Torin. For several days you allowed yourself to be feted by the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, before returning to your monastery, where, with a feeling of quiet satisfaction, you gladly resumed your duties as Kai Grand Master. So the year ended, and another began. Yet even before the snows of winter had begun to thaw, once again your unique skills were being sought in the relentless struggle against evil. This time, the plea for help arrived by way of a foreign ambassador, a special envoy who had traveled thousands of miles from the court of King Sarnak of Lencia. Their war against the Dracarum, who were under the command of Magnar, the High Warlord of Dark, had stagnated ever since the onset of winter, and recently the whole campaign had taken a turn for the worse. The Lencians learned that Magnar had undertaken a quest for the Doomstone of Dark, an artifact of legendary evil. It was said that this gem was the most powerful of all the Doomstones created by Agarash the Damned during the Age of Eternal Night. Before the demise of the Dark Lords, this Doomstone had rested in the head of the Nyrus Scepter, a magical weapon wielded by Dark Lord Dakushna, Lord of Kagorst. In the chaos that followed the wake of Dakushna's destruction, the Nyrus Scepter was lost, though many secretly believed it to have been stolen by one of Dakushna's Nadzaranum sorcerers. Some months later, during the war in Nyrus, the scepter reappeared, but the Doomstone was missing from its setting atop the scepter's platinum haft. "We fear that Magnar is close to finding the Doomstone of Dark," said the Lencian envoy. "Already he possesses the scepter's haft. My liege, King Sarnak, beseeches you, Grandmaster Lone Wolf, to come to our aid. Help us find the Doomstone and thwart Magnar's plan, for if he successfully reunites the Doomstone and the Nyrus Scepter, he will command a power capable of our undoing. With respect, my lord, surely this one weapon..." Oh. That's not the guy talking, that's me talking. That's Lone Wolf talking back. "With respect, my lord, surely this one weapon, however evil it may be, is no match when pitted against all the armored might of Lencia," you replied diplomatically, as yet unconvinced by the envoy's plea. "Perhaps so, Grandmaster," he replied, "were the nature of the threat merely the weapon alone. Sadly, this is not the only issue here. Until now, the Nadzaranum sorcerers who control the strongholds of Kagorst and Kagazad have refused to aid Magnar in his war against us. Many times he has begged them for help, for within those fortress walls are thousands of Giaks and other breeds who sought sanctuary there after the defeat of the Dark Lords. They still possess their weapons, and they would make a formidable enemy, if ever they were mustered against us. Magnar's possession of the Doomstone of Dark will most certainly influence the Nadzaranum. Its power is such that Magnar could simply force them to obey his every command. Their refusal would result in their immediate destruction." Politely you dismissed the envoy whilst you considered your response to his plea. In the solitude of your chamber you pondered the problem, weighing the plight of Lencia against your duties and responsibilities there at the Kai Monastery. At length, after careful deliberation, you reached your decision. "Well, my lord," inquired the envoy, nervously, upon re-entering your chamber, "will you help us thwart Magnar? Once, not so very long ago, your king and his army aided me during my quest for the Magnakai," you replied. "Perhaps now the time has come for me to repay my debt of gratitude. Yes, I shall help you. I shall return with you to Lencia and champion your cause. I vow that I shall do all in my power to thwart Magnar's quest." And there it is. There you have it. That's where we find ourselves at the beginning of this book. Lone Wolf has just vowed to do all in his power to thwart. I mean, he has a whole crapload of new Kai masters that he's trained up. And Magnakais and stuff. Like, what? He could send some of them, or he could take some of them with him when he goes. Alright, all the Kai, we're going on a field trip. Let's do this. Of course, he needs them to train the young ones, and the young ones aren't ready yet, and blah, 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 blah. But whatever. I'm just saying, he could take some X-Men with him. He doesn't have to go off and be like, I'm gonna solo this shit as Professor X. Because basically Lone Wolf has become like Professor X now. He shaved his head, he's got the monastery going. Lone Wolf's Monastery for Gifted Youngsters. The Kai are basically like the X-Men in this setting. Okay. So, we've made it through the story so far. But then again, he's like, oh, weighing against the duties and responsibilities. Lone Wolf runs off every chance he gets. Every time anything comes up, he's like, fuck this monastery, I'm out of here. I'm going on an adventure. Alright, game rules have not changed. And we'll keep going here. We'll carry forward with our stuff. Summary of the disciplines we already have. Now we get to choose a new one. We get to choose a new one. Which one is it going to be? In addition, when we add a new one, we get to add 1 point to our basic combat skill. That goes to 32, giving us a total of 51 when using the Sonorous Word. 2 points to endurance. That gives us a flat 50 endurance, which is nice. Okay, which one are we going to choose? Our options are Animal Mastery. I don't think so. Grand Nexus. That one sounds really good. Kai Alchemy is Bainden's left-handed magic. Kai Screen protects us. That one comes up a lot. Kai Surge, which is the mental attack one. Magi Magic, which is like Lord Ramoa's type of magic. Or Grand Weapon Mastery, which we don't desperately need right now. I think I'm going to take Kai Screen. Because we're always getting hit with mental stuff. And it's always like, do you have Kai Screen? Do you have Kai Screen? Do you have Kai Screen? So watch, now that I take this, Kai Screen's not going to come up at all in this book. But I'm going to take Kai Screen anyway. Boom. I am now a Sun Knight. That's a good title. That's a good title. Alright. Before you set off on your long journey to Lencia, you take with you a map of the lands and territories of the Western Tentarius. Let's take a look at the map. Here is the map, and I will banish the book cover to the Nether Realms. There it goes. Lands and territories of the Western Tentarius. This is a cool looking map. That's a cool banner. There's a whole siege going on here and around the map. Another cool banner with a blue dragon. Alright, what do we have going on? Here's Lencia down here. This is the Tentarius, which is the huge channel that separates the two basic continents of northern and southern Magnamund. It goes all the way across the entire continent. There's the Hell Swamp. That looks like a lovely place. You know it's going to be a fucking horrible place when it's called the Hell Swamp. Nyrus is up here. There's Dark. So that must be where the, this commander guy is from. Or where the Doomstone was, or is, or whatever. A Kagazad, that was mentioned. A Kagorst was also mentioned. So I guess we'll probably be coming from Lencia. And going north into all this business up here, I guess. Interesting. So there's the map. It's pretty cool. I'm feeling it. Alright, return to us, book cover. And it does. And a pouch of gold. How much gold? Random number. 3 plus 20 is 23. We're going to add that to gold that we have stored up here at the monastery, because we've already got a maximum amount of... In fact, I'm going to take 5 more crowns so that I have room to pick up a few if I mean, I'm never probably going to use this money, ever, but I'm keeping it just in case. Alright. I can take 5 items from the list below. Sword, bow, quiver with 6 arrows. Let's refresh our arrows. Back up to 6. And some meals, a rope. I'll take another potion of Lomspur. Just times 2 right there. And that's it, really. I'll take a meal just because I have room for one more item in my... Because I can carry 10 items instead of 8 now, so... Alright. Good. Good. I've gotten rid of the special items and what other junk from my inventory from the last book that I knew I wasn't going to need, like the statuettes and the keys and stuff. Alright. We're ready to go. Ready to go. Rules for combat have not changed. So there's the levels of Kai Grand Mastership. We started as a defender, Grand Defender, when we started the Grandmaster books. We became a Kai Grand Guardian in the last book, and now in this book we are now a Sun Knight. Sun Knight. Sounds pretty cool. Improved Kai Grandmaster disciplines. Okay, so let's take a look and see whether any of the things we have any new abilities. Kai Screen at Grand Guardian. Kai Grand Guardians who possess this discipline are able to exercise a defensive psychic skill known as Mind Blend. Their cloaking ability, this cloaking ability enables them to both protect and hide their minds from being detected by a hostile psychic probe. Okay, that's good. And now at Sun Knight, these are the new improvements. We don't have that. We have Deliverance. Sun Knights who possess this skill are able to repair serious wounds sustained by creatures other than themselves. By the laying of hands upon the affected creature's body, a Sun Knight can cause an open wound or other serious injury to mend itself. The speed at which this healing takes place increases as a Grandmaster rises in rank. Cool. So we got fat heals now. We also have Grand Passmanship. Kai Sun Knights with this skill are able to repel at will all normal-sized insects within a radius of 3 yards. The range and number of insects so affected increase considerably as a Grandmaster rises in rank. Repel insects, that's cool. I would like to have that ability IRL. Grand Nexus we don't have. Telenosis, we have this. Sun Knights who possess this discipline are able to communicate telepathically over great distances. Initially, the range of this ability is approximately 100 miles, but this distance increases as a Grandmaster rises in rank. Wow, that's some serious telepathic business there. See, we're Professor X, I told you. Alright, and we don't have Kai Alchemy. Okay, cool. Grandmaster's Wisdom says the same kind of stuff it always says in every book. So, let us proceed to Section 1, the actual beginning of the adventure. Yes! Having pledged your help, you commence preparations for your long journey to Lencia. You have many things you wish to attend to before you depart, and so you invite Lord Florus, the Lencian envoy, to enjoy the hospitality of the monastery for a few days, in order that you can settle your most pressing obligations. To your surprise, he declines your invitation and insists that you leave at once, for he is anxious to return immediately to his distant homeland. Respectfully, he reminds you that time does not favor your quest. By ship and by horse, his journey to the monastery took more than a month to complete, and with Magnar already so near to finding the Doomstone of Dark, he fears that further delays could prove disastrous. Why are we not using the Sky Rider? Why are we not using the flying ship? Are we seriously not going to use the flying ship? We just rescued Bandon. He owes us. He's not going to be like, no, you can't use my flying ship. There's a random hourglass just to let you know. Time is passing. Time is important. Things happen when time passes. Oh, we are going to use the Skyrider. Never mind then. Mindful of the great distance which needs to be traversed, you hurriedly dispatch a journeyman to Torin. He carries your request for help, which is addressed to Lord Ramoa, your most trusted friend and advisor, who is presently attending to Guildmaster Bandon in his convalescence. Early next morning, Lord Ramoa arrives at the monastery in person, aboard the vessel that is to be the answer to your dilemma. Skyrider, Bandon's flying ship. Okay, good. That's what I'm talking about right there. Warmly you greet your old friend, and then you introduce him formally to Lord Florus. The two talk at length about the war in the West, and Ramoa concludes the discussion by voicing his approval of your decision to go to King Sarnak's aid. Then he offers some words of warning. "Be in no doubt, Grandmaster," he says, "this mission you have chosen to fulfill will be as perilous as any you have undertaken in the past. Magnar is a cunning adversary, and this stone he seeks is possessed of a deadly evil. Do not underestimate your enemy. If he should succeed in his quest, then I fear the lands of the Western Tentarius will never be at peace." Alright, thanks for that, Ramoa. I mean, I pretty much already knew that, but cool. Always a good talk. Within the hour, the final preparations for your airborne voyage to Lencia are completed, and Lord Florus and you are piped aboard the Skyrider by Bosun Nolrim. Ah, it's my homie Nolrim. We've met him many a time. And his cheerful crew of dwarves. You exchange a few reminiscences with each of the jovial crewmen, and cannot help but smile when they tell you how proud they feel to have been given the chance to serve you once more. Nolrim takes the helm, and you sense a vibration run down the length of the deck as he coaxes the craft's powerful engine to life. Lord Florus joins you at the prow, and together you wave a farewell to Ramoa and your fellow Kai, as, steadily, the Skyrider ascends into the crisp, wintry sky. Then, with a sudden surge of power, the keel clears the battlements of the Tower of the Sun, and swiftly the monastery and its inhabitants recede into the distance. You and your companion are escorted to a warm cabin at the bow, which has been prepared especially for your passage. It is well stocked with provisions, and, spread out across a grand oak table, you find several maps of northern Magnamund. Aided by Lord Florus, you study these maps and use them to chart your course to the Lencian city port of Vadera. Bosun Nolrim is informed of your chosen route, and as he sets about implementing your course, you settle back to enjoy what will be a long voyage. By your calculations, it will take 30 hours for the Skyrider to reach its destination. That's a long time to be on a flying ship. A long time. We're going to Vadera. Let's take a quick look at something here. The old map. I'm going to take a quick look at the old map. There it is, Vadera. That's where we're going. Now, we're coming from this direction. From, like, significantly north and east of here. So, we're coming down and we're just sailing, you know, sailing through the sky, and we're going to hit Vadera. And then I guess we'll cross the Tentarius and do some business up in here, but... Okay. Wanted to look at the map real quick. During your voyage, Lord Florus recounts the dramatic events which have taken place in the Western Tentarius since the demise of the Dark Lords. Prior to their fall, the Darkarum nations had for many centuries kept the Lencians at bay. Countless crusades had been undertaken to recapture their former lands, but all had ended in costly defeat for the House of Sarnak. Then, 2 years ago, the tide finally turned when the king launched an invasion across the Gulf of Lencia into the lands of Zaldir and Nyrus. The boldness of his strategy and the unpreparedness of his enemies combined to win for him many victories in the early months of the war. Much of Zaldir and all of southern Nyrus were taken and held by his conquering knights, and now the lines of battle are drawn diagonally across the center of Nyrus, from Lake Linag in the north to the marshland fortress of Lozunzi in the east. However, King Sarnak cannot lay claim to total victory in the south, for the cities of Spider and Dark have defied all his attempts at capture. The Darkarum garrisons have steadfastly held on to these important strongholds, and, although they have been surrounded and besieged for more than a year, still they refuse to surrender. And here are some random knights, looking very knightly. This is them. They're besieging your city. At present, the war is focused around the towns of Hakadat and Konazad, says Lord Florus, tracing a circle around their location on the map with the tip of his index finger. Many battles have been fought here, but victory has as yet eluded us. Now, with the onset of a cruel winter,
Our advance has ground to a halt. Maintaining the sieges at Spider and Dark has drained us of troops and resources that would have been put to better use in the north. To compensate for this shortage, the king has employed many companies of foreign mercenaries to reinforce his armies in the field, but their services are expensive, and the campaign has already proved costly, both in revenue and lives. The king is hard-pressed to pay for their continued loyalty, and already several regiments have deserted. If Magnar were to complete its quest and strike now, whilst our battle lines are weakened, his counterattack would push us all the way back to the sea. Could push us all the way back to the sea.
Alright, so it sounds like things are going badly for them. So, Spider and Dark. War is focused around Hakadat and Khanazad. Are those on the map? I don't see those on the map. I see... Wait, there they are. I see them. Alright, as you can see here, here's Khanazad and Hakadat. And there's Spider and Dark. Those are the ones that are being besieged, and they can't take them. And the most of the fighting, or whatever, the battle lines are around here. So I guess we'll be heading straight in there, or maybe we're going straight into Dark. I don't know. Alright. Lord Floris's report is sobering, yet it serves to strengthen your determination to thwart Magnar's quest. Later, shortly before nightfall, you leave the cabin and go up to the stern deck for a breath of fresh air. In quiet solitude, you see that the great expanse of the Slovarian plain passing by more than a mile beneath the craft. And as you watch, you lose yourself in thoughts of what may await your arrival in Lencia. The night sky is clear and laced with twinkling stars. As you return to the cabin to sleep, you draw comfort from the thought that the weather and the stars have seen fit to help speed your night passage to Videra. Well, thanks, weather and stars. Good looking out. Alright, let's move on. You rise at dawn and peer out of the cabin porthole to be greeted by a wondrous sight. For the Skyrider is now flying west along the Tentarius, the great divide that parts the two continents of Magnamund. You are soaring more than a mile above blue-green waters with shimmer in the early morning sun. Sunlight is also reflecting from the snow-capped mountain peaks of the Great Boar and Boridon Mountains, which rise up on either side to form a gigantic corridor of unyielding stone. Fondly, the crew cast their eyes across the northern landscape, for this is the magnificent realm of Bor, the place of their birth, and many years have elapsed since they last visited their native land. Wave hi to your people, they might see you. They won't. The weather remains clear, and swift progress is made as the Skyrider follows its course along the Tentarius towards the Gulf of Lencia. By mid-morning, you pass within a few miles of Humboldt, capital of Eru, then emerge from the mountain corridor to a less enchanting sight. To the north, as far as the eye can see, stretches a dull and sickly mire. It is the infamous Hell Swamp, an infernal morass of twisted vegetation and treacherous, shifting mudflats. That place sounds shitty. Slowly the hours pass, and the anticipation of your arrival at Videra steadily grows. Then, at 2 hours past noon, the lookout catches first sight of the city port nestling in its protected bay along the Lencian coast. You join Nolrim at the prow as skillfully he begins a descent towards the main square, the only place large enough to accommodate the craft in the closely packed quarters of this populous city. At first, the sight of the Skyrider gliding towards their city causes a wave of panic among the Viderans, who mistake it for a Drakkara machine of war. This probably should have been announced ahead of time. Like, we could have sent a message, and they could have been like, "Attention, people, there's going to be a giant-ass ship landing in our square, don't trip." But I guess they decided, whatever, it'll be funnier to watch everybody run around terrified. But this initial fear is soon assuaged when the tower lookouts pass word that your mast bears a Somlending flag. Upon landing, masses of curious citizens surge from out of the surrounding streets to form a ring of bodies around the airship's keel. Then a troop of armored guardsmen push through the crowds, and the air is filled with the buzz of their excited speculation. After a brief consultation with Lord Florus, they escort you both to the Vadera Citadel for an immediate audience with King Sarnak. Oh, we're about to go meet another king. We meet kings all the time. Not a big deal. You are ushered into a lavish chamber that is hung with Lencian flags and decorated with exotic fineries from the far-flung corners of Magnamond. All around guardsmen stand rigidly to attention, their eyes watchful and unblinking behind their silver visors as you approach the high-backed throne, which dominates the center of the room. There before you sits King Sarnak, his silver-gray hair framing a benign face that is still lean and firm despite advancing years. "Welcome, Grandmaster," he says as he rises from his throne and offers his hand in friendship. "I prayed that you would come to Lencia to help in the defeat of that cur, Magnar, but I did not imagine that you would arrive so soon. You are most welcome." Gladly you acknowledge the king's greeting, and after he has commended and dismissed Lord Florus, you adjourn with him to an antechamber where he tells you about the mission ahead. "Latest reports from my spies and scouts in the north say that Magnar is presently at his army headquarters in Shikona. Dracorum have been seen combing a region of the Tozaz Forest 50 miles to the north of his headquarters. We think that this is where he believes he'll find the Doomstone of Dark. There are many ancient temples in this area. Perhaps one is harboring that evil gem." In case you wanted to see what some wine looks like. The king pauses for a few moments to take some refreshment. From a jewel-encrusted pitcher, he pours 2 glasses of wine and proffers one to you before continuing. Gratefully you accept, and politely you sip the rare vintage whilst listening to the king's plan of action. "Grandmaster," he says, fixing you with his powerful gaze, "if you are to thwart Magnar, you must travel to Shikona and seek him out. He must be killed, or failing this, the infernal Doomstone must be destroyed before he can use it against us. Secrecy is paramount if your mission is to succeed. Therefore, no attempt to approach Shikona directly can be made. The lines of battle are drawn up to within 50 miles of that stronghold, and the region is alive with Dracorum. Yet there is still one means of approach that the enemy will not be guarded." Oh, I don't like the sound of this. This is already sounding bad. "I have made provision for a boat to take you to a place we call Bear Rock. It lies on the river Gorneni. Well, it lies on the river anyway, and it's only 30 miles from Magnar's headquarters. However, there is one complication. To reach the river, you must first enter the Hell Swamp. The thought of venturing into that terrible mire fills you with a cold dread. Here we go again. We're getting cold already. For the Hell Swamp is notoriously perilous. I mean, I've been in the fucking whatever it was called, the first one that I was in the Jungle of Horrors. The Denarn or Dagnarn or Denarg or whatever. And I've been in the horrible fucked up place where the center druids were. They had some kind of crazy terrible mire or whatever. I mean, going into terrible mires is already like, I mean, that just sits on my CV. Like, I've done that before. I have experience, is what I'm saying. I'm not so concerned. King Sarnak recognizes your apprehension, and quickly he tries to assuage your fears. "I understand your anxiety, Grandmaster. But rest assured that you will not be entering alone." Here we go. He's gonna send some suckers with me who are gonna get killed. Don't you know what happens to fucking guides and escorts with me? Man, one of my finest officers that I don't like very much will be your guide throughout this mission. He has scouted this route before, and he knows how to avoid its many dangers. Once you reach Bear Rock, he will guide you through the forest to Shikona. There you must find out where Magnar is, and do whatever is necessary to foil his quest. Once your mission has been accomplished, my officer will bring you through our battle lines and see you safely back here to Videra. No, Your Majesty, your officer will already be dead. No, Lieutenant, your men are already dead. Yeah, no, your guy is so dead. He's not going to be alive to bring me back. Are you crazy? That is some serious optimism right there. The king reaches for a cord which hangs from a hole in the domed ceiling. He tugs it, and a bell tinkles in a distant part of the citadel. Now, Grandmaster, he says, turning to face the door of the antechamber, the time has come for me to introduce your guide. I don't remember if I took part in the Battle of Setsa. I mean, I've taken part in a lot of battles. What? Battle of Setsa? Captain Prag? I don't know. What book was that even in? The Dungeons of Torgar. Really? Battle of Setsa. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah. Pretty sure I did. What's this say? Company Prince Gregor to battle at Setska. I don't remember this. I don't remember this. Meeting Captain Prag. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think I met him. I'm gonna go with no. So I'll go to 123. You hear approaching footsteps. Then, through the open archway, comes a Lencian soldier attired in the parade tunic and breeches of a court captain. He is unusually tall, but his most striking feature is his close-set eyes, which are bright above his thin, hawk-like nose and bushy black mustache. "May I introduce you to Captain Prag," says King Sarnak. "He will be your guide." The captain shakes your hand and bows his head respectfully. "'Tis an honor to have been the one chosen to accompany you, Grand Master Lone Wolf, on such a noble quest." Court Captain. Turn to 80. "You will commence your mission at midnight." Oh, by the way, I wanted to look at the map one more time. Now that we know exactly where we're going, right? You can see we're coming from down here in Videra. We got to go through the Hell Swamp and come out over here by Shikona. Here's Shikona. So that looks like it's going to be some bullshit. That's a lot of Hell Swamp to cover. A lot of Hell Swamp to cover. If this is the scale and that's 100 miles, then, like, you know, that's I mean, that's a shitload of Hell Swamp we have to go through, is the answer. Unless we can get up here in a boat and take, like, a boat all the way up to, you know, but I don't think it's going to work out that way. I don't think it's going to play out that way. Okay. I think we're marching through 200 fucking miles of Hell Swamp, is what I think. Alright. Let's go back. "You will commence your mission at midnight," says the king. Hey, Noxmoo. How you doing? Good to see you. Missed you yesterday. Boss Pie was worried about you yesterday, because he said he hadn't heard from you in a long time or something. Apparently you're fine. Says the king, motioning you towards a small window which overlooks the busy harbor of Videra. He points to a ship, one of several moored at the quayside, but one that is readily identifiable, for it is the only vessel not in military service. That trading sloop will carry you and the captain to the small island you see in the distance. That is Battle Isle. There you will find a sailing boat with enough provisions for your mission. The captain knows where it is hidden, and he will be responsible for your safe passage once you set sail for the Hell Swamp. Remember, secrecy is vital to the success of your mission. Trust nobody save Captain Prag. Yeah, I don't even trust Captain Prag. The king voices his fear that Dracarum spies are operating in the harbor, and he expresses his concern that your unexpected arrival by air may have already alerted them to your presence here in Videra. However, it is too late to change the plan. It is a risk you must accept. Having concluded your briefing, King Sarnak sends for an escort to take you to a private chamber where you can rest and reflect upon the mission ahead. Later that evening, you and Captain Prag are smuggled out of the citadel via a secret passage which leads directly to the harbor. Quietly you board the sloop and hide yourselves amongst its cargo of supplies which are destined for the garrison on Battle Isle. The ship sets sail on the first strike of midnight, and, after a smooth and uneventful voyage, it moors at a jetty on the southern coast of Battle Isle 3 hours later. A 3-hour tour to Battle Isle? The crew of the sloop are unaware that you are aboard, and, in order to safeguard your secrecy, you await your chance to disembark without being seen. Soon the opportunity presents itself. As the crew go in search of help to unload the cargo, the two of you leave the sloop and hurry off towards the beach, heading north towards the place where your sailing boat awaits. There is no cloud, and a near full moon illuminates the rocky beach, making it easy for you to progress despite the difficult terrain. So how you doing, Noxmoo? I do possess Grand Pathsmanship, actually. Thank you very much. So let's turn to some 202. Alright. Your super keen senses alert you to something on the brow of a hill which overlooks this stretch of beach. You detect the faint glint of moonlight on steel, and at once you whisper a warning to Prag. Instantly he takes cover among the rocks, and together you watch with bated breath as two inquisitive Lencian lookouts leave their post and come down to the sea's edge. They scan the beach. Then, shaking their heads, they turn and retrace their steps, pausing to skewer a few clumps of seaweed with their spears as they trek back to their post. Yeah, you get that seaweed. No seaweed's gonna sneak up on this island with sentries like that. As the lookouts climb the hill, you and Prag hurry away whilst they have their backs turned. I'm doing pretty good, Noxmoo. Thanks for asking. I'm doing pretty good. Shortly, you reach a small secluded cove where Captain Prag discovers a rusty anchor. It is a landmark, left on purpose by agents of King Sarnak to point the way to the cave where they have left your boat and provisions. You find the cave, and together you haul the boat down the beach and raise its coal-black sail before pushing it out into the icy waters of the Tentarius. You said they were looking for dead letters in the seaweed? Yeah. Like the post office island in, Sunless Sea. Let's see. Alright, we're out in the boat. Once aboard, you trim the sail. I don't even know what that means. It's some kind of nautical nonsense. You trim the sail, whatever that means, whilst Prag takes charge of the rudder. There is a good wind, and within minutes, your tiny craft is bobbing towards the far western channel of the Hell Swamp, 20 miles distant. You ask Prag if this dark estuary has a name, and he replies, "Yes, the Drakaram call it Dakushna's Channel, after the Dark Lord who once commanded the city fortress of Kagorst. They say it is a fitting dedication, for the Waterway is as deadly and treacherous as the being after whom it is named." Okay, well, deadly and treacherous Waterway doesn't sound good. We've never had good luck with boats. We've never had good luck with guides / escorts. So, disaster is about to fucking ensue. Be prepared for disaster. Dawn breaks as you sail into the estuary of Dakushna's Channel. Prag keeps the boat in the center of the wide waterway, where the slimy water is deepest and the ever-present risk of grounding upon submerged debris is less likely to befall you. Soon you are enveloped by the chaotic wilderness of the Hell Swamp, and you feel your spirits drop, as if they are being leeched by some unseen vampire. The monotonous view of slime-laden mud flats extends seemingly forever on every side, broken only occasionally by a dead, vine-strangled tree. Yeah, this place is not getting a good TripAdvisor review from me. Hell Swamp, 1 fucking star. Thumbs down. Do not go. Overrated, overpriced. Too many tourists. You both take some comfort in the fact that there is a wind, and it is blowing in a favorable direction. Despite the depressing scenery, you make good progress until, late in the afternoon, you are forced to lower your sail when you reach a point where unexpectedly the channel splits in two. Prag says that this split must have occurred recently, for it was not present the last time he sailed this way. Yeah, clean it up, Prag. Clean it the fuck up, making up excuses. Prag doesn't know where he's going. He fucking leads us to some split in the channel that he forgot about, and then he's like, it wasn't this way the last time I was here. This shit must have just recently happened, because definitely wasn't like this before. God damn it, Prag, you're already fucking up, and now you're making up excuses. Reluctantly, he admits that he is not sure which way to go. This was like your best guide? King whatever? King Sarnak Pit? King Sarnak? This was the best guide he had for me. We barely get into the swamp and the guide's already fucking lost. Who put that stream there? That stream wasn't there before, man. Honestly. Upon the edge of the left bank, in the middle distance, you see a circle of mud huts perched close to the channel's edge. You magnify your vision, but you are unable to discern any signs of life. Should we pass by the huts or avoid passing by the huts? It's a good question. Passing by the huts means I might get to investigate something, which I always like to do. Like to undo? Just like to do. Avoiding the huts, though, means maybe not horrible shit's not going to come out of there and start shooting at us and hurting us. So either way, seems like it has its upsides. Probably whichever I choose will be bad. That we can pretty much count on. So I'm going to say fuck it. And I'm going to go by the huts, because that sounds more interesting. Going by the huts. Here we go. Without a rigged sail, the stinking marsh wind propels your boat along the channel at a far slower rate. Gradually, you approach the cluster of huts, and, as you pass before them, you see 8 dwellings, each built of mud-daubed roots and thatched with rotting vegetation. These people are living the dream. They are empty, but they have not been deserted. The shoreline is littered with bones, the remnants of past meals, and nearby is a crude wooden frame on which the skins of a snake and a lizard have been stretched out to dry. What'd that snake do to you? "It's a Sikali camp," whispers Prag nervously, his eyes scouring the surrounding waters for the slightest sign of movement. During your travels, you have heard tales about the Sikali, none of which were favorable. They also got a bad TripAdvisor review. They are the bane of the Hell Swamp, a breed of vicious amphibians. Oh my god, Murlocs. It's Murlocs. I can't do the Murloc sound, but you know what I'm talking about. Intelligent and cunning, with a taste for human flesh that makes them especially dangerous.
Our luck's good, Lone Wolf,
says Prag, as gradually the wind carries you beyond the huts.
The camp's empty. They must be away hunting. Truly we're fortunate to have come this way this time.
Yeah, well, I'm smart, and I made that smart decision, of course. As soon as you lose sight of the settlement, you hoist the sail and catch the prevailing wind which propels you northwards along Dakushna's channel. You are hungry, and unless you possess grand hunt mastery, I do, you must now eat a meal, or lose 3 endurance points. Yeah, I'll do a little hunting as we're sailing along here in the fucking stinking, toxic hell swamp. Mud flats, full of murlocs. Gradually, over the next few hours, the level of the water rises until it covers most of the surrounding mud flats. Here and there, clumps of wire-hard briar stand isolated on tiny islands which are almost flush with the surface. They are the only features to break the dreary landscape. As sunset approaches, so the wind dies until there is barely enough breeze to ruffle the canvas. Stoically, Prag gathers in the mainsail and you ship the oars. Then together you pull back against the scum-darkened water and continue on your way. You are watchful of the current, for this will indicate your approach to the river Gorneni. But the water is so thick with silt and slime that neither of you can be certain of its direction, or even of its existence. It is almost dark when finally you reach the outflow of the Gorneni. It is a sluggish confluence, jammed with deadwood and silt banks which obstruct most of its 50-yard width. You both realize that an attempt to navigate this river at night would be foolish, and so you decide to set up camp at the river's edge and wait until first light before continuing. Using your Kai skills of detection, you scan the 2 riverbanks to determine which would be a safer place to set up camp. Unfortunately, you sense little difference between the two. Neither east nor west looks very inviting. Yeah, they both suck, in other words. Let's take another gander at the map real quick. I know I've been looking at the map a lot in this one, but I like having the visual reference. Here's the River Gorneni. We already got this far in? Are you serious? We've already reached the... Oh, we're almost all through the Hell Swamp then. Shit. We just got to go up the river and go to Shikona, and we're almost there. To Kushna's channel. Oh, yeah. Man. We got through, like, almost the whole Hell Swamp already. Without much problems. Without any problems, to be honest. Other than just being icked out, which, you know. Pretty much every time. Okay. West Bank or East Bank? I'm gonna go with West Bank, since that is towards the side of where we're actually heading. I'm on the West Bank. I'm on the East Bank. I'm on the West Bank. I'm on the East Bank. That's probably a misquote, but it's it's like a quote from a certain movie. Within 10 yards of the West Bank, the boat stops abruptly when it runs aground in the silted shallows.
Curse our fortunes, grumbles Prag, peering over the side. I was hoping we'd be lucky enough to keep our feet dry.
Wearily, he searches through the provisions and produces a heavy rope, one end of which he proceeds to tie around the stem, while you stow away the oars. Then, together, you slip into the cold, knee-deep mud and begin the laborious task of hauling the boat towards dry ground. This sounds really shitty. This is not my favorite adventure. I mean, like, I'm not saying, like, as a player or reader, I'm unenjoying it. Unenjoying? Totally word. I mean, in its Lone Wolf's perspective, this is not a good one. He's not having fun. Hey, Anonymous, good to see you. What's going on? How are you? It would be nice if you had to roll for poisoning when using Hunt Mastery in such locales. Well, that's why it's Hunt Mastery, though. And it's not just Hunt Mastery. I mean, I got levels of this shit. I have the Kai Discipline of Hunting, realize too that Kai are like, they're like psychic. They're like psychic warriors. So all of their disciplines involve to some extent using like psychic powers with their, basically they're like Jedi. They basically use the Force for all this shit. So I not only have the Kai discipline of hunting and the Magna Kai discipline of hunt mastery, I have the Grandmaster discipline of grand hunt mastery. So I fucking know the difference between poison shit and not. Like I'm a damn expert. Just saying. You know, get poisoned. Come on. I'm not some lowly primate here. I'm a Sun Knight. Sun Knights don't get poisoned. I'm a Sun Knight, son. Knight. Alright, so what am I doing? What am I doing? We're hauling the boat towards dry ground, that's right. We're fucking in the cold, knee-deep mud. Knee-deep mud is some serious mud. You know how hard it would be to walk through that? Especially hauling a boat? Oh yeah, you're right. Plus I have the healing ability. I can suppress poisons with that, even if I did get poisoned. I've got Deliverance, which is the highest level of the healing ability, which I can use to unpoison myself. Okay. You encamp on a strip of frozen loam, and use the upturned boat as a shelter from the elements. As night falls, so too does the temperature. You cast your experienced eye across the darkening skies and see banks of cloud, heavy with snow, scudding the distant horizon. They are an unwelcome sight, the precursors to a winter storm. Prag volunteers to sit the first watch, but, mindful that his need for rest is greater than yours, you insist that he be the first to get some sleep. I mean, he's gonna die soon, we know that much, so he might as well die well rested. He ain't gotta die tired. For 4 hours you sit and scan the bleak horizon, your mind filled with unanswered questions about the mission and the dangers you have yet to face. While you ponder what may await you in the future, you remain watchful and alert. For the risk of an attack by the denizens of this swamp is ever present. We've already determined there are murlocs here. Unfortunately, no, I'm trying to just completely alter the entire meaning of the sentence. Fortunately, the cold dissuades them from leaving their lairs this night, and your watch passes without incident. You know, the only thing that sounds worse than a shitty fucking horrible swamp is a shitty fucking really cold horrible swamp. Although, actually, that sounds better than a shitty really hot horrible swamp, to be honest. You colds, you can bundle up, you know what I'm saying? You can bundle the fuck up. If it was super hot out, you can't do anything about that. So... Although I also have Nexus, which means I'm immune to, like, normal heat and cold type stuff anyway. Blah, 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 using the Kai Force. Then the time comes for you to awaken Prag. With a distinct lack of enthusiasm, he takes over, whilst you settle down to catch a few hours of much-needed sleep. Alright. 3:27. Prag awakens you shortly before dawn. It has been snowing during the night, and the boat is covered with a thin layer of crisp white flakes. As you open your eyes, the cold air brings you swiftly to your senses, its sudden unexpected chill making you shiver violently. However, this discomfort is momentary. Your Magna Kai skill of Nexus rights the imbalance. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I just said. Nexus. Rights the imbalance and a comfortable warmth returns to your frozen limbs. Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for remembering my Nexus ability. Thanks, DM, for not screwing me over randomly. Carefully you step from beneath the boat and cast your eyes across the marsh, which borders the river, now completely white. Tracks in the snow betray the nocturnal passage of several swamp creatures, but none are too large as to cause you undue concern. I just have due concern. All my concern that I have is due. I'm duly concerned, but I am not unduly concerned. Let's just get that straight right now. I'm feeling kind of concerned. Are you? Or should you be? Yes, because it's due. Okay, alright. Prag unpacks some provisions, and after a breakfast of dried meat, potatoes, ale, and blue... Man, we're eating good for people that are out trekking through some fucking mud swamp. We're eating good. Dried meat, potatoes, ale, and blue cheese. You prepare the boat for your long voyage north up the Gorneni River to Bear Rock. By mid-morning, the snow has returned, and your progress is soon hampered by a whipping wind that blows persistently in your faces. Shielded by your innate skills, the sub-zero temperatures cause you little concern as tirelessly you work the oars, but fucking Prag is fucked. I'm like, it's not really that cold, honestly. I'm good, Prag. He's like freezing his ass off. Yeah, learn to be Kai, Prag. Alright, but Prag is not so fortunate, and as the hours pass, the cold saps his strength until he is unable to continue rowing. Single-handedly, you take over the oars, whilst your guide, swathed in blankets, mans the rudder and acts as your pilot through the narrower sections of the Gorneni. The appropriate level of concern is the key to success in life, indeed, says Anonymous. Yeah, right? You have to be duly concerned. But, I don't know. Okay. And my guide is freezing. That'll be a new one. That'll be a new way for my guide to die, is freezing to death. Normally, you know, they get killed by monsters and stuff, but... Alright, here we go. You reach Bear Rock shortly before dusk. Okay, I gotta say, this journey through the Hell Swamp was way, way less harrowing and lengthy than I thought it was gonna be. We looked at the fucking map and we're like, holy shit, we gotta go through like 200 miles of swamp and shit. Alright, here's the map again. We came from Videra, we came across, we got our boat on Battle Isle and we came up in here. I thought we were gonna have to trek through here, not only on foot, but I mean, look at the distance here, look at the scale, that's 100 miles right there. Look at that scale, all the way to the river, all the way to Shikona. I thought we were going to have to walk through like 150, 200 miles worth of swamp, or at least boat through it. And we're already through it. We're already reached Bear Rock. That's our destination. And then we're going to get off and go walk to Shikona or whatever. And we didn't have to get in a fight. We didn't get like attacked by any man-eating plants. We didn't get sucked down into any kind of morass that tried to swallow us. Like literally nothing bad happened. That was... The Hell Swamp is a little bit, I think, over-dramatically named. I don't think it's named with a due amount of, of drama. I think it should just be called the Sort of Bad Swamp. Or the Unpleasant Swamp. The I've Been to Better Swamps Swamp. I mean, I wouldn't even give that thing 1 star on TripAdvisor. Based on our experiences, I think it gets like a solid 2, at least, maybe 3. It wasn't bad, really, as swamps go. As swamps that Lone Wolf has visited, the other swamps he's visited were way worse. All kinds of horrible shit happened. In the Center Druid's place, and also in the Denarg, or whatever it was called, way back in Jungle of Horrors. Way worse than this. Nama says, Frozen Swamp is a great place to lose and find dead guides. Just a psychic vampire effect. Yeah, well, that part's not so great, I guess. But whatever. I got Kai screen now, so fuck it. Psychic, bring your psychic bullshit. I got Kai screen. Nama says, yeah, swamp usually means moving very slow and eating lots of cranberries. So much cranberries you get sick of them. I have no experience with that myself. Which is something I'm glad about. I've experienced a lot of shitty things in life, but I haven't experienced a lot of shitty things in wilderness. I like the wilderness. I like hiking a lot. It's basically my favorite pastime beyond like playing video games and stuff, but I don't like hike across swamps and stuff. I don't, you know, hike in bad places. I hike nice, beautiful trails in the mountains and forests. Okay, so let's move on here. You reach Bear Rock shortly before dusk. The landmark is a massive granite boulder, weather-worn into the shape of a huge bear standing upright with its 4 paws extended. It is positioned on the west side of the Gorneni and overshadows a sheltered cove formed where, over the centuries, the river has undercut the bank. Here you bring the boat ashore and make camp for the night. Over your evening meal, you discuss the next leg of your mission. In the morning, you will hide the boat before setting off cross-country towards Magnar's headquarters at Shikona. 50 miles of dense timberland separate you from this town, and in current conditions, you estimate it will take at least 2 days to reach. We're golden, though. I mean, we're through the bad part. That was the Hell Swamp. I thought the Hell Swamp was going to be so bad and so harrowing, and we're already through the Hell Swamp like it was no big deal. Like, whatever. I think Joe's having a little fun with this. I think he tricked us there. He tried to make it sound like the Hell Swamp was going to be really, really bad, and then it was like just nothing. Like, oh no, you gotta go to the Hell Swamp. And then the Hell Swamp just turns out to be, you know, like whatever. Don't you worry, with VR you'll soon be able to hike and play video games simultaneously. That sounds dangerous. That sounds really dangerous. I was running on a trail once, coming down from the top of the trail where the waterfall was, and I took my eyes off the fucking trail ahead of me for like a couple of seconds, and that's all it took for me to trip over some shit and go flying through the air and hurt myself. I didn't really hurt myself badly, I just kind of took some skin off a few places, but I learned my lesson there. If you're moving quickly on a trail, or even if you're not moving that quickly, if you're on a rocky trail, do not take your eyes off the fucking trail unless you've stopped. Otherwise, your ass is going down. Alright. Let's see. If you possess Animal Mastery... I don't have Animal Mastery. Why are you bothering me with this Animal Mastery shit? No, fine. I don't have it. Let's go to the loser section. The section for people who don't have the cool thing. Watch, I'm telling you, this book is not going to have a single call for Kai Screen. Now that I have Kai Screen. The last 2 books were fucking lousy with Kai Screen. Every damn section you turned to, it was like, got Kai Screen, got Kai Screen, got Kai Screen, and I never had it. Now that I have it, this book is going to be like, whatever, Kai Screen, it is so gauche. We care nothing for Kai Screen here. Said, well, it could always be that you'll return there, and this time all underwater shit come out. A common movie trick. That's true. I could have to go back through the Hell Swamp, and that's when it's dangerous, because I'm like all like, you know, lulled into a false sense of security. I'm like, oh yeah, Hell Swamp, no big deal. Been through there. It was nothing. And then I go back, and like all the horrible shit happens. Yeah, that's possible. All right. Having finished your evening meal, you're faced with a difficult decision. Who should take the first watch? Both of you are very tired, and after a whole day's rowing, you are less than enthusiastic about the prospect of trying to stay awake for another 4 hours. I love it when Joe's just like, Lone Wolf, you are not enjoying yourself. I just want to let you know, you are fucking miserable. You are miserable. Alright. Whatever, I'll take the first watch. Let Freezing Guy warm up and get some sleep or whatever. I'll take the first watch. I don't care. Prag is understandably happy to accept your offer to stand the first watch. While he settles himself down to sleep in the relative comfort of the boat, you pull your cloak about you and climb to the top of Bare Rock where you begin your lonely vigil. For hours you sit on this wind-swept boulder, staring out through a curtain of swirling snow at the surrounding timberline. Despite your fatigue, you stay alert, and your iron discipline pays off when, shortly before midnight, you sense movement at the forest's edge. Then you're super keen. That's the second time he's used super keen in this book. Is super keen the new put paid to? Your super keen Kai senses detect an animal scent on the cold air, which you recognize immediately. It is Akataz. I'm pretty sure I fought one of those before. Or more than one. They're like the evil hounds or whatever that the Dracarum use. I think. Quickly, you return to the boat and attempt to awaken your companion, but he does not respond at once, and you are forced to shake him vigorously by the shoulders until finally he stirs to consciousness. You know Lone Wolf had the thought right here. Oh shit, is my guy dead already? What's wrong? He mumbles as he struggles to free himself from your firm grip. Wake up, Captain, you retort. There's trouble coming our way. Why did I even have to wake him up? I'm a bad motherfucker. Akataz, seriously? I fought those fucking things in like book 1 or 2 or something. I got the Somra Sword. Let me just kill all these fucking things and let dude sleep. Alright, let's see what happens. The word trouble galvanizes Prag into action. He throws off his blankets, unsheathes his sword, and follows as you lead the way up the riverbank. Oh, this could be where he gets killed. When you reach the crest, you see a dozen or more of the leathery black war dogs come slinking out of the trees. I'm not concerned. Your senses are drawn to one of the red-eyed creatures, which instinctively you recognize as the leader of this pack. Leader of the pack! And suddenly you recall from past experience that Akataz are susceptible to psychic attacks. Using your Magnar abilities, you focus on this leading hound and prepare to launch a burst of psychic energy directly at its mind. Alright, pick a random number. If you have Kai Surge, add 4. I don't have Kai Surge. You know what it's not asking me if I have? Kai Screen. Random number, I got a 4. That's shitty, so the bad thing happens, okay? Your burst of psychic energy penetrates the war dog's mind, causing it to shriek with pain and fear. Cool, I can mentally torture dogs. That's, makes me feel good about myself. Immediately the others halt in their tracks, visibly shaken by the horrible cries of their leader. But their hesitation is short-lived. Their hunger is so great that, despite the fearsome howls of their packmaster, they ignore his plight and continue their advance upon you and Captain Prag. I don't have Kai Alchemy. So, how about if I just have fucking sword to the face of some Akataz? Can we do that? You said it's kind of rude to grab all the kill XP by yourself. Yeah, I guess he's got to get some XP before he... You know, he's going to die, though. He's obviously going to die. They all die. That's not true. There were a couple times when the guy didn't die. One of them he got captured, and then I had to go rescue him in a later book or something. And one of them just straight up didn't die. But all the others... guides and escorts and groups of people that went with me and etc. have all fucking died. Alright. Quickly, Prag, you shout as the advancing pack spreads out, attempting to surround you. Stand back to back. Whatever you do, don't let them separate us or we're done for. And by we're done for, I actually just mean you're done for, Prag. I'll be fine. Captain obeys your command, and as the first of the snarling war dogs comes leaping through the air, you steel yourselves to receive its manic attack. Combat skill 38. Don't even talk to me about 38. That's 13 points lower than mine, not even counting... Oh, double bonuses you'd receive from psychic attack. These war dogs are especially susceptible to psychic attack. Double all bonuses you would normally receive should you decide to use a psychic attack during this combat. So I could use Mind Blast and add 6. So I could have a 57. But I don't need that because I'm already more than 11 higher than theirs. So adding any more wouldn't do anything. So whatever, I'm about to one-shot these fucking dogs. Don't even trip. Don't even trip. Here we go. One shot. Boom, round 1. Oh, I didn't one-shot them. I lost 2, they lost 11. Alright, round 2, go. 48, 39. I lost 2 again. They lost 12. 46, 27, go. I lost 2. They lost 12. I'm rolling like the same thing over and over. 44, 15. I lost 2. They lost 10 that time. 42 and 5, go. 41. Well, they managed to take 9 endurance off me. That's surprising. I thought it was going to be more one-sided than that. I certainly didn't one-shot him. It took 5 fucking rounds. Alright. Ouch, dogs. Ouch. That's very rude of you. I won. And I'll start healing. The few war dogs that managed to survive the combat now slink away into the forest like frightened pups. Prag, elated by the victory, is confident that they will not be back this night. You are not so sure, and as you turn to go back to the boat to catch some sleep, you warn him to remain vigilant whilst he is on guard. Oh, great. Now I'm relying on this guy to protect us. That's gonna go well. Heal up some more. You wake with the dawn and fix a hasty breakfast before breaking camp. Within the hour, you are ready to begin your trek towards Magnar's stronghold at Shikona, but first you must dispose of your boat. Prag takes what provisions he needs. Then, with his sword, he pierces several holes in the keel. Why are we wasting a boat? Why the fuck are we wrecking a boat for no reason? I don't understand. We're just like, fuck this boat. Fuck you, boat. I kill a boat. I kill a boat. Everybody look at me because I'm killing a boat. Alright, I kind of didn't. That wasn't good. You launch the boat towards the center of the river and watch as slowly it sinks beneath the surface. The moment it disappears, you leave the river's edge and set off into the trees. I think somebody told Prag that we get XP for killing the boat. He's like, hey, that boat's pretty big. It must be worth some serious XP. You know, I'm only like 50 away from leveling up. Can we kill the boat, please? Alright, fine. We can kill the boat. Deep in the forest, the snowfall is light underfoot because of the thick canopy of branches overhead, and you find the going much easier than expected. You are struck by the unexpected beauty of this dense timberland in winter. That's not unexpected. No, Lone Wolf's been in a forest before. Of course a fucking forest in winter is going to be beautiful. That's not unexpected at all. That's actually what is expected. By the intricate webs of frost that trail between its blue-green branches, and by its frozen streams and waterfalls. But even as you admire it, you remain ever conscious of its dangers. Prag leads the way, and swiftly you progress from one concealed marker to another, all having been placed by him on previous missions behind enemy lines. Oh, he's starting to get useful. By using his system of hidden signposts, he is able to guide you safely through a maze of Drakarim outposts and patrol routes that riddle this timberland. Anonymous says, oh, I hope the boat will come as undead boat and kill that asshole. Undead boat. Noxmoo says, Hell Swamp boat, combat skill 25, endurance 100, immune to Mind Blast, Psy Surge, and Kai Surge. Yeah. You gave it 25 combat skill. That's quite a bit for just an inanimate boat that can't do anything but sit there. Undead boat, though. Now that thing could be serious. All those holes we punched in the fucking hull are now like mouths. With little shards of wood for teeth and stuff. Splinter attack. Yeah, splinters are no joke. Alright. My dad was a carpenter, and I remember as a kid, he would always come home and have fucking splinters like a motherfucker, and I watched him as he would, like, have to dig these splinters out of his, and, like, you know, like dig all this skin off of his hands and, like, dig out these splinters, and I always remember that, and it made me wary of splinters. Whenever I'm handling, you know, unpolished wood, I'm always, like, really careful with it, because I just have those memories from my childhood of my dad with all his splinters and always having to dig them out of his hands, like, every day. It is nearing noon, and you have covered more than 20 miles when Prag motions you to halt. He has found something unexpected. Nailed to a trunk is a small rectangle of orange-colored metal. This is a Drakarim marker, he says after closer examination. They used them to mark the perimeter boundaries of their forest camps. It wasn't here the last time I came this way, which means there must be a new outpost here, somewhere close. Here we go again! He did this shit earlier. This wasn't here last time. Once again, you can't just admit that you forgot some shit. You forgot, you didn't know we were going, and now you're trying to clean it up with a whole story about how this wasn't here last time, I promise. How close, you ask? Within half a mile at most.
For a few moments you stop and listen to the silence of the forest. You close your eyes and concentrate, and through the use of your oral skills, you detect noises away to the north. The sounds are mixed and many, and you are unable to discern their exact cause. Alright, so my Kai skills are fucking useless here, is what you're saying. Investigate the sounds is a terrible idea, but I'm going to, because it sounds more fun. The boat is a major character, it's on the cover, and the asshole guide isn't. Good call. The boat is on the cover, isn't it? Those must be those Murloc things that we avoided. I bet if we had taken the other fork in the stream instead of the one we took, we probably would have had to fight those things. But we didn't, so... If you would like to seek out this strange new outpost, go back several books to passage 206. Go all the way back to book... God, I don't even remember which book it was now. 12? When I went to the Darklands for the first time. Then 13, 14 were the two Grandmaster books, and this is 15. So it must have been book 12. It was book 12. Yeah. Alright, let's investigate some sounds, because that's dumb. Prag has reservations about your decision. Yeah, he knows he's gonna get killed. He fears that your curiosity could be leading you both straight into the arms of the enemy. You understand his anxiety, but you say fuck it. You understand his anxiety, but you stand by your decision. Time is running against you, and some risks must be taken if you are to discover quickly the location of Magnar and the Doomstone. With a nod of his head, Prag accepts the logic of your argument. Then, as if to reaffirm his loyalty, he draws his sword and offers to lead the way. Animus says, well, at least they're not making you compare the two books to find what's new. Prag does it for you. Yeah. Cautiously, you follow him through the dense trees. Your nerves as taut as... That's not how you spell taut. I just found a legit spelling error in this thing. I just found a legit spelling error. Wow. They have very carefully gone over these and fixed like all the typos and spelling errors and made tons of errata modifications, but they missed one. That is not how you spell taut in the sense that they're using it here. It's spelled T-A-U-T. This is taught like to instruct. Well, hold on. What does this sentence mean if we go with this spelling? Your senses as taut as bowstrings. My senses right now have been educated in exactly the same manner that bowstrings are educated. So, you know, that makes a lot of sense. My nerves. Maybe bowstrings is irrelevant. It's just an inanimate object that hasn't been taught at all. So my nerves are completely untrained at this time. Is what I'm learning from this sentence. I have some ignorant ass nerves. As you draw closer, you are able to make out the sounds of wood being chopped, gruff voices, and the jingle of horse bridles. Your suspicions are confirmed when you reach the edge of a clearing and see a Dracarum encampment in the center of recently cleared ground. 3 log cabins, 2 only partially completed, stand in the middle of a circular ditch which is backed in turn by a chest-high wall of sharpened stakes. You count more than 100 Dracarum, laboring to complete this forest outpost, while another 50 or so stand guard along its perimeter wall. They look well equipped. All are clad in thick furs and studded leather armor, and they wield weapons which are unmistakably fresh from the forge. So we got, what, about 150 Dracarum building a fort here? That sounds like a little more than I can probably take. Noxmoo. If you lose your bow, you may now fire arrows off your nerves. Animus says, why? I've seen some cultured bowstrings in my life. Yeah, those are some erudite fucking bowstrings right there. They really are well read. Maybe my bowstrings are fucking... I don't know, particularly...
Particularly educated bowstrings. I don't know what I was going for there. I almost had a thought, but then that thought went away. I almost had a thought. That could be the name of my autobiography. So here's an image. This is like our first actual illustration. Like full-size illustration in the book so far. They've been slacking. Brian Williams, bud. What have you been doing? We've got some logs. We've got a log cabin. We've got a Dracarum guy, I guess. The first thing I see when I look at this guy is some unarmored ass fucking legs right here. That's just cloth. Fucking cut that guy's femoral artery and call it a day. That's all I'm saying. Suddenly the door swings open and a Dracarum officer strides out into the snow. Alright. Slowly you edge your way around the clearing until you are on the north side of the encampment. Here the perimeter wall has yet to be completed, affording you an unobstructed view of the cabins. You settle yourself behind a fallen tree, and patiently you observe the main hut. Suddenly, the door swings open, and a Dracarum officer strides out into the snow. He pulls on his iron helm and draws his wolfskin cloak close about him as he goes off to inspect his men's work. The door swings shut, but before it closes, you catch a glimpse of something that sparks your curiosity anew. Minor cliffhanger. What could it be? What is it that sparked my curiosity? When will we find out? When, I say. You said your bowstring has a PhD in Hunt Mastery and Survival Guides published. Yeah. My fucking bowstring has authored papers. Oh, it's a page turner. Yeah. Turn to 329. Here we go. Bam! Before the door closed, you caught sight of a map spread out across a trestle table in the center of the cabin. You whisper to Prag what you have seen. It's a map. Then you tell him to wait for you here. Wait for me here. While you try to get a closer look at that map. It may contain a clue to Magnar's whereabouts. Slowly, you work your way across the snowy ground towards the ditch which encircles the camp. Your camouflage skills keep you from being seen by the Dracarum sentries, and you are able to reach the cover of this shallow, ice-filled trench with little difficulty. While you wait here for the chance to make a dash for the cabin, you notice 2 points of entry, the main door and a side window. Dun dun dun, what will we choose? Well, I'm thinking side window seems more my speed. I'm a side window kind of guy. Going in through the doors for suckers. You wait as 2 Dracarum on a horseback come riding past the cabin. Then, as soon as the coast is clear, you leap from the ditch and sprint through a gap in the log wall. The moment you reach the cabin, you press yourself flat against its rough timbers, Splinter's time, and peer cautiously through its grimy window. The cabin is not empty. Inside, you see a Dracarum sergeant stretching for a bottle of wine that stands on a high shelf. I just imagine that sergeant being like Inspector Gadget. Dun, 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 Inspector Gadget. Or like Dalsim from Street Fighter. His arms just like stretching out across the room to get the bottle of wine. But I don't think that's what it means. He takes it down. Yoga Flame! He takes it down, pulls out the cork, and helps himself to a long gulp of the glistening ruby-red liquid. Behind him, you can see the edge of the table. His body is obscuring the map. Well, let's sneak in there and ace this guy. Enter the cabin and attack the soldier while he's distracted. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Can we do a stealth takedown on this guy? I think we can. You ease open the window and climb in, making an agile and silent entry. The Dracarum sergeant, who was pilfering his captain's private stock of wine, belches loudly, and then tilts the bottle back to take another long gulp. He is unaware of you moving towards his back, and does not feel the blow to his neck that is to seal his doom. There's the table with the, like, maps and stuff on it. The Drakkar shudders, and with an open-mouthed look of surprise, closes his eyes and drops lifelessly to the floor. Stealth, 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 takedown. Quickly you step over his body and hurry to the table to study the map. To your disappointment, the map turns out to be merely a construction plan of the encampment. Oh, that's a shitty map. You thought it was going to be something cool, and you just got a simple map of the place where you are. I just wanted to use the sound. I haven't gotten to use it yet. It offers no clues to Magnar's present location. Let's search the cabin more thoroughly. Obviously we're going to search for loot. Cut the games. You search through the many cases and boxes which lie scattered around this cluttered cabin, and you discover the following, which may be of use to you during your mission. Can't you use non-lethal takedowns for the pacifist? No, dude, Lone Wolf does not fuck around with non-lethal. Every time in every book Lone Wolf has gotten a chance to, like, sneak up on an unarmed or distracted enemy, he always sneaks up and just kills the motherfucker. Every time. There's never been like a you creep up behind him and knock him out. Lone Wolf does not do the non-lethal takedown. Alright. Oh, arrows. Oh, I'm already full on arrows. Sword. Oh, 2 potions of Lomspur. A brass key sounds good. Alright, let's take some stuff. Alright, first of all, we'll get rid of this useless-ass meal. We don't need that. And we'll get rid of... We'll take one of these, at least. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, now I think this whistle's gonna go. Maybe I should finally get rid of the Ketu spores. I am definitely never going to use those. There is no fucking way all these books later they're going to be like, did you have Ketu spores? So the Ketu spores are going to go. I'm going to take another one of these potions. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's as many things as I can carry in my backpack. Brass key sounds good, though. I'll take that. It's a special item, I think. Wait, no, I guess it isn't. I guess it has to go in the backpack. I'm not going to cheat here. I think it has to go in the backpack unless it tells me explicitly that it's a special item. But let's get rid of the whistle. I don't think the whistle's going to get used. Realistically, I'm never going to use the blanket probably, but I've been carrying that blanket around forever, and I am not going to get rid of it. I even gave it a trademark, so... Let's take the brass key. Brass key. That funky key. Alright. Yeah. Anonymous says, in before the last boss checks for spores. Not having a fitting moment to use that sound for a while is a perfectly kosher reason to use it. Alright, good. Thanks. Thanks. But I have permission. Alright. Let's continue. Let's heal some more. As you are about to leave the cabin, you notice a lantern hanging on a hook beside the door. You take it down, flip up its glass cover, and then cast it into the corner where it immediately sets fire to a heap of clothes. The fire will cover your tracks and, hopefully, cause enough of a diversion to enable you to escape from the encampment unchallenged. So not only do I just straight up stealth murder people while they're unarmed, I'm also an arsonist. And I torture dogs with the power of my mind. Blanket is almost a towel. You just ought to... That's why I have it, because I lost my towel, and I never got another towel, but as soon as I got a blanket, I took that, like, to be kind of a towel replacement. Although, obviously, a blanket doesn't really replace a towel. A towel, in and of itself, is singular in its usefulness, but... Blanket is the closest thing I can do, unfortunately. As you hoped, the fire spreads quickly, and as you sprint across the frozen ground towards the forest's edge, you glance over your shoulder to see bright orange flames roaring from the open doorway, and a pall of black smoke rising into the steel-gray sky. You reach Prag, and together you hurry deeper into the forest. The fire covers your escape, but it also draws several Dracaran patrols back to the encampment. You are forced to make a wide detour to the west in order to avoid these returning soldiers, and your new route takes you across a steep and rugged part of the Tozaz forest previously unexplored by your guide. Oh, we're making up excuses why my guide's useless, okay. All for a fail map. Towel level 2. The difficult terrain slows you down, and you cover less than 6 miles before failing light and the increasing sightings of Dracaran patrols force you to halt and make camp for the night. From the safety of a treetop 50 feet above the forest floor, you rope yourself to the trunk before settling down to sleep. You are hungry, and unless you possess the discipline of Grand Hunt Mastery, you must now eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. Well, I have Grand Hunt Mastery, so suck it. Alright. Turn into 90. Turn into 90. $1991 this one came out. This was after the time when I had stopped reading these. I don't know exactly why I stopped reading them. I think they stopped coming out for a while, and that was the time when I stopped reading them. And then when they started coming out again, I just didn't know about it, or I don't know. Oh wait, 91. That's getting perilously close to when I got kicked out and started being homeless. 91. How old was I in 91? Math is suddenly hard. I was 14. Oh, 91 might have been the very year, in fact. Well, that would definitely explain why I didn't read it. But I hadn't read the 2 or 3 before this either. Because again, I think they stopped coming out for like... Hold on. I can find it right here. So, I think, like, number 12, right? This was the last one of the Magnar series, and it came out... Oh, that's my birthday. Not 1988, but April 7th is my birthday. Came out in 1988, right? And then I think the next one didn't come out until 1990. Yeah, see, there was 2 years in there. So that's why I stopped reading them, because they stopped coming out, and then there was 2 years in there. And when they started coming out again, my life was in a very different place. I wasn't really buying books. Okay, so that answers that mystery. Let's move on to 90, now that I've digressed for like 10 minutes. The night passes without incident, and you awake to a bright dawn, feeling refreshed by your long, uninterrupted sleep. Prag, too, has slept well, and he feels eager to start the journey to Shikona. Fresh snow has fallen during the night, and when you descend to the base of the tree, you discover several sets of footprints nearby. Your pathsmanship senses tell you that they are little more than an hour old, and were made by a Dracaran patrol heading due north. Oh, and I get to heal up, too. You set off towards the northeast, following a frozen stream that winds its way through the forest like a glistening crystal serpent. Luck and your Kai skills keeps you safe from the Dracaran patrols, and by noon you find yourselves approaching the outskirts of Shikona. From the cover afforded by a small wooden footbridge that crosses the icy stream, you are able to reconnoiter this heavily fortified Dracaran town. Log-lined trenches encircle most of its perimeter, fronted by pits filled with sharpened stakes to counter attacks by enemy cavalry. Mantlets and wheeled barricades defend its 4 highway approaches, and the whole line is manned by squads of Dracaran and Hammerland mercenaries. However, this formidable protection comprises just a first line of defense, behind which there are more field works, sharpened stakes, and watchtowers, many bearing recent scars of war. So this place is seriously fortified. They are not fucking around. Yeah, it sounds like a fun place, huh, Anonymous? Totally. Sounds like they're very welcoming. The town itself lies within this second circle. It is constructed entirely of wood, and many of its outermost buildings have, over the years, been reduced to ash by Lencian firebombs. You learn from Prag that Magnar's headquarters are located at the very center, in a high tower which commands a clear view over the town and its defensive lines. At first sight, the Shikona defenses look impregnable, but after having carefully observed the perimeter lines, you note 2 places where, with luck, you might enter the town without being observed. The first is close to the east road, where an expanse of cleared ground is guarded only by a watchtower. The second is a section of the perimeter, further south, where only 1 line of trenches has been completed. I think the east sounds pretty legit. I mean, 1 line of trenches is 1 more line of trenches than I care to deal with. Then again, a trench is better cover for sneaking up than an expanse of cleared ground. But I mean, I have invisibility and shit. I don't know, not only do I have invisibility, I have the better version of invisibility. I have assimilance. I can assimilate if I want to. Can I just assimilate into the color of the ground and just creep up, or I guess not? Alright, well, I'm thinking... I'm gonna do the line of trenches one, actually. I'm gonna do the south. Because the other one is by the road, which seems like it'd be more observed and stuff. So, let's go to the south. Abandoning the shelter of the bridge, you work your way slowly along the ice-filled ditch to a point directly in front of the south trench. Here you settle to observe the Drakarim guards who are dutifully keeping watch over this sector. All you can see of them is their brutal faces peering over the rim of their dugout, but after a while, one by one, these faces disappear. Your keen hearing detects the sound of laughter, some clicks, and a few Giak curses, and judging by what you have heard, you hazard a guess that the guards are busy gambling with dice. Said hide in a barrel. Just hide in a random barrel. That'll get you in there. You decide that now would be the best time to make your move, while the guards are distracted from their duty. Prag insists that he lead the way. He has crossed here once before, and he knows a safe way through. The ground in front of the trench line looks clear, but there are concealed pits out there just waiting to snare the careless or unwary. Grand Hunt Mastery, fuck off with your pits. You nod your agreement and follow in his wake as he crawls a zigzagging route towards the distant trench. 2 minutes later, you reach the mound of frost-hardened earth abutting the dugout. Silently, you motion to Prag to get ready to attack, but before he can draw his sword, one of the enemy guards pops his head up to take a cursory glance over the parapet. He is less than an arm's length from you, and his eyes and mouth spring open with sheer terror when he finds himself staring into the face of a Kai Grand Master. I'm sure he immediately recognizes me as such. Instinctively, you lash out with the edge of your hand, aiming for his right temple, hoping to render him unconscious before he can warn his confederates. But the shock of seeing you makes him reel backwards, and your blow misses by a hair's breadth. Well, apparently Lone Wolf sucks at the... See? See? He tries to do the non-lethal takedown and fucking fails. That's why you gotta stick with what you know, Lone Wolf. Just stab motherfuckers. Alright. Let's pick a random number. I got a 9. Alright, well let's see what that does for me. The guard crashes to the bottom of the trench, but before he can raise the alarm, you and Prag are in the dugout beside him with your weapons drawn, ready to strike. Your attack is swift and deadly. In less than 5 seconds, you and your companion dispatch all 4 of the Drakarim trench troopers who occupy this position, overcoming them before they can even unsheathe their swords. That's what I'm talking about, killing some more unarmed dudes. Anonymous says, surely you wear your Kai Grandmaster baseball cap. Yeah, totally. Totally. Actually, I just have it tattooed right on my forehead. I'm a fucking straight OGM. Original Grandmaster. Keen to maintain your advantage of surprise, you quickly leave the trench and rush across the remaining strip of open ground which separates you from the town's outlying buildings. Prag points ahead to an alleyway that lies sandwiched between two burnt-out hovels, and immediately you follow as he rushes towards its shadowy entrance. Make Kai grand again? Hashtag Kai Lives Matter. The dark alleyway leads to a square where, an age ago, the grand mansions of Lencian noblemen encircled a shrine dedicated to the goddess Ashir, High Priestess of the Moon. But now this square, in common with the rest of the town, bears little resemblance to, or trace of, its Lencian origins. When the Dracarum first captured Ferndower, as it was then called, all the houses and public buildings which had stood for centuries were demolished. In their place were erected ungainly dormitories and ugly communal dwellings made entirely of timber culled from the surrounding forest. The town's once picturesque plazas and narrow winding streets were replaced with coldly functional military avenues for the marching Dracarum hordes. See, I would be pissed if I had read some out-of-date pamphlets about this town, and I was coming here as a tourist, and maybe they hadn't updated their website. It was some Web 1.0 shit from the 90s, and it showed the old, picturesque plazas and everything, and then I showed up here and it was this shithole. I would be so mad. Another bad trip advisor review. A goddess who is also a high priestess. Yeah. That's kind of weird. She's like her own high priestess. Can't trust nobody else to be high priestess. Gotta do this shit myself. From the shadows of a doorway, you and Prag observe a small covered wagon and a troop of weary Dracarum soldiers entering the square from the north. Both of you just came up with the same joke basically at the same time. Noxmoo says, Prag, this place looked amazing when I was here last. Anonymous says, Prag, it wasn't like that the last time. For real. Oh, that was a perfect time to make that joke. You guys both nailed it. For real. From the shadows of a doorway, you and Prag observe a small covered wagon and a troop of weary Dracarum soldiers entering the square from the north. This small procession swings right and approaches an avenue which exits the square, leading off to the west towards the center of the town. Magnar's headquarters are located in the middle of Shikona, and with night fast approaching, Prag suggests you follow the troop using the gathering darkness for cover. You are about to agree with him, when suddenly the door of a nearby hovel swings open, and out into the alley step three burly, drunken Dracarum. Instinctively, you both leap for cover to avoid being seen. Prag drops down behind a stack of empty ale casks, whilst you dive behind a mound of rotten timbers. The moment you hit the ground, you feel it sag beneath your weight. Then, in a moment of terror, the ground collapses and you fall headlong into darkness. You've crashed through the rot-infested timbers of a trapdoor into a damp and dingy cellar. See, that sounds bad. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Alright, I pick a number and I add 1 to it if I have Grant Hun Mastery, which I do. I got a 0. God damn it! I still rolled shitty. So, alright. I fall and I hurt myself, probably. You land with a jolt, crashing down upon a stack of ale barrels, which topple and fall, pinning you beneath them. Lose 3 endurance points. Okay. Stunned by the fall, and with blood trickling into your eyes from a gash on your forehead, at first you feel totally unable to move.
Then you hear sounds that immediately stir you into action. In the alleyway above, this is where Prag dies. In the alleyway above, you hear the sounds of a struggle taking place. The Dracarum have found Prag, and they are attempting to overpower him by force. Prag, no! Hashtag save Prag. The sounds of the struggle cease abruptly, and you hear gruff Dracarum voices yelling and cursing in anger. A yellowy light flares up and grows brighter as it approaches the broken trapdoor. Then the face of a Dracar appears, framed in the ragged hole, illuminated grotesquely by the guttering flames of a torch. The Dracar thrusts the torch through the shattered door and peers into the cellar, his small piggy eyes probing into every corner. You keep completely still, and he fails to see you lying beneath the clutter of barrels and casks. The moment the face and the torch disappear, you prise yourself free and then scramble up onto an upright barrel in order to reach the trapdoor. Prag and the Dracarum are no longer in the alleyway, yet as you pull yourself through the gaping hole, you catch sight of them in the square beyond. The Dracarum have captured Prag. They have tied his hands and they are marching him along the West Avenue towards the center of town, towards Magnar's headquarters. Well, that's nice of them. It's convenient that they're taking him to the same place I need to go anyway. That way I don't have to make 2 trips. You know what I mean? I can go kill Magnar and free Prag at the same time instead of like, oh god, now I gotta go to one place and the other. I gotta fucking check Google Maps to plan out a route and see which, you know, what the best way to get to the 2 places is, and, you know. But no, I just get to go straight to one place for both things. That's helpful. That's helpful. Thanks for that. $49. Drink some water. I've noticed that the further I get into these books, I mean like into any given book, the further I get into it, the more mistakes I make while reading. And I think, like, my mouth gets tired from so much reading out loud without really taking a break that, as I get, like, toward the end of the book, I start fucking up more because my actual mouth is tired, I think. You clamber out of the cellar and set off after the Dracarum with weapon in hand, determined to free your companion from their clutches. But as you hurry into the Western Avenue, you see that they have already joined with the troops who are escorting the covered wagon. The wagon has halted, and you count more than 50 Dracarum jostling the helpless Prag, bullying and cursing him vilely. More than one voice calls out in the Giak tongue, "Let's kill the Lencian spy!" Fearful that they are going to beat him to death, you decide to charge headlong. What? I decide to do what? You decide to charge headlong into the crowd in a desperate attempt to save him, despite the overwhelming odds against your success. Fuck no, that's not even in character for Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf lets people die all the time like he gives no fucks. I did not decide that. Alright. But before you can act, a Dracarum officer on horseback appears and commands the troops to order. An uneasy silence descends on the group. Then, dutifully, they step away from Prag and form up in a column facing the officer and his mount. Prag, who has been left lying on the ground, barely conscious, is bundled into the wagon. The officer raises his hand, and the wagon trundles off along the avenue towards a distant square, with a troop of soldiers marching smartly in its wake. Trundles. You follow and observe, taking in every aspect, every detail that might help you to free your companion. When you reach the square at the end of the avenue, you discover that it is dominated by a tall tower. It is Magnar's tower. His flag, emblazoned with the emblem of a black eagle clutching 2 fiery swords, flutters lazily from its slender wooden spire. The wagon draws up in front of a building adjacent to the tower, and Prag is dragged unceremoniously inside. Judging by the bars which adorn its windows and the armed guards at its entrance, you hazard a guess that this is the Shikona Gale. That is a pretty dope emblem, though. Black eagle with two, like, fiery swords. Actually, we could get a better look at that thing. If we scoot over here and we go back to the map again. Man, I've gone to this map more times than... Let me get rid of the book cover for you. There it is, right there. You see it? There it is in color. That's pretty badass, actually. Yeah, I like it. Dual wielding when you don't even have four hands. I can respect that. Right? Yeah, this thing is dual wielding with its feet. With its feet! Doesn't have opposable thumbs either. Return to me book cover. Patiently you watch the square for several minutes while you try to formulate a plan. Then the assembled troops are galvanized into action when an order from their officer sends them off in pairs to search the town for other spies. Several Dracarum comes towards your location and you are forced to seek somewhere to hide. Looking around, you can see only two dwellings that may offer some hope of a safe haven. The first is a warehouse, the second a stables. Well... I feel like the warehouse is probably a better bet. Unless it's empty, but you would think it's not empty, and then a warehouse should have tons of shit to hide behind, whereas the stables, you know, might not unless you want to dig yourself down into a pile of hay or something. Plus, stables are going to be full of horses and, you know... I don't know, that could be helpful, though. Maybe steal a horse. But I don't need a horse. I'm just going over here to this tower right nearby, so... I guess I'm going to hide in the warehouse. I'm picking warehouse, folks. You enter the warehouse through a broken window, and soon you find a hiding place among hundreds of rolls of canvas that are being stored on the ground floor. Periodically, Dracarum enter and search the length and breadth of this sprawling building, but they fail to detect you. While you are hiding from their search parties, you consider your companion's plight and grow ever more fearful for his safety. You are also very anxious that, under torture, he will reveal your identity and the reason why you have come to this town. Oh yeah, Prag's gonna break. You are determined not to allow this to happen, and so, as midnight approaches, you slip away from your hiding place and make your way stealthily toward the Shikona Gale. I like how Lone Wolf doesn't actually give a fuck that Prag's gonna be tortured. He's concerned about Prag, like, giving him up. But the actual torture part, he's not concerned about. You're determined not to allow this to happen. He's determined not to allow Prag to give him up. He's not determined to actually stop Prag from being tortured. Lone Wolf gives no fucks. He really is not like a real compassionate guy from what I've seen, generally. The dark alleys and streets surrounding the Gale are illuminated by 100 guttering brands. Magnar's soldiers are everywhere, casting their suspicious eyes over every section of the nighted town laid bare by their torches. Your Kai skills keep you hidden from sight, and soon you reach the Gale, but only to discover that the entrance is now heavily guarded by a platoon of Dracarum. How many are in a platoon? Like 25-ish? I could probably take a platoon, but it would probably make a bunch of noise and bring more guys, and that'd be a problem. You abandon your hopes of entering by the front door, and instead you circle around to an alley at the rear of the building, where you discover a line of windows, each one crisscrossed with iron bars. Instinct leads you to the last in the line, and you peer inside to see Captain Prag lying on a bed of filthy straw. He looks in poor shape. Both his eyes are bruised, his lips are swollen, and his bushy mustache is caked with dried blood. You whisper his name, Prag, and wearily he turns his head towards the cell window. Then he sees you, and suddenly his whole face lights up with renewed hope. Yeah, Prag, I just came to tell you. I'm not going to be able to rescue you. So, bye. Don't give me up. Bye.
That's not what happens.
Thank the gods you are still free, Lone Wolf, he says quietly, pressing his battered face to the bars. The Drakarim have tried to make me talk, but I've kept silent. They know nothing about the mission.
Anonymous says, considering that wolves are pack predators, a lone one simply must be a sociopath. Or all the rest of his pack died, which is what happened with Lone Wolf. But now he's made a new pack. He's rebuilt the monastery and recruited a bunch of new students to be Kai, so he's no longer really Lone Wolf. But he's like, you know what, fuck it. I changed my name once, I'm not changing it again. He's like, plus it's a brand. It's a personal brand. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm known by Lone Wolf. It's, you know, it's my brand, so I can't change it now. You examine the cell window and reassure Prag that you will soon spring him from this gale. But he insists that you do not risk your life on his account. Well, if he insists, I mean...
Listen, sire. I have learned that Magnar isn't here in Shikona. When the Galers beat me, I feigned unconsciousness and overheard them say that their leader is at a place called Anta. It's a ruined temple some 40 miles away to the north. They talked of certain victory now that their warlord has found the stone. Please, Lone Wolf, I beseech you to continue without me. Go to Anta and defeat Magnar before it is too late.
You know, this book has been extremely light on combat, I've noticed so far. I'm 2 hours, 11 minutes into this, and I've only had one fight. Which is interesting. Alright, so we found the Doomstone of Dark, which is not great. But that's okay, I can still go kill him. I mean, how tough can it be? I've fucking killed Dark Lords. Multiple. So... go and defeat him. Yeah, I will. Alright, sounds good. Then the yellowy flicker of torchlight at the end of the alley cuts short your conversation. It is a Drakarim patrol. They turn the corner and come marching towards you with purposeful steps. Don't give up hope, Captain, you say as you make ready to run from the approaching patrol. I'll come back for you, you say resolutely as you get ready to run away. I resolutely say that as I retreat. I won't come back for him. Cut the games. This quarter of the town is now teeming with enemy soldiers, and as you hurry away from the cell window, you know that you are in grave danger of being caught, unless you can find somewhere safe to hide. At length, you discover a refuge on the far side of the main square. It is an empty grain storage tower which overlooks Magnar's headquarters and the Gale, and it is here that you spend a sleepless night contemplating the mission and the fate of your captured companion. Noxmove says, end of the book. I think I forgot something. Yeah. Now that it appears Magnar has found the Doomstone, you know you should do as Captain Prag insisted. You should try to reach Anta and confront him before he can use his newfound power against the Lencians. But you are loath to abandon your guide. You have promised Prag that you will help him escape, and a Kai Grandmaster never breaks his word. Is that actually one of the rules? The captain has been captured as a spy, and as such he can expect no mercy from the Drakarim. Soon after dawn, you witness some activity in the main square which confirms your worst fears. A squad of Drakarim engineers arrive and set to work constructing a raised wooden platform in the center of the square. You know, Lone Wolf is not very imaginative if that's his worst fear. If your worst fucking fear is them making a gallows, like, I mean, your worst fear, because I can think of some horrible ass shit that would be way scarier than that. Like, way scarier. That's not even... that wouldn't even make, like, the top 10,000 of my worst fears if I wanted to get creative of thinking of things to be afraid of. No. Lone Wolf is just, like, very simple-minded. His worst fear is a gallows.
being constructed. An hour later, when their work is complete, a covered wagon arrives. The engineers unload a large lump of black oak, which they place in the middle of the platform. And as you focus on this block, a shiver runs the length of your spine the moment you realize its grim purpose. Uh-oh. Grim purpose. So this is worse than your worst fears. The solid lump of oak is an executioner's block. Its surface is cut and scarred by blows from a heavy axe, and its sides are stained dark with the blood of 100 Lencian prisoners who have lost their lives upon it. Oh. So they're going to cut his head off instead of hang him. Well, you know, that's not that much scarier, really. I think I'd probably rather have my head cut off than be hanged, to be honest. Anonymous says there really should be an inventory section for ideas the protagonist remembers. Should he remember to rescue this loser and forget to send a gift card to his cousin? Yeah. Alright. Suddenly your thoughts are disturbed by the rhythmic stamp of marching feet, and your eyes are drawn to the avenue which runs alongside Magnar's headquarters. Down this thoroughfare come a regiment of Dracarum. They file into the square and form up in 3 lines facing the platform. Then an open wagon, drawn by a brace of half-starved oxen. Why don't they feed their oxen? Emerges from the alleyway beside the gale. Captain Prag is standing in the rear of the wagon with his hands tied behind his back. Despite the bumpy ride, he stands rigidly at attention, proudly defiant in the face of imminent death. The wagon halts and the captain is dragged up onto the platform by 3 brutish gaolers. He is made to kneel down before the block as a Dracarum officer hurriedly reads the contents of a scroll to the assembled troops. He is condemning the captain to death for spying. When he finishes the reading, he takes a 2-handed axe from one of the gaolers and walks slowly across the platform towards the block. Clearly, he intends to carry out the execution personally. You're not even joking, it could have been an interesting mechanic for such books. Yeah, that's true. Actually, you're actually right. That would be interesting. So here's the platform. There's the butcher's block, or the headsman's block. There's our buddy Prag. And reading the list of charges. Well, the one charge. And here's a bunch of assholes. Dracarum. Well, I mean, in fairness, he was spying. So they're not killing him for something he didn't do. I mean, he really was spying. So, like, if you have a bow and wish to use it, hell yeah, I've been waiting for this. You know, because the bow is on the cover of the book. Because the bow is on the cover, the last time that happened, the bow was used in all sorts of amazing, awesome ways. It was like the bow was like the bow of gods. Because the bow was on the cover. So yeah, we're going to use the bow. I'm going to shoot an arrow that's going to bounce between all these guys and like kill them or something. Let's use the bow. You take an arrow from your quiver and place it to your bow in readiness to shoot. You gauge the range at 40 yards as you take aim at the Dracarum officer. Patiently, you wait for him to reach the execution block, and at the very moment he stops moving, you release your straining bowstring. Straining, but well taught. We know that my bowstring has received some serious instruction and or education. And send your arrow arcing through the air towards his head. Alright. Pick a number. I get to add 5 to this because of my previous Magnar weapon mastery stuff with bow. So, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? All I had to roll was a 1 or higher. A 1 or higher is all I needed because I get to add 5, and I rolled a fucking 0, and that puts me in the shitty score bracket. No, this is the archery contest all over again. No. God damn it! All I had to roll was a 1. And I got a 0. Oh, I'm so sad right now. This probably would have been some awesome bow shit that would have happened if I got a 6 or more. But as it is, it's just gonna suck. The arrow flies true, but at the very last moment before impact, the Drakar spins around to face the assembled soldiers, and your shaft shatters harmlessly upon the blade of his axe. For a few seconds he is stunned by the nearness of your attack. Then suddenly he points up to the grain tower and begins to scream like a madman. "Up there! At the window! The arrow was fired from up there!" Probably hit Prag in the face, yeah, well... I guess it wasn't that bad, but still, I didn't get to do the awesome thing and, like, ace this guy. And I used an arrow. Can't believe I rolled a 0. What the fuck? Alright. It's like the easiest shot ever, and I missed. The wind was perfectly still. There was no light in my eyes. The guy was well lit. He was turned at just the right angle so that the shot was perfect. You know, like, everything, like, lined up to where the shot was going to be, like, super easy to make. Too bad there's no critical failure. And sometimes there is. Sometimes, if you critically fail at some of these rolls, you get really bad things happen, including instant death. That wasn't one of those times, but I've had instant deaths happen to me because of really low rolls before, or really bad rolls. Sometimes they switch it up, and the low is good and the high is... good, bad, you know, it's not always the same, but as one, the soldiers draw their weapons and come rushing towards the ground floor entrance to the tower. You retreat from the window and look around for a means of escape, for already you can hear the first of the enemy climbing the stairs. With fear running cold in your veins, you cross to a window on the far side of the tower. But before you reach it, you are confronted at the top of the stairs by 2 formidable warriors. They are Death Knights, the fighting elite of the Drakarum. Alright, fucking Death Knights, whatever. 38 combat skill, I'm unconcerned. So I beat him by more than 11, so I don't need to bother modifying my combat skill. Or, Alright, let's do this. One shot, here we go. Round 1, 50-40. I lost 1. They lost 16. Round 2, 49-24. I lost 1. They lost 14. Round 3. I need to kill him right now or I'm going to have problems. Round 3, 48-10. Yes, I killed him on the 3rd round. Death Knights just kite them around a pillar. Yes. So true. Just kite him around a pillar. That works with everybody. Alright, I won. I only lost 2 endurance. And it took 3 rounds or less, so let's do this. Start healing up. You slay the Death Knights and bundle their bodies down the stairs to delay the other Drakarum. Then, with fear running cold in your veins... No, again, with the cold fear and the cold chills and the fear and the cold in my veins. Enough with that shit. The fear is not running cold. It's lukewarm at worst. It was a WoW PvP joke. Oh, I got it. I got it. You're ashamed. Oh man, I remember playing arenas in WoW as my healing paladin. And I remember so much running around kiting dudes around pillars or up and over and around like coffin things or whatever else you could run up on. Over and over, just running around, running figure eights. Fucking figure eights. Those guys were trying to chase me and kill me as I was just trying to heal my guy. My partner. So much kiting around pillars and stuff. And like so many boss fights and stuff where like that's like the solution. Run around pillar. Okay, so Outside, directly below, you see a Dracarum Lancer sitting astride a warhorse. His lance is sheathed in a tube-like scabbard fixed to the rear of his saddle, and in his hand he holds aloft a heavy-bladed cavalry saber. He is cheering those who are entering the tower, and he is completely unaware that you are barely a few yards away. Swiftly you climb onto the window ledge, draw your weapon, and then leap onto the unwary lancer below. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Pick a random number, add 3. Watch me roll a 1 here, or a 0 again. Add 3. Oh, I got a 9 that time. Great. You crash down upon the unsuspecting lancer and send him tumbling from the saddle. Then you seize control of his startled horse and take off across the square. With your left hand, you want to holster the lance and bring it to bear as you gallop headlong towards the mass of Dracarum soldiers who stand between you and the platform. This seems like the best plan ever. Lone Wolf literally just yelled YOLO and fucking went for this shit. You steer the horse toward the platform, and the troops scatter before you. All, that is, save one. He is a Death Knight sergeant, an elite Dracarum warrior. He curses his comrades for their cowardice, and, as you bear down on him with your lance leveled at his chest, he draws his sword and gets ready to meet your attack head-on. Then the tip of your lance strikes his steel breastplate, and you are forced back in your saddle with a jolt that leaves you breathless. Pick a random number. I get to add 2 because my endurance is 12 or higher. Alright, random number, go. I got a 2. And I add 2. Hey, that's all I needed. I got a 4, that's enough. Yay. The tip of your lance penetrates the Death Knight's armored breastplate and kills him instantly. The force of the blow is such that it snaps the lance in 2 and nearly knocks you clean out of your saddle, but you manage to hold tight and quickly you recover. Moments later, you reach the platform to see Captain Prag struggling to break free from his gaolers. He succeeds and he comes running towards you. With a yell, he leaps from the platform and lands astride the rump of your horse. Now that's a move that's hard to pull off, I imagine. Some shit you'd see in a western or something. E acute, how fanciful? What? Alright, that one went over my head. Go, Lone Wolf, go! He shouts excitedly. You dig your heels into the horse's flanks and take off through the confused mass of Dracarum towards an avenue on the north side of the square. Prag's hands are still tied behind his back. Okay, see, that's what I was thinking, was his hands were tied up. That's why I said it's a hell of a move. Oh, acute mark on E and Elite. Yeah, they always spell it that way for some reason. I never really realized why. I still don't realize why. But imagine with your hands tied behind your back, running and jumping off a platform and landing successfully on the back of a horse behind someone who's already riding the horse, with your hands tied behind your back and not fucking falling on your face. That's a move right there. That's a fucking move. That would be hard to do. In order to stop himself from falling off the horse, he is forced to hang onto your cloak with his teeth. Ooh, you know where that cloak has been, dude? You gallop out of the square and along the northern avenue, which is flanked by barracks and hovels. Arrows come whistling from their windows, but they are poorly aimed and fly wide of their mark. Kinda like your arrow, Lone Wolf. You glance over your shoulder and see that some Dracarum horsemen are grouping up at the exit from the square in order to give chase. You urge the horse onwards, and as you speed towards a distant corner, you use your Magnar skill of Nexus to loosen Prag's bonds. That's like my mind over matter thing where I can, like my telekinesis. Minutes later, you turn the corner and see the road which leads out of Shikona. Your spirits rise, but they are quickly dashed when you see that your route of escape is blocked. Dun 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 dun. Probably a loan word for French. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. But I've never seen it spelled that way anywhere else besides in these books. Alright, oh no, my hopes are dashed. My spirits are dashed. A barricade has been thrown across the road which leads north out of Shikona. The Drakarim posted here have been alerted by the sounds of chaos coming from the square, and hurriedly they are trundling. Some more trundling going on. We've trundled some shit before in this book. They are trundling an armored wagon across a gap at the center of the barricade to seal off the exit completely. You slap your horse's rump and gallop towards this shrinking gap, but 3 spear-wielding guards see you approaching, and they rush forward to challenge you with their weapons held ready to strike. Okay. I don't have Kai Alchemy. I don't have Kai Surge. So I'll go to the loser section. Go into the loser section. You unsheathe your weapon and warn Prag to hold tight as you bear down on a collision course with the 3 Drakarim sentries. Pick a random number. If you have Grand Weapon Mastery, I don't. I can add 3. See, this right here is probably an instant death. This really low roll on this one, probably an instant death. I got a 4. I just barely avoided it. You raise your weapon and strike one of the sentries a killing blow as you slam through their brave but futile defense. They are trampled under your horse's hooves and you clear the gap, but it is not until you are racing along the road beyond the barricade that you realize you have been wounded in the leg. Lose 3 endurance points. Man, if you've got spears, 3 dudes with spears and a horse is coming at you and you can't figure out what to do in that situation. Spears. Alright, I lose 3 endurance. I can live with that. Start healing. Uncertainty haunts your thoughts as you race across the desolate no-man's land that lies between the inner and outer defenses of Shikona. Soon you catch sight of these outer defenses. They comprise a line of man-sized wooden casks filled with earth, behind which there stands a squad of Drakarim archers. Their bows are loaded and aimed, ready to fire. Yeah, but are their bowstrings educated, is the real question. Quickly you steer your horse away from the road and set off across rough, snowy ground towards a distant line of trenches. Fortunately, the defenses at the northern perimeter are much weaker than elsewhere. The trenches are empty, the guards having left earlier to watch Prag's execution in the main square. However, the rough terrain soon takes its toll upon your already tired horse. He is near to exhaustion, and as you approach the trenches, you fear he is not strong enough to make the jump. Pick a random number. If you have Animal Mastery, I don't. If you've reached Grand Guardian or higher, add 1. I have. 3 or less might be an insta-kill, too. I got a 5. So, get to turn to 87. Bravely the horse attempts to clear the trench, but it is simply too exhausted to jump. Its forelegs buckle as it approaches the edge, and you and Prag are thrown headfirst into the trench. Luckily, you both land in deep snow and emerge unharmed by the fall. Why can't you nexus your horse? I think it's probably too heavy. A horse is really fucking heavy, especially with 2 dudes sitting on it. So that would require a lot of telekinetic power to move all that. I don't know. Why can't I animal control my horse? I mean, just because I don't have animal mass, just because I don't have the newest update to the iOS or whatever, I still have the old thing. Why isn't that good enough? You scramble to your feet to see that your horse is still close by. He is standing at the forest's edge, steam rising from his flanks as hungrily he swallows mouthfuls of snow to cool himself down. Do horses do that? I don't have a lot of experience with horses. Well, I've ridden horses before, but never anywhere where there was snow. You call to the animal, using your Magnar skills, and at once he responds obediently to your silent commands. Drakarum archers are now running from the outer defenses, and you are in danger of being surrounded unless you can make a speedy escape. You and Prag remount the horse and set off at a gallop along the forest's edge. Only when you are safely beyond the range of the enemy's bows do you rejoin the road and head off towards the north. I can't believe we pulled that off. I can't believe he actually stopped that execution and made that escape with Prag. I mean, that took some serious guts. And a lot of luck. A lot of luck. And a lot of incompetence on the part of all those Drakarum. As you ride along this road of frozen earth, the sky begins to darken ominously, and the weather closes in. What begins as a light flurry of snow soon deteriorates into an icy squall, which cuts through you like a knife. Your Magnar skills protect you from the cold, but Captain Prag is not so fortunate. Man, if he dies of cold now, after all that to save him, that would suck. I still think he's gonna die, though. You don't think there's a single animal that controls its body heat by eating snow? I don't know. I have no idea. I've never heard of that before, but it sounds like a thing animal might do if it was really overheated, I guess. I don't know. He utters not a word of complaint, but you can sense that he is in great discomfort. Moreover, your horse, already tired from the exertions of the escape, is greatly weakened by the icy winds. Eventually, it can carry you no further, and you are forced to halt and dismount. Your Kai senses warn you that enemy cavalry are in pursuit. You are a few miles ahead of them, but their mounts are fresh, and the distance between you is shrinking rapidly. You are about to suggest to Prag that you abandon the horse altogether and seek shelter in the surrounding forest, when suddenly there is a lull in the storm, and the falling snow thins out to reveal an unexpected sight. Dun dun dun, here it is. There's a bridge, there's a cabin, there's obviously a fire burning in there because smoke is coming out, so it's an inhabited cabin. Let's bust in there, kill whoever's inside, and use their fire. Or maybe they're friendly. Probably not. You have stopped near the crest of a hill. Below you, the forest road descends to a stone bridge which crosses a frozen stream. A rough log cabin stands beside this bridge, and a thin trail of wood smoke rises from its crooked chimney, indicating that it is occupied. That's what I just said. At the rear you see stables, and at once you sense the presence of horses. Oh, fresh horses, what? Wow, Joe sure goes out of his way to make you feel bad about the horse. I know, right? Joe is so cruel to animals in these books. Alright. Abandon your exhausted horse and take to the forest on foot? No. That's dumb. Or steal somebody's horses. Yes, steal somebody's horses is what we're gonna do. Cautiously you descend the slippery hill track and make your approach to the bridge. The thick snow muffles your steps, and you are able to reach the cabin without alerting its occupants. You motion to Prag to take hold of the horse and keep lookout whilst you investigate the stables. Silently you slip alongside the cabin and pass beneath its solitary window. I'm gonna peek through the window because I'm a dumbass. Nothing bad could happen peeking through the window, right? You peer through the grimy glass and see a grizzled old Drakar sitting in front of a blazing fire. A briar pipe hangs precariously from the corner of his bearded mouth, and he puffs fitfully at its contents as he reads from a tattered, leather-bound book which lies open in his lap. You sense that he is a veteran of many battles who, now that he is too old to fight, has been given the undemanding task of guarding this river crossing. Mindful that time is fast running out, you leave the window and hurry on towards the stables. Alright. Perfect moment to start a Skyrim Let's Play. What? I was going to do a Skyrim Let's Play when it first came out. I had actually said that I was going to do one in the other videos I was doing at the time, but then it came out and I decided against it. I played it. I never finished it. I never even came close to finishing it, but I played a bunch of it just running around doing random shit like I do in those kind of games. And but I didn't record it. And that was before I was streaming, so I didn't stream, of course. When I heard about the new Skyrim thing that's coming out, the like Skyrim Enhanced Edition or whatever they're calling it, actually the thought occurred to me that it might be good to let's play that. A horse thief joke, never mind. Ah, right. I think I might have stolen a horse or two in Skyrim, yeah. Once inside the stable, you discover 2 horses. One is old and lame, but the other is young and powerfully built. Which one will I take? I can't decide. Using your powers of animal control, you subdue them and lead the younger horse, a gray mare, from its stall. As you leave the stable, you see Prag pointing frantically towards the crest of the hill. A group of Dracarum cavalry are descending towards the bridge. Quickly you mount the mare and help Prag to climb up upon her back. Then the enemies see you, and immediately they sound a horn. Moments later, an old Dracar appears at the door to the cabin. He is holding a boar musket, and when you fail to obey his command to halt, he levels his primitive gun at you and pulls the trigger. Oh, great. 0 to 2 is probably one shot, or one of these is probably insta-death. I got a 6. Yeah, that's an insta-death. Alright, I got a 6, so let's go to 145. I've managed not to die so far in this book, of course. Now that I said that, of course I'm gonna die. There is a loud bang, and a great gray cloud billows from the muzzle of the musket. It startles the horse, but you swiftly control the animal and urge it forwards out onto the road. Quickly you make your escape northwards, hidden from the eyes of your pursuing enemy by the acrid cloud of gunpowder smoke. Your ears are ringing, but otherwise you escape unharmed. Prag, however, has not been so lucky. His arm and shoulder are bleeding from where he has been grazed by buckshot. You halt as soon as you can, and using your healing skills, you mend his wounds before continuing on your way. The use of your powers reduces your endurance points score by 3. What? The mare is strong and sure-footed, and you quickly cover 8 miles before you encounter something on the road ahead, which makes you halt for a second time. Dun dun dun. Sadly, Kai's screen doesn't stop bullets. Yeah, you see how fucking useful my Kai screen that I just got has been in this book, haven't you? Not useful at all. Never. This is how they do you. This is how they do you. Kai screen doesn't stop bullets. That would be a great, like, epitaph on Lone Wolf's gravestone. You find Lone Wolf's grave and it just says Kai screen doesn't stop bullets. In the distance you see a makeshift roadblock. Of course I do. Several trees have been hacked down and they are strewn haphazardly across the road. Behind this obstruction stand several armored Dracarum, waiting eagerly for you to appear. At once you leave the road and take cover in the forest. The trees hereabouts are too dense to allow you to enter on horseback, so reluctantly you abandon the mare and enter on foot. Your instinct and pathmanship skills lead you in a westerly direction, and you cover more than 5 miles before the trees begin to thin out. Then you emerge from the forest to be greeted by a spectacular sight. What can it be? What can it be? It's spectacular. Can't be that spectacular, there's not even an illustration. Before you lies a vast frozen lake, more than a mile wide at the point at which you now stand. An icy wind whips across its glistening surface, stirring freshly fallen snow into eddies which whirl and dance like spinning tops. Silently you stare across the lake, at the distant tree line, and your mind is filled with doubt. The Temple of Anta lies beyond, of that you are sure, and the quickest way to reach it would be to traverse the lake. No, we're not doing that. But there is no cover, and no way of knowing if the ice is thick enough to support you all the way across. It's not. It's definitely not. Yet, to go around the lake would delay you by hours, giving your pursuers ample time to catch up and attack. At length you decide to take your chances and cross it. Motherfucker! No! Don't cross the lake! Do not cross the lake! At first the going is smooth, and you make easy progress. But as you near the center, suddenly you sense that something is wrong. No, send what's-his-name to cross the lake first. Send him across. Alright. Suddenly you sense that something is wrong. Yeah, of course I goddamn do. What do I sense is wrong? The ice is gonna break and I'm gonna fall through into a frozen death. No. No. I say no to that. Alright. Yes, I do have Grand Passmanship and I'm a Sun Knight. Finally something's gonna come in handy here. Alright, maybe this will save me. Your super keen senses. Okay, Joe. Stop it. Your editor should have told you this. You have used super keen far too many times. One time was too many times, probably. Super keen. But to have used super keen 3 or 4 times in the same book, at least. Super keen, Joe? Really? Again? You need to put paid to the use of super keen. Your super keen senses warn you that Prag is walking towards a patch of thin ice. At once you shout a warning and he halts in his tracks. Then, carefully, he retraces his steps and follows in your footsteps as you make a wide detour around the perilous section. An hour later you reach the far side of the lake and hurry into the forest beyond. Okay, finally, something that I actually had at the right rank saved me from bad shit. It's about time. Kai Screen doesn't stop frozen lakes either. Okay. 187. 187. On a motherfucking cop. Here we go. You move deeper into the forest, maintaining a steady pace. Here, in this part of the Tozaz, the snowfall underfoot is light because of the canopy of thick branches overhead, and you make good progress. You've been walking for an hour when a shivery rustle brings you abruptly to a halt. You look up, and a miniature snowslide falls from a branch overhead, covering your face and shoulders with a deluge of powdery snow. Prag laughs as he watches you spluttering, and as you wipe your eyes, you glimpse a gray-winged bird fluttering away to the west. Super keen senses sounds like the third rank of some talent in the typical RPG. Yeah, right? Super keen senses. Sounds like something in an anime or something. He tried to sneak up on me, but he didn't realize I have super keen senses! You know what I'm saying? Like, it's something like that. Ha! My super keen senses have detected you yet again! Doing my best to imitate how fucking most English-speaking anime voice actors sound. By the gods, I'm hungry, exclaims Prag, leaning weakly against a tree trunk. What I'd give for a side of beef and a plate of boiled beets. Okay, hold up. My fucking suspension of disbelief just got shattered. There is no goddamn way that a hungry person who's gone through hell, who's trekking through the fucking forest, who's starving, whose body is weakened and he's like in this state of great need of food, and he's having food fantasies and he's imagining what he would like to eat, the best thing he can imagine that would fulfill him, and he imagined a plate of boiled beets? No, he did not. I don't think Prag is human. Who is this guy? I think he's a hellgast all this time. Because human beings, when they're in that state of hunger, do not fucking fantasize about eating a plate of boiled beets. No, they do not. They don't. Boiled beets. Cut the games. This guy is not a foodie, apparently. Motherfuckers! Okay, I'll explain what I'm motherfuckering about in a second. The captain has not eaten since before you reach Shikona, and you can see that after the rigors of his capture and escape, he is sorely in need of food. Unless he eats soon, he will be unable to go much further. Here's what I'm motherfuckering about. You fucking love boiled beets? Are you serious? Is that the sort of thing that you fantasize about eating when you're really, really hungry? Okay. throughout many, many books. Like, every book is actually, since book 1, every book that I've had the opportunity to do this, I have carried an extra meal or two in my backpack, even when I didn't need it, because I have Hunt Mastery, and I have stated on more than one occasion that the reason I carried these extra meals were in case someone else needed a meal. Besides Lone Wolf, I would give it to them. And through 14 fucking books, no one has ever needed a meal. And this time, I started this thing with a meal. Just pointed at my screen like you can see my finger. And I got rid of it a little bit ago. Just a little while ago, I got rid of that, I said, that useless-ass meal. Because I didn't... Finally, 15 books in, I've been trying to carry meals around for people in case they needed them. Nobody ever needed a damn meal. This time, I get rid of the one meal that I have, and now a motherfucker needs a meal. God damn it. Oh, man. Seriously? I'm not kidding you. I've been waiting for somebody to need a meal for 15 fucking books. And finally, when I get rid of my meal... You're no Slav, Joe? You wouldn't understand? I see. That's a big Slavic thing, huh? I mean... Oh, boiled beets. Don't sound good to me. Not a fan of beets. I mean, I'll eat beets if, you know, I have to. But, they're not something I seek out. No, I don't possess a meal. Is he gonna starve to death? Because after all this rescuing him and all this stuff to keep him alive, if he just straight up starves to death, that's... Well, he's not gonna starve to death. You don't starve to death after not eating for a few days. But he might not have much energy. Alright. No, I don't have a meal. Using your Hunt Mastery skills, you identify and gather up a handful of edible roots, fungi, and berries from the forest floor, which you then offer to Prag. At first, he thinks you are joking. Then, once you assure him that they are nutritious, he accepts this dubious selection and starts to eat. Damn rabbit food, he mumbles. Yeah, it's not tasty like boiled beets. But you notice that he is careful not to waste a crumb. Meanwhile, you scan the surrounding forest, ever watchful for enemies. For the last hour, you have had a growing suspicion that something has been watching you. Your senses detect the presence of a hostile enemy, closing from the east. Now the suspicion has become a sure belief, and the moment Prag finishes his meal, you suggest that you be on your way as swiftly as possible. Quit lollygagging, Prag. During your trek through the forest, Prag tells you a little about the history of this land. You learn that the whole of Nyrus was once known as Northern Lencia until it was lost to the invading Dracarum during the Dark Dawn War. Many crusades and campaigns have been launched over the centuries to try to recapture this territory, but none, until now, have been successful. The Dracarum built a fortress on the ruins of the Lencian capital, which was called Gamir, which they remained Nagamir after their victory. Nagamir. It was Gamir, now it's Nagamir. Nagamir anymore. Good name, bros. Good name. But later, when the Dracarum allied themselves to the Dark Lords of Helgadad, the capital was renamed Dark in their honor. Real creative there, too. As dusk approaches, you happen by chance upon a forest trail, and immediately your tracking skills tell you that it has only recently been constructed. Hoofprints frozen beneath the snow and several sets of footprints tell you that this trail has been used by more than a dozen riders and armored foot soldiers within the last week. I don't have Kai Alchemy, actually. I'm gonna go to the You Suck section here. There's that banner again. Dual wielding with its feet. Guided by your intuition, you set off with Prag along the forest trail heading west, and soon your tracking skills warn you that you are nearing an enemy encampment. You signal your discovery to Prag, and he follows as stealthily
You enter the undergrowth and slip past a line of Dracaran sentries. From the cover of the dense forest bracken, you observe their camp. You count more than 24 soldiers, plus horses, wagons, and shelters. Prag points to the emblem, which adorns all of their uniforms and equipment. A black eagle clutching 2 fiery swords. Oh, do my super keen senses detect that? These are the Tukadak, Warlord Magnar's personal guards, he says in a hushed whisper. We would be wise to avoid them. The Tukadak? Alright. You nod in agreement, then together you slip away from the camp and head north through the trees. You are drawn in this direction by something your senses have detected. My what kind of senses, exactly? What kind of senses are they? Would you describe them perhaps as super keen? It is a strong aura of energy, an evil energy, a super evil energy, which you feel sure must be radiating from the Doomstone of Dark. Okay, when you say it out loud like that, the Doomstone of Dark sounds like a really ridiculous name. It sounds like something that would be named in, like, a parody RPG. Like fucking Dungeons of Dreadmore or something. Within a few minutes, you stumble upon a clearing, where stands the majestic ruins of an ancient temple. At once, you know that this is the Temple of Anta, and you sense that the Doomstone is here, lying somewhere deep within the ruins. Yay. Can we just go kill the guy? Can we go kill the guy? Well, that's cool looking. That deserved a larger illustration, I think. From the cover of the forest's edge, you observe the temple, taking in every detail, your eyes scouring every inch of its leprous gray exterior for a way of gaining entry without being detected. Much of the temple is derelict, yet it is still an imposing edifice, especially the squat stone tower which stands intact at its center. Its walls are covered with intricate designs that must have taken centuries to complete. Yet, while you admire the craftsmanship, you find the embellishments wholly repulsive, for they depict and glorify acts of great evil. The ruins are deserted, except for a wide ramp of stone which leads to a pair of huge bronze doors set into the base of the tower. These doors are open, but they are guarded by 2 of Warlord Magnar's Tukadak. Yes, I have a semblance. Finally, I get to use a semblance. I never get to use that. Let's assimilize some shit. I have reached the highest rank possible, yes. I'm way past Grand Guardian. Whilst observing the guards, a bold idea springs to mind. You tell Prag to take a firm grip of your cloak and stay close as you crossed the clearing and approached it within 20 yards of the stone ramp. At this point, you use your discipline of assimilance to summon a fog from out of the frozen ground. That's the first time I've ever used that fog summoning thing. A dense white vapor arises, which quickly envelops the guards before they can take steps to avoid it. Vainly, the 2 Tukadak shout to each other and stab at the mist with their spears, lest an enemy should be poised to attack them. With Prag clinging to your cloak, you slip past the confused guards with ease and make your way into the tower unseen. Why didn't I just kill them by, like, stealth when they didn't see me? Cut a couple throats real fast. Leaving conscious enemies behind. Not usually the best idea. Oh, now we got an illustration. Beyond the doors, you discover a large, echoing hall, lit by a circle of torches which flare dimly in the moist gloom. The atmosphere is saturated with a malevolent power, an evil that is welling up from somewhere deep below ground. Immediately to your right, you see a ladder which ascends to the upper floor of the tower, and to your left there is a wide staircase which leads down. Your senses scream a warning as you approach this staircase and begin to descend. But this time you choose to ignore your trusty instincts. The aura of evil which pervades this place has its source, and you are certain that it is the Doomstone of Dark, the very object you have sworn to destroy. The staircase leads down to a winding, torchlit hallway, which passes through a series of narrow chambers, all empty and derelict. Eventually you come to an iron portal, and you stop for a few moments to examine the intricate engravings that embellish its age-blackened surface. Quickly you realize that the engravings are not mere decorations. They are part of a sophisticated combination lock which holds this door secure. Animus said, I'm sure the guards will just ignore that random fog attack which never happened before and won't sound an alarm. Yeah. They're like, well, I guess it was nothing. Alright. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. That says 15, 14, 12. What is that, 9? And this one has nothing. A host of writhing dragons are entwined above a dial edged with ancient numerals. Each dragon has a number engraved upon its forehead, similar to those numbers which encircle the dial. Your senses inform you that the dragon numbers form a puzzle, and by solving this puzzle you will discover the key to this door. Then, by turning the dial to this key number, the lock will disengage and the door will open. Alright, well let's think about this. One's blank, so maybe the blank one needs to be the number that I need to figure out. 15, 14, 12, I think that's supposed to be a 9. So what would be like the next number in the sequence, or the number that would go with these? I don't know for sure. Let me think. Well, they're not prime numbers, obviously. Oh, wait. This is really obvious, actually. -1, -2, -3. So next should be -4. So it should be the number 5. I think it's the number 5. I think it's the number 5. That's my guess. Let's try it. Yes, I got it. Right, the footnote says you got the right answer. Okay. There is a dull click, and the great iron door swings slowly to reveal a dark chamber constructed entirely of polished black rock. Revealed in the torchlight is a throne of rough-hewn marble, upon which there rest the skeletal remains of a warrior clad in moldering furs. Bare bone gleams dully through a clinging mass of muscle and sinew, now shrunken to an iron-hard texture, and upon its skull there rests a helm of solid gold. Set into the face of this helm is an emerald as large as your fist. It's a Draugr. It's a pretty cool illustration right there. Ancient skeletal king or whatever. This big emerald hat. Prag approaches the throne, tempted by the magnificent emerald, but he halts the moment you warn him that the helm is protected by a magical trap. Plot twist, it's not actually protected by a magical trap. Lone Wolf just wants the gem for himself. You sense that a powerful spell of warding encircles the throne. To touch the crown would activate the spell, thereby unleashing a blast of destructive energy. The thought of being blown to atoms serves to dampen Prag's curiosity, and sheepishly he returns to your side. You give the booby-trapped throne a wide berth, and leave the chamber by a smooth-walled tunnel in the far wall. But you have taken no more than a dozen steps when a chill of premonition, once again we get the chill, runs like a trickle of icy cold water down my spine. Man, my spine feels cold shit on it so much, it must be really used to it. You halt and reach for your weapon. Then a loud voice booms out, destroying the silence. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's that time. It's that time.
Welcome, Lone Wolf. Welcome to your tomb.
Instinctively, you know that it is the voice of Warlord Magnar. Adam says, as a mathematician, it boils my blood they call these puzzles, but these books are for kids, right? I think they are kind of for kids, or young adults. But, you know, as a person who's terrible at math, I think the puzzles hit just the right note. If you have to kind of think about them for a couple minutes, but then it's actually pretty easy to figure out. If they'd made them real puzzles that were actually hard to figure out, most people wouldn't be able to get them, I think. I think they kind of have to be somewhat obvious in order to be figurable, outable by... That's a word, by the way. By most young people. I mean, these are written for originally a British audience, because Joe Deaver was British, and these were originally published in the UK. So, I'm not sure how good the education system is for British kids, or at least back then, as far as mathematics goes. Had to be better than the United States. I'm terrible at math, though. And I know very little about math beyond, like, simple arithmetic and basic algebra. Alright, let's see. Let's go to 280, shall we? Let's face the Warlord. The chilling echo of Magnar's voice is drowned by new sounds, the rattle of chains and the rumble of falling stone. You shout a warning to Prag, and he dives aside only just in time to avoid being crushed by a heavy portcullis. The great stone portal slams down, partitioning the passageway and separating you from the captain. The dust has barely settled when a section of the passage wall slides open behind Prag. Is this where he dies? And a trio of Magnar's Tukodak bodyguards leap out and seize him. Your companion is unarmed, and he is quickly and brutally overpowered. Did they kill him? Anger floods your mind, and you vow to get even with these cruel Dracarum, but they are not impressed by your threat. They are aware of your exceptional skills, yet they feel safe behind the portcullis. With a knife held to Prag's throat, they taunt you and dare you to retaliate. Oh, yes, I'm going to use my bow. This time I'm going to redeem myself after my former failure with the bow. I'm going to redeem myself. I am. Hashtag bow redemption. Here we go. You quickly draw an arrow and take aim through a hole in the portcullis, but the Tukodak cower behind Prag, using him as a human shield. Again, the cruel voice booms out.
Put down your bow, Lone Wolf, or I'll have my guards kill your companion.
It's got the booming echo voice for some reason. And once your anger subsides, you sense that this is no idle threat, and, reluctantly, you obey the command. Oh, come on, don't wuss out, Lone Wolf. Take the shot! Take the shot! When you missed the second time, Prag. Really? Again? Yeah, Anonymous. Oh, no shit, right? Okay. From out of the shadows of the secret passage steps Warlord Magnar. TM. He is a huge man, not much over 6 feet tall, but massively built. His body is sheathed in finely crafted armor. Bespoke, huh? Like what the pigs were wearing? Or not the pigs, it was the dogs that had the bespoke armor yesterday. His body is sheathed in finely crafted armor that fits his frame like a glove, and his features are coarse and foreboding, accentuated by a fresh battle scar which runs diagonally from the top of his red-haired scalp to a point near the lobe of his left ear. That guy's got himself some foreboding features. You don't hear that all the time. Arrogantly, he approaches the portcullis and stares unblinkingly into your eyes.
For a moment you consider attacking him, but your senses detect that he is surrounded by a field of energy so strong that already you feel it leeching your psychic powers. He reaches to a pocket inside his cloak and takes out a large black gemstone, which he holds level with his sneering face. Scarlet veins glow within the depths of this stone, swirling and undulating as if they are alive. Waves of dizziness force you to your knees as the evil power of the Doomstone of Dark washes over you, bleeding you of the strength and will to resist. I have an illustration. Wow, that guy. That fucking guy. Sheathed in some armor. Got the scar. He's got some foreboding fucking features. That's how I would describe his face. Foreboding as a motherfucker. He's holding up the gem like, eh. See, now, if I just took my arrow and shot that fucking gem and destroyed it, he would feel like a dumbass, wouldn't he? Come on. Or bust out the Sommer Sword and shoot the bolt of light thing out of it, and, I mean, I have stuff I could use here. Use my telekinesis. Use Nexus to fucking just jank that thing out of his hand. No, but he's got, like, magical, evil gem force field protecting him or whatever.
I've been waiting for you, lone wolf,
says Magnar with a condescending tone.
I've known your plan ever since my spies told me of your arrival at Vadera. After all, there could be but one reason why the great Grand Master of the Kai would come to Lencia at this time. Yet, as you can see, Grand Master, you are already too late to stop me.
No beard, not scary. Magnar turns to his Tukadak guards and orders them to take Prag away. You try to protest, but you cannot find strength enough to voice the words. The warlord smiles at your weakness.
Know you this, Grand Master. Now that I possess the Stone of Power, nothing can stand in my way. You were the only threat to my victory, but now you're a threat no longer.
Motherfucker, I'm still a threat. Hashtag still a threat. With this, he steps away from the portcullis and turns to follow his guards as they drag Prag into the secret passage.
Farewell,
he says sardonically before disappearing into the portal.
And remember my first words to you. Welcome to your tomb.
I don't accept this as my tomb. With these chilling words echoing in your mind, chilling again, you watch as he disappears into the passage and the wall closes behind him. After all that, defeated by a fucking portcullis. Come on. A few moments after the wall closes, there is a sound like distant thunder. Then a shudder runs through the floor and clumps of dirt begin to fall from cracks in the ceiling. Your strength is returning, but before you can attempt to escape, there is an almighty explosion, and a deluge of rock and damp earth cascades into the passageway. The ceiling and floor are being pulled in opposing directions, and with a grating cry of tortured stone, the heavy portcullis shatters in two. Quickly you crawl beneath a broken section which lies at an angle to the wall, and take cover as countless tons of rock and earth rain down from above. Anonymous says, I'm serious you can't forebode with a baby face. I don't know, maybe you can. He had some stubble going on. No, I'm not going to upgrade to Windows 10. Get off my shit, Microsoft. Man, they pop up with that thing, like, multiple times a day, trying to get me to upgrade to Windows 10. I don't want Windows 10. Don't want it. Happy with Windows 7. When at last the destruction ceases, you find yourself trapped in the narrow triangular space between the heavy portcullis and the wall. Your quick thinking has saved you from physical injury as well as your super keen senses. But as far as you can tell, you are now buried in a collapsed level of the temple, hundreds of feet below the surface. Confident in the knowledge that, at worst, your stamina and Kai skills alone can keep you alive for several days,
You begin the slow and laborious task of digging your way out of this subterranean tomb. Should have stayed in the Hell Swamp, says Noxmoo. Yeah, the Hell Swamp was nice compared to all this. Man, I'm having happy memories of the Hell Swamp. If I could just be in the Hell Swamp and be eating some boiled beets, I'd be set. I'd be set. There's the hourglass again, just because. For 15 days... For what? For 15 days, you tunnel through a solid wall of earth and broken rock, using your weapons and bare hands, sustained all the while by little more than your indefatigable spirit and will to survive. See, that's some Kai shit. If he can survive for 15 days with no water... I mean, no food is no big deal. Practically anybody. Unless you're really old or infirm, or really, really young, or really, really skinny and malnourished already, practically anybody can survive for 15 days without food. But 15 days without water is basically impossible, I think, for a normal person. So, it is impossible. It's not basically impossible. It is impossible. But for a lone wolf, though, he's a Kai, so he just says, fuck it. Tunneling through a solid wall for 15 days. That's crazy. Animus says, you joke, but boiled sweet beets with sour cream are delicious as fuck. Well, you know, I've never tried that particular dish, and I might enjoy it, actually. It could be good. We are half water, after all. Yeah. Anytime I've ever had beets, they were just plain beets. Like, just with nothing added to them or on them. So, and probably anytime I've had beets, they were probably overcooked to some extent. In fact, my experiences with beets have been in some very dodgy, like, culinary quality situations, so maybe if somebody who really knew how to fucking cook beets in something really good cooked some beets, I'd probably like them. Try borscht sometime? Yeah, I've never tried that. I don't even know what that is exactly. I've heard of it. Heard of it, of course, but I don't really know what it is exactly. You were near to giving up when, midway through the 16th day of your internment, you suddenly break through into a passageway that is free of debris. Weak but alive, you drag yourself into this empty tunnel and collapse on the damp, fungi-covered floor. Reduce your current endurance points to 15. Ouch, that's brutal. Erase any meals you may have been carrying. What? 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 No! This is no bueno right now. Erase any potions of Lomspur and or Alether. Given the extreme situation, you should probably erase all healing and strength potions and related items from your action chart, even those not listed here. Edie, Larnuma. That would probably apply to my Adgana leaves as well. Damn! Damn! Losing those... I mean, the Lomspur potions are okay. They're useful, but the potion of Alether sometimes could be a real lifesaver. Oh, and I guess I'm going to have to lose the Adgana leaves as well. I probably should. Alright, well I just got my inventory gutted. Gutted. All those potions gone. And my endurance is in a bad way too. Alright, continue to turn to 239. Well, now that I'm out of there, I'll start healing up. Many hours pass before you regain consciousness. and although your terrible ordeal has left you physically weakened, your mind is still as sharp and resolute as ever. You are determined to find a route to the surface and continue your quest, for even though Magnar now has Captain Prag and the Doomstone of Dark, there may yet be a way you can defeat him. Before he entombed you in the passage, he admitted that you alone posed a threat to his quest for victory over Lencia. Now that he thinks you dead and buried, you feel sure you can turn this to your advantage. Anima says, on the bright side, you still have your blanket, so you don't have to starve on cold stone. Ha! Good call. Still have the blanket. Unless you possess the Kai Grandmaster skill of Subterranean Hunt Mastery. Right? Yeah. Trapped inside a closed underground temple choked with rubble that has no animals or anything in it. You stagger to your feet and peer along the gloomy passageway in either direction, east and west. See, and here I thought we had reached the end. This is one of those little, where they trick you. Where you think you've reached the end, you're like, oh, we're to the temple, and oh, this is where the guy is. And then they're like, nope, book's not done. Adventure continues, motherfucker. You are anxious to pursue a route that will lead you quickly to the surface, and when you detect cold, damp air wafting from the west, you hurry this way. But you are soon disappointed. The passageway ends abruptly at the edge of a vast chasm, formed by the same destructive powers which buried you alive. At the bottom of this great fissure is a river of black water, and high above you glimpse a few rays of winter daylight filtering through a tiny rent in the darkness. It looks so far distant that you abandon any thought of reaching it from here, and return along the passageway. Emma says there are probably worms. Nah, it's a lie. Worms are close to the surface. Plus, it's not like we're under dirt here. We're in a worked stone built facility. You know, so like the actual earth that worms are in wouldn't be. Of course, once the whole earthquake thing happened, then who knows? But a few hundred yards beyond where you emerge, you discover an octagonal chamber that is bathed by an eerie green light. This light is emitted by fungi which blanket the walls and ceiling and illuminate a strange circular door that has an octagonal lock. Lone Wolf starts eating fungi in 5. You have been in the chamber for no more than a few seconds when your senses detect something is wrong. Invisible fumes are rising from the fungi, which in your weakened state are making you feel dizzy and nauseous. And I don't have Grand Nexus. I almost took it this time, but I took Kai Screen instead, which has been completely useless in this book. Completely useless. Temple worms? Yeah, sometimes you got temple worms, of course. Everybody knows that. No, I don't have Grand Nexus. You feel yourself awakening. All you wish for is to sleep. What? You feel yourself awakening? Doesn't seem like it's the right word for all you wish for is sleep. But your senses warn you that my super keen senses, by the way, warn you that to fall asleep here could prove fatal. You know you must do something, and quickly, if you are to avoid unconsciousness. These things are like putting out carbon monoxide, basically. If you possess some ether or some subito, no. And if I had some, it would be gone from the other thing. If you possess neither of these substances, turn to 233. Okay. This is gonna go well. Oh, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Fearful of what may happen if you stay in this chamber any longer, you retrace your steps and make your way swiftly to the place where you first emerged from the collapsed passage. You pause here to catch your breath. Then you continue along the tunnel, until, once more, you find yourself standing at the edge of the chasm. You scan this vast and dismal fissure, hoping to find a means of escape from this grim subterranean prison. I do have a rope. I got a rope. And a blanket, which is kind of like another rope. I don't have Kai Alchemy. I don't have anything you want me to have, book. Side screen doesn't stop bullets. Side screen also doesn't stop death by dehydration. Side screen also doesn't stop falling into a great chasm and dying either. After several minutes spent surveying the gloomy chasm, you note two promising features. One is situated 50 feet or so directly above your head. At first, it merely looks like a narrow ledge of rock with a gray semicircular shadow poised above it. But when you look closely, you see that it is the mouth of a passageway. The second feature lies far below you. It is a large brick-lined tunnel situated at the eastern edge of the chasm floor, through which the waters of the dark river flow away. This too may offer a way out of this subterranean prison. Well, here's the deal. I've gone 15 days without water. Like, going down there, I don't care what the fuck is in that water. I will drink that fucking water. I need to get down there to the dark river, I think. Seems like the best idea. Normally I would avoid water and go the other way, but because Lone Wolf has gone 15 days without water... Kai screen protects you from skin cancer, though. Yeah. If your Kai screen has enough SPF, you gotta get the high SPF Kai screen. And you gotta get the waterproof kind that won't wash off when you're in the water, of course. Alright. Turn to 193. Heal up to 20. You begin the descent and soon discover that the rough chasm wall makes for an ideal climbing surface. With confidence, you descend towards the river, but you are almost caught unawares when you reach a section of the chasm wall which is treacherous in the extreme. It is smooth, dry, and crumbly, making it suddenly impossible for you to find safe purchase for your toes and fingers. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have Grand Mastery, add 2. If you have a rope, add 1. If you're Grand Guardian or better, add 1. I'm surprised a rope doesn't give you more than that. 2, 3... I get to add all those numbers, so I get to add 4. This is where I rolled another 0. God damn it! Why? 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 I just said that and then it happened. I just rolled a 0. Again. Again. Okay. Let's go to the you fucking fall and get hurt a whole bunch passage. Damn it. All I needed to roll was a 3. I needed to roll a 3 or higher out of 9, and all I got was a 0. Oh! Remember how earlier I was like, I haven't died in this book. I haven't died. I haven't died. Oh, I haven't died in this book. Well, here we go. You have almost overcome this treacherous section of the chasm wall when a sudden slip ends in disaster. You are stretching to reach an outcrop of rock with your left hand when the powdery wall gives way beneath the toe of your left boot. You try to recover, but it is too late. You slip sideways and topple headfirst into the chasm, where you land amongst the boulders and debris embedded into the riverbank. Death is instantaneous. Tragically, your life and your quest end here in the deepest reaches of the Temple of Anta. So, on Lone Wolf's tombstone, an epitaph is inscribed. It says, Kai screen doesn't stop gravity. Oh no. Alright, well we go back and we try it again. Another 0! So that's 2 deaths in this book. And we try it again. And a 6, and that's enough. So I've died twice in this book. I thought I was going to make it through one without dying. I was so excited. I was like, yeah, I'm going to get through one without dying. And be all like, ooh, this hasn't happened since book 3. But, nope. I died. Despite the treacherous surface, your consummate climbing skills and natural grace of movement ensure that you do not falter for a moment. You clear this section of the chasm wall and reach the base safely. I think having a rope, which I do, should make it fucking impossible to fall to your death there, but hey. Whatever. Upon reaching the base of the chasm, you discover the ground to be slick with black, foul-smelling mud. Okay, I'm less excited about this water now. It is peppered with broken slabs of rock, veined marble, and other temple debris which have fallen from the many sundered levels above. You wade through this ankle-deep slime, following the course of the river as it rushes towards the brick-lined tunnel at a frightful speed. Okay, if the water's rushing that fast, then it's okay to drink. I mean, it can still have bacteria and shit in it, but whatever. I can use my healing thing to get rid of toxins and stuff. It should be fine to drink. The fast-moving water. So, I'm drinking some water. Just announcing that, in case anybody cares. When you reach the tunnel entrance, to your relief, you discover a solid stone walkway which runs parallel to the roaring water. From the roof of this echoing tunnel hang vast, bloated domes of stinking fungi which give off a gray-green radiance. It is unwelcoming light, an illumination born of decay. Oh, that nasty fungi again that puts out the carbon monoxide. You have taken a few hundred paces along the stone walkway when you are confronted by a massive iron grill. Why is that grill all up in my grill? That wasn't very funny. It stretches across the entire width of the tunnel and prevents you from continuing further in this direction. Nearby, a heavy chain hangs from a hole in the arched ceiling. Upon closer investigation, you discover that it operates a concealed winch, which raises and lowers the grill, like the portcullis of a castle. You are about to haul the chain and raise the grill when suddenly you hear a beast-like roar echoing along the tunnel, louder than the rushing water. You sense danger, something is approaching. You release the chain and spin around, your hand reaching instinctively to your weapon, but you are frozen immobile by the terrible sight of the creature that is now moving along the walkway towards you. Well, that's not good. My health is pretty fucking low to be getting into any kind of real fight, so hopefully this thing's not too tough. And once again, this book's hitting me up for animal mastery, and I don't have it. I don't have it. A tunnel stalker. From out of the gray-green gloom comes a lumbering hulk that fixes you with his hungry scarlet eyes. The beast is covered with a vile fur which glistens in the eerie light of the tunnel. Its long, sinewy arms are outstretched, and in both of its huge hands there are chunks of dagger-like flint. Oh, it's using weapons. Its distended belly skims the walkway as it stalks closer, and a brown, gluey saliva runs freely from its fanged lower jaw. With the grill at your back, preventing your escape, you draw your weapon and get ready to defend yourself from this nightmarish creature. Talking about grills, have you found a waifu on your travels? No. No. Nothing like that. Lone Wolf has experienced absolutely nothing that's even remotely hints of romance. I think he's got a little something going on with Baindon, because, I mean, he never even hits on anybody. Alright. Here we go. We can win this. It's okay. I mean, it is a little harder. Hey, this one though I'll use Mind Blast on because I actually need to. So I'm gonna take. I don't remember whose suggestion it was. Somebody suggested to me, I think on one of my YouTube comments, that when I do Mind Blast, instead of adjusting my thing here, and then adjusting it back, all I actually have to do is subtract 3 from the enemy's combat skill, and it does the exact same thing mathematically. So, I'm going to do that. And, alright, let's do this. And that gives me exactly 11 points, which is the max, so this actually should be no problem. I might even one-shot it. Round 1, 22-48, go. I lost 0, he lost 18, that's great. 22 and 30, go. I lost 0, he lost all the rest. Dead. Now here's the deal. This thing sounds like a mammal to me. And I'm thinking Lone Wolf hasn't eaten in 15 days. He's about to eat some fucking Tunnel Stalker. Tunnel Stalker is what's for dinner. Tunnel Stalker is the other white meat, okay? We's about to eat us some Tunnel Stalker right now. You strike your killing blow and send the creature tumbling off the walkway into the rushing black... No! That's meat! Into the rushing black waters of the subterranean river. It surfaces for a brief moment, its arms flailing wildly. Then it disappears forever beneath the swirling foam. So, Lone Wolf found some food and he let it get away. Fucking Grand Hunt Mastery my ass. Anonymous says, which also makes sense since Mind Blast weakens the opponent and doesn't empower you. Yeah, right? It does make sense. Tunnel Stalker's rule, was that just a Fallout 3 reference right there? Did you just make a Fallout 3 joke? Confident in your victory, you sheathe your weapon and take hold of the heavy winch chain. You pull it to raise the grill a few feet off the walkway, just high enough for you to duck under the rusty bars. Then you continue along the tunnel at a brisk pace. After a few hundred yards, the tunnel turns to the south. At this point, you discover a flight of slimy steps that ascend from the walkway towards a darkened arch. So it's not sewage, is it? No, it's not sewage. We're not underneath a city or anything. We're underneath an old, abandoned, ancient temple. There's nobody that would have been using this as a sewer anytime, you know, recently. Flight of slimy steps sound dangerous and good. Lone Wolf dies from, like, twisting his ankle. That'd be embarrassing. Alright. I'm going to ascend some steps. I'm going to ascend some steps. And not continue along the tunnel. Tunnel Stalkers rule. Okay. The slime-smeared steps are narrow and steep and seem to go on forever. You ascend, settling into a steady climbing rhythm, and after a long while you come to a rot-infested door on which your fumbling fingers discover a corroded metal latch. It opens into a dim and lofty chamber, vaulted by massive pillars of marble which are slick with moisture. The ground is carpeted with mottled green fungi, some specimens standing even taller than yourself, and the humid air is thick with spores. Yum? Time to eat some mushrooms? Slowly you make your way across the chamber to an archway which is flanked by stone pillars, carved to resemble two huge open books. Around the base of these book-like pillars, you notice several clumps of fleshy fungi which you recognize at once. They are called Fluoroa, and they are very nutritious. Eagerly you pick and swallow a handful of these Fluoroa. Restore 3 endurance points. Yes. Before leaving this chamber. If you wish to take some of this fungi with you, record a single dose on your action chart as a backpack item. Consuming this at a later time will restore 3 endurance points. Okay. Fluoroa. Fungi. Fungus. Heals 3 and... Boop. Alright. Continue, turn to 333, 30, 333. No, 33. 333. You exit this chamber by the archway, and discover yet another flight of stairs awaiting you. At first you bemoan the thought of another long and weary climb, but then you detect something which quickly changes your mind. You can smell clean, fresh air descending this stairwell. Noxmu says, nom all the Fluoroa. I know, right? So much Fluoroa. With your Kai Pac-Man skill. Can imagine that shit. You hurry up the stairs, spurred on by the wintry chill which grows steadily colder as you ascend. You count 100 steps before you arrive at a small chamber which is heaped with rubble. Its only door is blocked by debris and huge slabs of shattered marble, making an immediate exit impossible. But it is not the door which commands your attention. It is a narrow circular shaft which is set into the middle of the ceiling. It is the source of the cold, wintry draft. Expectantly, you step closer and investigate this shaft.
For the most part, it is dark, but you can see glimmers of gray daylight far above, and you can hear the whistling of the wind. But you can also hear another sound, one that is quite unexpected. It is a buzzing insectile noise. You focus upon the darkness, and suddenly you see that the noise comes from nests of winged insects which are fixed along the inside of the shaft. Well, that's not good. I was thinking about, like, I could climb up out of here like fucking Batman coming out of the Lazarus pit in fucking... in whichever one of those movies it was. The Dark Knight something. The Dark Knight Returns, or The Dark Knight Does Something. I don't remember. Maybe it's just called The Dark Knight? I don't remember. The one with Bane. The third movie. The one with Bane. What's it called? Whatever. In that movie. When he climbs out of the Lazarus pit. I was thinking of that. But a bunch of fucking nests of crazy, like, death wasps or whatever these are, that kind of changes my plan a lot. I do have Grand Passmanship and I'm a Sun Knight, so that's good. That's good. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me use my super keen senses for something. You stand directly below the shaft and focus your Kai power on the basket-sized nests that are fixed along its walls. The incessant buzzing grows steadily louder. Then several lines of large wasp-like insects emerge from the nests and escape towards the sky at the top of the shaft. That's what it is. Remember in the beginning, I don't think anybody was here during this part, but where I read about my new power for Sun Knight is it said I could repel insects. And I'm like, oh, that'd be useful. I get to use the repel insects thing. I forgot about that until right this moment. Driven away by your mental command, when you feel sure that the nests are empty, you reach up and take a grip of the rough brick which lines the shaft. It offers good purchase for your fingers and toes, enabling you to climb past the nests and reach the top of the shaft in a matter of minutes. Deshi Deshi Basara Basara Deshi Deshi Basara Basara. Is that what they chanted in that movie? Turn to 300. Nice. From the top of the shaft, you look out across the sprawling ruins of Anta. You have emerged upon the flat roof of a moldering stone crypt, situated a few hundred yards from the tower by which you first entered the subterranean temple. A chill wind howls in the surrounding trees, and overhead the darkening winter sky warns that night is fast approaching. Steal their honey? Oh yeah, if they had honey, I'd be eating up some honey for real. I mean, it must be really nice to get out here outside again after being trapped underground for 15 days. Seriously, life is good right now. The ruins are completely deserted. The undisturbed blanket of snow which lies thick upon the ground, hiding all tracks, sorely reminds you that 15 precious days have elapsed since your internment. You think of Captain Prag and wonder if he is still alive. He's not. And an empty feeling gnaws at your stomach when you pause to consider the fate which may have befallen him and his Lencian countrymen now that Magnar is in possession of the Doomstone. You are fearful, but you are not entirely without hope. Magnar believes you to be dead. It is a belief that you could use to your advantage. After all, by his own admission, did he not say that you were the only threat to his victory? Carefully you descend from the roof of the crypt and make your way through the forest to where, 2 weeks earlier, Magnar's Tukadak guards were encamped. In this clearing there are no visible remains of their campsite, but diligently you sift through the ankle-deep snow, looking for clues to where they may have gone. Not entirely without hope, unless a gallows is built. Yeah. It's his worst fear. He has gallows phobia. Actually, they didn't even build a gallows. They just built a wooden platform. That's it. And his worst fears, immediately. Wooden platform. Worst fears. He's got stage fright. Alright, so... Grand Passmanship, go. I have it. I have it. I have it. Aided by your Kai skills, you uncover some tracks frozen beneath the snow. They were made by horses and wagons and are a little over a week old.
There are far more than you expected to find here, and you can tell at once that they were not all made by Magnar's entourage. Before he left this site and headed west, he was joined by several hundred reinforcements. During your search, you also discover some scraps of food, which you eat immediately. Restore 3 endurance points. Nice. Having satisfied your curiosity and your rumbling stomach, you decide to leave the campsite and follow the tracks westward. Animal Mastery. Do not have it. But, man, they have asked for Animal Mastery like 4 times in this book. And I don't have it. It's the new Kai screen. You know how many times they've asked for Kai screen? 0. Big fat goose egg. Alright. Let's go to 131. With mixed feelings, you begin your trek through the forest. You are still hopeful of defeating Magnar, but you are less than enthusiastic about the prospect of having to foot slog more than 250 miles in order to reach Darke, the city where you are most likely to find your sworn enemy. See, that's what I thought in the beginning, was I was going to have to do some long-ass journey like that through the Hell Swamp, but it didn't turn out that way. Let's, it's time to consult the map again. Looking at the map again. Book cover, go away for a second. Alright, here we go. We've got... Where were we? Where were we? Well, the place where we were isn't actually marked on the map. Anta. We're up here in the Tozas Forest, though, somewhere. And we've got to get all the way down to Darke. Through, like, a war zone. So that's great. Random number time. Here we go. I got a 5. Hopefully that's not bad. Stoically, you begin the difficult trek westwards through this dense timberland, following the tracks left behind by Magnar's troops. At dusk, you reach the forest's edge and stare out across an open expanse of bare, snow-covered plain. There is no cover to be had here, but at least the approaching darkness will help keep you hidden from hostile eyes. As you emerge from the trees, by chance you notice something half buried in the undergrowth. A closer look reveals it to be a large Drakarim backpack. You flip open the buckles to search it and discover it contains the following items. A bow, 2 arrows, enough food for 2 meals, a potion of Alather, yes. A bottle of wine and a bowstring. A bowstring? What, I wonder if that's an educated bowstring. Has that bowstring been taught? Alright, we're gonna refresh our arrows to 6. We're gonna take that potion of Alather for really real. That replaces the one I lost, so that's happy times. We're gonna take that extra bowstring because maybe our bowstring will break and we'll need an extra one. We're going to take the bottle of wine because we've found several bottles of wine in our journey and there's never been any use for a bottle of wine, but I always think there's going to be. And we will also take 2 meals. That'll complete our 10 items that we can carry. In case somebody else needs a meal, which never ever happened out of 14 books and finally did when I didn't have a meal. Damn it. Alright. Continuing my trek. Layers of heavy snow clouds blanket the moon, and dusk quickly fades to a darkness which is total. Yet, using your Magna Chi night vision, you experience no difficulties as you follow Magnar's tracks across the open plain. Shortly before midnight, you come to the banks of the River Shug, close to a small cluster of log huts which are grouped around a derelict ferry post. Your enemy's weak old tracks lead you to the center of this deserted settlement. River Shug. Loving it. The tracks end at a wooden jetty, which juts precariously into the deep, fast-flowing waters of the River Shug. Carefully, you examine the ground around this landing area, and aided by your exceptional tracking skills, you make two important discoveries. You deduce that Magnar and his troops boarded a barge here and headed downstream towards Darke. Also, you discover that this area was used as a mustering place for a second, far larger unit of troops. Doomwolf droppings and a Giak tooth hint at the identity of these troops, but your suspicions are confirmed when you find a bronze belt buckle, which is engraved with the symbol of a fortress and a full moon. It is the symbol of the old Dark Lord city fortress of Kagorst. It confirms your fears that Magnar has at last persuaded Kagorst to join his cause. Uh-oh, he's got Kagorst in his corner. So there's the belt buckle thing I found. Cool. Nano says the second bowstring, so yours has a peer for deep conversations. Yeah, they can converse about philosophical matters. Compare their alma maters and such and see which one of them went to a better school. You were tired after your long trek. Rather than attempt to go any further, you decide instead to rest here in one of the empty cabins overnight and continue your journey at dawn. Do you know what would be really helpful right now? Hold on. Just hold the fuck on. Do you know what would be really helpful right now? Let's say I brought the map back up again. Yeah, let's say I did. Now, do you remember when we came up here to about here or so in a boat and we destroyed that boat for no fucking reason? See, I could have come back down here and got back on my boat and taken the boat back through here and gotten to Darke way faster on the boat, I think, than walking all the fucking way. But now that I'm here by the River Shug, I should find another boat and take a boat down the river. That'll be a lot faster than walking there. That's what I should do. Even though normally I avoid boats because they're always a bad idea. The moon over a castle picture reminded him of that faithful grade school play. He couldn't deal with stages and women ever since. Yeah, for real. A wooden platform. It's his greatest fear. In fairness, Lone Wolf hasn't met very many women. Like, very, very, very few women have been met anywhere in the books. And the ones he did meet, he only met, like, in passing for a pretty short little encounter, I think. Unless I'm forgetting. I could be forgetting somebody, but... You awake at first light and make a search of all the cabins, but they have either been despoiled by Giaks or stripped bare, and you discover nothing of practical use. However, you do uncover enough scraps of food preserved by the cold to make quite a decent breakfast. Restore 3 endurance. Yay! After your meal, you gather together your equipment and set off along the riverbank, heading west. The surrounding landscape is a harsh black and white desolation, devoid of all color. The bleakness is deepened by the constant moaning wind and the occasional cawing of distant carrion crows. 5 miles downstream, you happen upon a hut at the edge of the river. You are expecting it to be empty, like the others at the ferry stage, and so it comes as a welcome surprise to find it contains a rowboat and a pair of oars, both in good condition. Now we're talking. Heartened by your discovery, you launch the boat into the water and begin your voyage towards Darke. Random number time. Got a 5. Yay! That's probably the better result this time. The journey downstream is swift and easy. The icy river cuts a direct path across the frozen plain before it wends its way through an expanse of low, rolling hills, blackened and scarred by war. Ruined hovels smolder on the horizon, and scores of snow-covered corpses, human and otherwise, lie where they died, in a running battle that is swept like wildfire across this land. Shortly after midday, you see something in the distance that sets your nerves on edge. It is a group of figures, huddled together on the riverbank. You magnify your vision and identify them to be Drakarim,
possibly deserters from Magnar's army, who are attempting to catch fish from the river. I can hide in the bottom of the boat, let the current carry me past them, or I can row with the current so that you'll pass by the enemy soldiers as quickly as possible. I'm thinking hide. Thinking we hide. I mean, if there was another option, which was land on their side of the river and kill those fuckers, I would choose that. But I think we'll go for the hide thing. I don't want them shooting arrows and shit at me while I'm trying to row a boat. Okay, we're going to 108. You flatten yourself against the bottom of the rowboat and listen to the gruff voices of the Dracarum as you draw closer to their position. You hear splashes, then suddenly there is a loud thud and the rusty tip of an arrow punches its way through the side of the boat, stopping barely inches in front of your face. You hear the enemy's coarse laughter and you realize that they are simply using your boat for a spot of target practice. They are unaware that you are hiding inside. As you drift past them, they rapidly lose interest in your craft. They put down their bows, pick up their makeshift fishing lines, and resume their efforts to catch themselves something to stave off their hunger. Alright, that went okay. That went okay. It is late afternoon when you catch sight of a town on the horizon. You check your map and discover it to be Konazad, a fortified Dracarum stronghold. As the river carries you closer, you magnify your vision and see that it is built upon the left bank of the Shug. A huge stone bridge spans the river, and beneath this, you see that the waterway is blocked by a barrier of chained logs. Uh-oh, that's not good. Anonymous says, let's hope they don't randomly murder boats like your guide. Suddenly, while you're sailing in the boat. I can't remember his name now. I've already forgotten the guide's name. I've already forgotten him. He's just been kidnapped a little while ago, and I've already forgotten he exists. Like, whatever the fuck his name was. He jumps out and destroys the boat because he likes to kill boats. That joke fell the fuck apart. It was gonna be really funny though, but I fucked it up. Allow my boat to drift towards this barrier? No. No, that's a terrible idea. Put ashore and continue on foot. That's also a terrible idea. I don't like either of these solutions. Alright, I'm gonna continue on foot. You steer the boat towards the riverbank, and as soon as the prow embeds itself in the mud, you disembark and make your way quickly towards two lines of ramshackle huts which are standing near the water's edge. A narrow alley separates these hovels, and it is from here that you observe the town's defenses and try to assess how many Dracarum are stationed within this stronghold. The town itself comprises a sorry collection of battle-damaged buildings, ringed by a perimeter wall of logs which is shored up in many places. Several long and bitter battles have been fought here over the past year, and everywhere you look the vivid scars of war are plain to see. The town is strangely quiet, and it appears to be weakly protected. The Dracarum garrison are few in number, and those that you have seen so far appear to be either young, old, or walking wounded. Anonymous says, to be fair, you spent 2 weeks underground. I would probably forget my name. Yeah, that's true. Well, shit, if I spent 2 weeks doing anything, I forget everything that was from 2 weeks ago. So, you know. Night is beginning to draw in. The Dracarum are lighting the torches which line the perimeter wall, and a change of guard is taking place at the main gate. You are considering leaving this town and continuing on your way towards Dark, when suddenly you see something which makes you change your mind. Dun dun dun! Mini cliffhanger. Let's see what happens. A ragged line of Lencian prisoners are crossing the stone bridge, escorted by a dozen Dracarum armed with crossbows and spears. The main gates swing open to admit them, and as the Lencians file through, with their heads bowed in defeat, you see that the central square of this town has been turned into a large prisoner of war compound. It is patrolled by a crude fence of wire. No. It is enclosed by a crude fence of wire and sharpened stakes, which is patrolled by sentries and Akataz war dogs. From what little you can see, you estimate at least 200 Lencians are being held captive here. The conditions are shocking. The men are being kept out in the open, without shelter or heat of any kind, and judging by the state of those already here, it looks as if the Dracarum are purposefully starving them to death. Your shock soon turns to anger, and you vow to do something to help these prisoners. But before you can think through a plan of action, your Kai senses warn you of approaching footsteps. 2 of the Dracarum escort have slipped away from the line, and they are now walking briskly towards the alleyway. One has a large canvas sack slung over his shoulder, and as they draw closer, you are forced to take cover in a shadowy doorway to avoid being seen. Pick a number, add 3 if you have a semblance. Fuck you. If I have a semblance, I should just get to succeed, but whatever. Watch, here's where I roll. No, I can't say it. Last time I said it and it happened. No, I'm going to roll really good. It's going to be great. Hey, I rolled 9. I rolled the max thing you can roll. That's awesome. I've actually rolled 9 like 3 or 4 times in this book and rolled 0 2 or 3 times. So I roll a lot of the extreme numbers, apparently. Alright, 5 or more. Here we go. The 2 escorts enter the alleyway, and, although you are less than 10 feet away from them, they fail to see you hiding in the shadowy doorway. You watch as they open the sack and proceed to pick over and divide its contents. It is filled with the spoils of battle, items of value which they have taken from prisoners or stolen from the dead. They laugh greedily until they hear the gruff shouts of their sergeant who is standing at the main gates, shouting out their names. Quickly they hide their booty in a hole beneath an empty horse trough. Then they leave the alleyway and hurry back to the town. I'm going to uncover the hiding place and search the sack. I got to see what the sack value of this is. Pseudo-Optionum isn't here, but was it Pseudo-Optionum that was making the jokes about the sack value when I was playing Total War Warhammer yesterday? Maybe. Somebody was. Sack value. Alright, let's check this sack out. I've had $1 for every time I said that. Then I would have $1 now, as of now. Okay. Ooh, I found stuff. You uncover the sack and sift through its contents. Gleaming in the dim light, you see a mass of coins, silver plates, and candlesticks, jewelry, and all manner of precious and semi-precious stones. There are countless gold teeth, pulled no doubt from the mouths of fallen Lencian knights, that's ghoulish, and scores of trinkets and other mementos taken from less noble corpses. One item you sense possesses magical properties. You pull it out, and on closer inspection, you discover it to be a polished Jaden amulet, which is fixed to a gold neck chain. If you decide to keep this Jaden amulet, recorded on your action chart as a special item, which you wear around your neck. It adds +1 to your score should you be instructed to pick a number from the random number table when trying to avoid normal missiles aimed at you. That is very specific. Alright, well, of course I'm gonna take it. Duh. Add 1 to random number. This one versus missiles. I'll probably totally forget about that. Jaden amulet. Sounds trademarked. Okay. So I'm keeping it. Having replaced the sack in its hole, you draw your cloak about you and approach the main gates. The guards are busy admitting the latest batch of prisoners. and, helped by your camouflage skills, they do not give you a second glance as you stride confidently into the town. Once inside, you head towards a dark, deserted alleyway which is sandwiched between a stables and an armory. From here, you observe the compound with a growing anger and pity for those trapped inside. Stirred by their plight, you vow to help these starving men. Patiently you watch and wait for the patrols to pass. Then you scurry towards the compound fence to make contact with the Lencians. Yeah, what am I going to do here to free these people? Noxmoo says, also add +5 to the endurance score resulting after being entombed for longer than 10 days. Yeah, it'd be great that you find an item that helps with that after it happened, right? That's pretty much par for the fucking course. Alright, let's make some contact with some Lencians, shall we? Huddled together in a corner of the compound, away from the other prisoners, is a small group of men-at-arms. The fronts of their tattered blue coats bear the emblem of a crown set above the crest of Vadera, identifying them to be of the same regiment, the Imperial Vadera Guard, one of Lencia's finest. Using your Magna Chi skills to avoid detection, you make your way to the fence and try to attract their attention. One of their number, a captain, sees you and is immediately suspicious. You signal to him to come closer, and, reluctantly at first, he crawls towards the fence. Here we have... Wow, they're looking rough back there. Crawls towards the fence. Here's the crazy-looking fence. That is a weird-looking fence. Really weird. Okay.
You're not Jakara Malencian. Who are you? What do you want?
He hisses through cracked lips that are blue with hunger and cold.
Is this another Drakarum trick? Designed to torment us?
This is no trick, you whisper in reply, trying hard to reassure him. I'm an ally in the service of your king. I want to help you and your men to escape. He holds you with his steely gray eyes and slowly shakes his head.
It's too late to help us,
he says, sadly.
We're too weak to resist. Some have tried and they've all died in the jaws of the dogs. No, you save yourself, stranger. Forget us.
But if you stay here, you'll starve to death, you retort. Surely it's better to die fighting than waste away. The garrison here is small, barely 40 in number. I could cause a diversion and draw their dogs away. Your men may be weakened, but still they outnumber the enemy 5 times over. For Ashir's sake, man, have you lost the will to live? The Lencian captain glances over his shoulder at his starving comrades, and when he turns to face you once more, you see a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. As long as they don't build a stage or platform of any kind, we can do this, guys.
All of these men have been more than a week without food or shelter. Many have died, many are near to death. I fear they're too weak to fight an enemy who has food in his belly and a sword in his hand. Perhaps, if we had weapons...
If you do as I say, you'll have weapons enough to pluck this town from under their very noses, you reply earnestly. The Lencian narrows his eyes, and for a moment the trace of a smile softens his gaunt features.
Very well, stranger. Tell me your plan.
I'll tell you my fucking plan, and I'll restore myself back up to full. I'll prepare a diversion. When the guards and their dogs are drawn away from the perimeter fence, you must act quickly. You and your men must storm the gates. Once you are free, make your way to the armory with all haste. You'll find your weapons there. That is a really shitty plan. That plan sucks. That plan sucks. That is the simplest. That's like a plan that a fucking 12-year-old would come up with.
That's all very well, replies the captain skeptically. But how do you propose we get into the armory? It's the most secure building in the town.
Don't worry about that, you say with confidence. I shall be inside, waiting to let you in. For a few moments the captain considers your plan in silence. Then, with a nod, he finally agrees.
Very well, so be it. I'll pass the word.
You watch as he returns to his men. Then you leave the fence and retrace your steps to the darkened alleyway. There are so many things that could go wrong with this. So many things. There's no way this is going to succeed. The only way this possibly succeeds is because of Lone Wolf's, like, protagonist good luck. Because he's the hero, shit goes his way. Turn to 305. Time to drown this town full of kids, elders, and cripples in blood. Right? Oh boy, here we go. This is where I get a bunch of people killed. When the coast is clear, you enter the stables and set a fire in the straw loft. Then, as you are leaving, you open each of the stalls so that the horses will be able to escape once the fire has taken hold. On returning to the alleyway, you run to the rear of the armory building and locate a window through which you can force an entry. It is shuttered and barred, but aided by your innate Kai skills, you are able to break it open. Unfortunately, the noise of your forced entry alerts the 2 Dracarum who are on guard inside the building, and as you are squeezing through the narrow window, they attack you with their black-bladed swords. Unless you possess the discipline of grand pathsmanship, I do. Reduce your combat skill by 3 for the first round of this combat. Whatevs. Noxmoo, plan B. I'll entomb you and you can dig yourself out into the armory. Oh boy. Wow, this is gonna go so well. Okay, so 32 combat skill, 40 endurance. I'm about to wreck up on. I've got enough of a bonus on him that I don't need to bother with Mind Blast. So here we go, 50, 40. Let's one shot. Let's go. That's not a one shot, but it's still a decent 12, and I lost 2. 48, 28. There we go. There's a one shot. I mean, the rest of the way. Alright, so I lost 2 there. I can live with that. Win this combat. Start healing. As you step away from the dead guards, you hear shouts of alarm outside the building. The roof of the stables has just erupted into a sheet of flame. The garrison is thrown into a state of near panic as it tries to fight the fire and contain the horses which are stampeding through the streets. You run the length of the armory and hurriedly lift the massive drawbar which holds the main doors closed. Outside, you see the perimeter guards are abandoning their posts in order to fight the fire now raging through the stables. The Lencians are on their feet. They are grouped by the entrance to the compound, and as the last of the guards leaves, they rush forward and barge open the gates. Led by the captain, they come streaming across the flagstoned square towards the armory, sweeping aside any Dracarum foolish enough to try and turn this vengeful tide. With a cheer, they pour into the armory and equip themselves with weapons from its many racks of spears and swords. "Let's take this town!" shouts the captain, and amid stirring battle cries of "Lencia! And for the house of Sardak!" the starving Lencians set off to obey his command. You try to reach the captain, whose name you learn is Shara. I'm going to forget that immediately. Don't even bother to tell me your name. But before you reach him, you are swept out into the street and carried along by this crowd of battle-hungry soldiers. Alright, cool. They got armed. Here's the deal. Pro tip, guys, as far as creating prisons or prisoner of war camps where you're trying to hold a bunch of people. Do not create enclosures for them that they can just push their way out of because they feel like it. If they have gates that the people can just barge open, quote-unquote, you have failed in your job as a fucking correctional officer. Do not just put them behind some, like, barbed wire and call it a day. Gotta build something that they can't barge their way out of. God, learn to imprison. Learn to imprison. The fight for control of Khanazad is swift and bloody. Within the hour, the town is under Lencian control, its Dracarum garrison having been put mercilessly to the sword. However, not all of the enemy perish in the battle. To Captain Shara's dismay, several manage to escape across the river and flee to the west on horseback. He is anxious that they may return with reinforcements to retake the town. Yeah, of course they're going to come back with reinforcements. You need to get the hell out of here. Anonymous, also, don't store weapons next to prisoners. Yes, exactly. Don't have a huge-ass armory full of weapons right there, either. With a big, hugely barred door, but an easily breakable window in the back that you can just smash and walk and just cruise right in there. Like, also secure your armory better. A food store is discovered, and, whilst the starving Lencians satiate their hunger, you talk with Captain Shera about the events of the last few weeks which have led to this meeting. You learn from him that after you were interred in the Temple of Anta, Warlord Magnar waged a major offensive against the Lencian army. Having reunited the Doomstone with the Nyrus Scepter, he has, as King Sarnak feared, forced the Nadzarenim sorcerers of Kagorst and Akagazad to help him. Their combined skills have wrought great destruction. They attacked and drove through the Lencian lines like demons in an offensive which was swift and deadly. A week ago, Captain Shera and his regiment were cut off and captured in the fighting around Hakadat, after which they were marched here and imprisoned. He considers himself lucky to be alive, for the Drakarim rarely take prisoners. Then you ask what news he has heard about the war since he came here.
There's much confusion, he says wearily. I've heard talk that most of the mercenaries in Sarnak's pay have deserted us. Some have even joined the enemy. The Drakarim taunted us, saying that our army had been smashed. They said the remnants had been pushed into the Tentarius, but I dismissed this as lies. One thing is sure, though. Magnar intends to raise the siege of Dark. It has become his battle call, on to Dark. This cry was on the lips of his troops during the battle at Hakadat. I saw him during this battle. He was leading his army personally, and he was wielding his accursed scepter, dealing death to all who tried to stand in his way. He now possesses a great and terrible power, and I fear that we may now be unable to put an end to his evil ambitions. Yeah, you are unable. I got this shit. Oh, Prag, that was his name. Captain Prag. Of course I ask about Captain Prag, because I've never forgotten him. He has never been far from my mind. I've been thinking of Captain Prag the whole time. Shera considers your question, and then he replies, I'm sorry, I've heard nothing. There have been so many men lost, killed, or captured since Magnar attacked. I know this officer, and though we've never met, I've heard tell that he's a good and brave man. All I can tell you is that I've not seen him here in Konazad. Alright, good to know, thanks. Captain Shera musters his men and posts lookouts around the town wall as a precaution in case the Drakarim return during the night with reinforcements. You're staying here? Of course they're gonna come back with a big-ass... Alright. He then oversees the care of the sick and wounded. You are impressed by his devotion to the men under his command, and once his duties are completed, you return with him to the armory to formulate a plan of action. It is decided that it is too dangerous to remain here, and you agree that you should leave at first light. Shera says there are sufficient boats to transport everyone downriver to Dark, but there is a risk that you could run foul of Magnar's troops. However, he is determined to rejoin his army. If the Lencians are still resisting Magnar, then he reasons that the city of Dark is where the battle is most likely to be taking place. Before you settle down to sleep, one of Shera's men brings you some food and ale. Restore 3 endurance points, but I'm already at full. Noxmoo says Lone Wolf thinks about Captain Prag, but decides not to bother asking Shera about it. Yeah. I mean, not like he was really gonna know, but had to ask. Shera wakes you shortly before dawn, and wearily you rise from your makeshift bed. Mindful of the journey ahead, you make a brief search of the armory and discover a few weapons and other items which could prove useful. 6 arrows, a quiver, a dagger, a sword, and a spear. I don't need any of that. It was weird that there was an option not to ask him about it. Yeah, that is kind of weird, huh? Like, why would you deliberately not ask him? The captain sends word to his men to find boats for the voyage downstream.
The order is duly carried out, and, within the hour, 20 small craft have been brought to the icy river on the west side of the stone bridge. Shera appoints 10 men to each craft. Then you and he step aboard the first boat, cast off, and begin a voyage that will take you towards the coastal city of Darke. The current is strong, and the river is free of obstructions, enabling your flotilla to make swift progress downstream. Much of the riverbank is lightly wooded, and Shera commands everyone to remain vigilant in case there are Dracarum among the trees, lying in ambush. You pass through the woods without incident, and shortly before noon you see the ruined town of Odnenga in the distance. Every building has been razed to the ground, and a pall of wood smoke hangs above the town, fed by fires still smoldering from a battle that took place here several days ago. The river here is blocked by debris, and you are forced to put ashore. Shera's men set to work, clearing a passage, while you and the captain scout the ruins in search of information. And there's an image of a ruined, burned-down town. A soot-blackened road running east to west divides this shattered town into two halves. Shera suggests that you split up and search one half each, and you nod in agreement. Do I want to search the north side or the south side? I'm feeling... do I want to be a norteño or a sureño? I gotta go Sereno. Solidarity with one of my old cellies, who was a Sereno. Gotta go south. Gotta do this. Slowly you wander through the smoldering ruins, but discover little that has survived this fire, which, at its height, must have transformed this whole town into a blazing inferno. The charred bones and skulls of those who died in the battle are strewn everywhere, and no attempt has been made to gather and bury them. You are examining the twisted remains of an iron axe when suddenly you sense that someone is nearby. You can tell that they are weak and in pain. Instinct leads you to the ruins of an inn, and as you enter what was once its front door, you stop to listen. You can hear someone breathing. You detect that they are somewhere below ground, and you call out to Captain Shera to come quickly. I'm not going below ground again. I have a below ground phobia now. What is it? He says as he enters the ruined inn. There's someone alive here, you reply. They're somewhere beneath the floor. I need you to go down there and look, because I sure as fuck am not. Shera helps you to lift away some charred beams, and you discover a trapdoor. You pull it open and slowly descend. No, fine. Slowly descend a flight of stone steps leading down into a cold, dank cellar. The sound of breathing has stopped, but your suspicions are soon confirmed. There is somebody here. Dun dun dun. Who can it be? Who can it be? In a corner of the cellar, you see two booted and blood-stained feet protruding from beneath a mass of collapsed flooring. You move closer and discover they belong to a Lencian soldier who is badly wounded and barely conscious. Shera helps you to clear away the charred timbers that are pinning him to the ground, and, using your Kai healing skills, you attend to the man's wounds. After a few minutes, he recovers consciousness just enough to tell you his name. Hulsendal. Not gonna remember your name, dude. You both carry the man back to the river and place him carefully into your boat. The captain's men have managed to clear a passage wide enough for the flotilla to pass through in a single file, and as you continue your journey downriver, you spend some time nursing the injured soldier back to consciousness. He tells you of the battle that destroyed his regiment, of how Magnar used his scepter to set the town ablaze, and of how he has survived the last 6 days sustained by nothing more than a few handfuls of snow. Don't even talk to me. Don't complain about your 6 days on snow. I fucking dreamed of having snow when I spent 15 days down in the fucking hole. Way down in the hole. Spent 15 days down there with nothing. Man, I would have fucking butchered some fools for some snow. Let me just put it that way. I would have killed your ass so fast. I would have eaten your snow. I would have eaten you. I would have eaten your boots. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. I guess 6 days with nothing but snow would be a little rough for a normal person, I guess. His account of the battle is chilling, and it leaves you with a gnawing fear that maybe it is already too late to prevent Warlord Magnar from regaining control of Dark. Yeah, well, he's probably already won the battle, and he had all this head start. Probably already won, but maybe I can still go ace him. If I can find him, and I don't get trapped beneath some collapsed temple shit again. West of Odnenga, the river meanders very little as it crosses the snow-swept plain of southern Nyrus. It is a deserted landscape, yet Captain Shera cautions his men to remain watchful, doubly so whenever the boats pass an occasional copse of fir or stunted pine. Late in the afternoon, as the light is beginning to fade, you come to a forested part of the river where the banks are steeply undercut. Trees are growing at the very edge of the overhanging banks, and their roots are clearly visible, hanging down like clusters of vines into the icy waters of the Shug. You are watching the left bank when suddenly your pathsmanship senses, super keen, alerts you to the threat of ambush. You warn the captain, and he signals to the following boats to put ashore at once. Having sensed the threat, you volunteer to go forward and scout the woods to find out who or what is there. Shera agrees, and he calls for 3 of his men, all trained army scouts, to accompany you. Those guys are dead. He and the rest of his command will remain here with the boats and wait for you to return. Pick a random number, and I do have grand passmanship, so I get to add 3. Ooh, another 9. Wow. You brief the 3 Lencians to spread out into an extended line and to watch carefully for your signals before you scale the riverbank and make your approach to the trees. They all seem to be competent scouts, but you have your reservations. Had it not been for Shera's insistence, you would have preferred to have reconnoitered this copse alone. Silently, you creep forward through the snow, using the sparse undergrowth to your advantage wherever possible. You are less than 100 yards into the copse when you spy a small camp hidden among the trees. It comprises 4 white canvas tents, attended by a dozen lean and hungry-looking human soldiers armed with longbows. Maybe they have some educated bowstrings? A furled battle flag stands propped against one of the tents, and you signal to your nearest scout to join you, hoping he will be able to identify its checkered black and white design.
"They're Leaguelanders of Ilion," whispers the scout, staring at the campsite. "I know that flag well. They're good mercenaries, these men, loyal to the king. We fought alongside them at Hakadat."
You are anxious about going forward and making contact with the mercenaries. If they are as good as your scout claims, there is a real danger they will fire first and ask questions later. You tell your companion of your fears, and he smiles. "Hey, they could shoot at me. I have an advantage versus incoming missiles because of my items, so let them do it. I want to use that thing."
"Don't worry, sire," he says. "I know how to contact them."
I guess he could do his thing instead. That'd be fine. The scout places 2 fingers to his lips and gives a long, warbling whistle. The sound makes the mercenaries turn and stare in your direction, and you hear one of them whistle twice in reply. Your scout then calls out a request that you be allowed to enter their camp. There is a loud pause. A loud pause? That is the loudest pause ever. Ah, it's a deafening pause. There is a long pause. Then a heavily accented voice replies, "Show yourselves." Relief that you are human, and not Dracarum, is displayed clearly on the faces of these Leaguelanders when the 4 of you stand up and walk towards their camp. You receive a warm welcome from these soldiers of fortune, and 2 of them offer to escort you to their leader, Baron Macwin. Baron Macwin. Baron Mac Attack! They call him B-Mac. They don't call him that. Yeah, they call him B-Mac. You and your scouts are taken to a lookout post on the banks of the river, where you meet with Baron Macwin, B-Mac, the leader of this mercenary band. He is a tall man, clad from neck to toe in furs that are caked with frost. A battered silver helm hides much of his battle-scarred face, but you can see enough of his distinctly Ilionian features to know at once that he is a brave man, a man of honor. He regards you with a skeptical eye, having never before met a sum-lending lord, let alone one such as you. He questions you at length, and upon hearing your story, you sense that he is greatly impressed. In return, he tells you briefly of how he and his men have come to find themselves here. And here is an illustration of BMac. Baron Macwin. He looks like a serious dude. He looks like he might win an archery contest, unlike me.
This regiment is still loyal to King Sarnak, he says proudly. Unlike the cowardly Stornlanders. They have broken their pact, and now they fight against Lencia alongside the enemy.
The Baron spits at the ground in a show of contempt for these treacherous regiments.
My command has been left here to fight as a rear guard. Our orders are to ambush any Drakarim that may try to reach Dark by river. We believe there to be many enemy reinforcements at Konozad, and our task is to prevent them from joining with Magnar.
I see. You remind the Baron that you have just come from Konozad and that it is virtually empty. There are no enemy reinforcements there. Respectfully, you suggest that he and his men join with you in an attempt to reach Dark, where he could join once more with the Lencian army. He considers your suggestion, and after discussing it with his men, finally he agrees. Excellent. Persuasion check success.
But first,
he says as he shakes your hand in friendship,
you must summon your men to my humble camp. It will soon be dark, and it is much too dangerous to travel this river at night. You could be ambushed.
Alright, well, I'll camp with this dude. He seems legit. We'll spend the night at BMac's pad. You send one of the scouts to summon Captain Shera and his men, and when they arrive, they are treated most hospitably by the mercenaries, who, despite their own hunger, unselfishly share out their meager rations. They see these guys are okay. These guys are alright. You stay here overnight and break camp at dawn. The Baron's regiment, BMac, has suffered heavily in battle, and now totals little more than 40 men. And so you have no difficulty in finding room for them in the boats. Captain Shera is especially pleased to have these warriors aboard. Despite their losses, they are a cheerful group, and they help lift the morale of his men. The journey downstream passes swiftly and without incident, until, shortly before noon, the sky grows steadily darker. An orange glow illuminates the distant horizon, and you can see many pinpoints of fire spread all across the land. An eerie silence descends on the flotilla as it draws nearer to the city of Dark. It's ironic that the city is called Dark, and yet it's lighting up the sky with the fires. It's like the opposite of dark. Shortly after, you see lines of troops marching towards the glowing skyline. Then you witness isolated actions taking place in the surrounding fields as groups of Lencian knights, cut off during the retreat, fight desperate hand-to-hand battles with Drakarim cavalry. Some Drakarim horse scouts have reached the riverbank, and as you pass them, they open fire at you with their bows. +1 versus that shit. But the swift current soon carries the flotilla away, and there are a few casualties. And here is a random picture of a bird on a log. Why? Just because. And there's Dark burning in the background. Okay. It is an hour past noon when you first see the forbidding city of Dark. A great battle is raging around its mighty walls and bastions, and the noise and stench of this fierce conflict comes gusting towards you on the chill winter wind. The river current is getting stronger as it approaches the sea, and so you signal to the other boats to row for the bank. You put ashore on the right bank, and both Captain Shera and Baron Macquin, BMAC, have their men take up defensive positions here. There is a road close by, running parallel to the river, and beyond it lies a snowy expanse of open plain on which many regiments of Drakarim and some Giaks are marching towards the city. You are observing the distant battle when a large black carrion crow lands on a nearby log and stares at you with a cold, beady eye, and another use of animal mastery in this book. And no Kai screen still, of course. God, the animal mastery. If you had animal mastery, you could do all kinds of shit in this book. This book is all up on fucking animal mastery's dick. Alright, no, I don't have animal mastery. Could I just use Kai screen once? Maybe one time. Could we get some Kai screen? The bird tries to assault your mind and Kai screen. No? Fine. This thing's probably a spy for the enemy somehow. The bird suddenly takes fright and flies away, cawing long and loud as hurriedly it disappears towards the northern horizon. Maybe it's not a spy. Baron Macquin. BMAC. You knew it was going to happen. And Captain Shera are anxious to move their men away from the riverbank. Their military training has taught them to avoid placing their troops with their backs to an impassable body of water, for if the enemy were to attack, there would be no way to escape. You understand their concern, and, using your ability to magnify your vision, you scan the landscape in search of a more advantageous position. A mile away to the northwest, you see a tiny hamlet. It appears to be deserted, and you suggest to the two officers that they move their men there. Briefly, they discuss your suggestion, and both agree that it would be a safer position. Yeah, it's always better to hang out in a hamlet than just by a riverbank. The order to move is passed along the ranks, and the men prepare to leave the boats and go forward. You take the lead, together with the Baron and the Captain, but you have barely covered a quarter of the distance to the hamlet. The hamlet? Hamlet! It's a town you wear around your neck! You think your bling is big? I've got a whole fucking village around my neck. Check out my hamlet, motherfucker! To the hamlet, when your tracking senses warn you that a threat is approaching from the north. Oh no, a threat! Maybe the bird went off and got some friends and brought him back. Do I want to return to the river or hurry towards the hamlet? Of course we're going to hurry toward the hamlet. Fuck the river. Fuck that river. The order goes out to advance quickly towards the distant hamlet. But you have covered barely a quarter of a mile when you see enemy horsemen fast approaching from the north. Mindful of the danger of being caught out here in the open, Baron Macquin orders his mercenaries to form into a square in readiness to repel a cavalry attack. Captain Shera issues the same order to his men, and together they create a square that is bristling with spears. The cavalry thunder towards you, undaunted by the sight of this porcupine-like defense. The first wave of Drakarim cavalry slams against the square, and is repulsed with heavy losses. Then a second line hits home, and it too fails to break through. The wounded are dragged to the center of the square, and the ranks close in readiness to face the next charge. Twice the Drakarim have been repulsed, but they are a determined enemy, and they are getting ready to attack again. This time the charge is led by armored Zaganazad on war horses that are sheathed with plates of bronze. Their armor, and the sheer weight of their attack, smashes a corner of the square, and, in a terrible moment of carnage and chaos, several enemy horsemen break into the middle of the square and trample the helpless wounded. That doesn't sound good. There they are, Zaganazad. That's like heavily armored shock troops, I guess. Their shields and their helmets, and their armor and their lances charging through. Fucking these guys up. Guy's got one sticking right through him. It's coming out his back. That would hurt. Not gonna lie. I would say ouch. You rush to help them, but in the heat of battle, you are knocked down by a riderless horse. Before you can get to your feet, you are attacked simultaneously by 2 enemy lancers who are maniacally determined to pin you to the ground with their lances. You know, that's what I hate. I don't mind fighting some dudes with lances on horses. That's fine, you know, whatevs. But I hate when they're maniacal about it. You know, you're like, just calm the fuck down and try to impale me on your lance like a rational human being. That's all I want. Okay, so let's own up on these fools. This should be easy peasy because their combat skill is too low to really threaten me. 50 and 45, round 1, one shot, go. Nope, not a one shot. Lost 2, they lost 12. 48, 33, go. There's the one shot that I needed. Killed him, lost 2, I can live with it. Zaganazad Lancers, you done? Zaganazad, isn't that like a brand of polo shirt? Okay, let's heal up. Let's drink some water. Ha! Noxmoo! Such undue maniacalism! Yeah, right? Right? Undue, definitely. Inspired by your victory, the Lencians and their League land allies repel the remaining Zaganazad and close their ranks until the square is intact once more. The enemy are now exhausted, and wearily they retreat across the plain with the stinging cheers of their foes echoing in their ears. Then an ominous noise comes rolling across the plain from the city of Dark, a thunderous boom that shakes the very ground on which you stand. You look towards the city and see that the battle is growing ever fiercer, but now there is a new and sinister aspect. Flickerings of magical fire can be seen dancing along battlements, engulfing friend and foe alike. You sense that it is the work of Magnar. He and his Nadzarenum allies are responsible for this. Then, through the smoke of battle, you see a Lencian flag flying proudly amidst the carnage that is taking place on the coastal plain to the south of the city. Here, King Sarnak's Crusaders have turned an enemy flank and are storming its weakened center. Maquin, B-Mac, and Shera see the flag, and encouraged by the cheers of their own men, they decide to march at once in support of the Crusaders' brave attack. B-Mac attack! You wish them both good fortune, for you know the time has come to part company with these brave men. Their destiny awaits them on the field of battle. Yours will be found inside the city of Dark itself, where, if you are to fulfill your quest, you must confront Warlord Magnar. You bid them farewell, and watch as they lead their men in a marching column across the plain towards the distant field of battle. When they are a mile away, you set off alone towards the hamlet, which lies en route to the gates of Dark. Alright, let's head to this hamlet. Hamlet it up. I gotta fight some dudes. You reach the hamlet and hurry along its solitary road. Flanking you are 2 rows of low cottages, their thick thatched roofs still intact despite the fiery carnage that is swept so near. Off to the right you see a barn-like building, standing with its door ajar. A brazier or a brazier of coals. An anvil, a brazier of coals, would be really uncomfortable to wear, and some woman would be extremely unhappy by this surprise. Why are there coals in my brazier? A brazier of coals, an anvil, and a scattering of iron strips prove it to have once been a busy smithy. But now, like the surrounding buildings, it is seemingly deserted. Here we have a picture of somebody who is also unduly maniacal, it looks like. There is some undue maniacalism going on here. What is happening with this nutter butter? With his mace. You are passing the open door when suddenly you hear a man's voice. He has a strong Lencian accent, and he is cursing you, thinking you to be a turncoat, Stornland mercenary. As you turn to face the smithy door, a Lencian crusader comes rushing out into the road, brandishing a heavy steel mace in his left hand. You yell at him that you are loyal to King Sarnak, but he ignores your plea and swings his weapon wildly at your head. Throughout this combat, you are attempting to strike a blow that will render the knight unconscious. Fight the combat under the normal combat procedure. It reduces endurance to 0. Okay, so we're trying to knock him out. Hey, we're finally trying to knock somebody out for the first time ever, basically. Finally, we're not just going to slaughter someone. It's amazing. Alright, well, this guy has no chance. One shot, here we go. You ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? One shot, here we go. 49-36. Boom! No, shit. He hurt me. 47-24, go. Boom! He didn't hurt me that time, and I took 18 off him. And this is going to end it right here. It's going to end it. Yep. But I lost a little bit there. I lost a little bit. He slapped me around with his ugly-ass mace a few times. But I beat him. I beat him. The misguided knight falls unconscious at your feet. Before he recovers, you take to your heels and continue on across the plain which leads inexorably towards the gates of Dark. As you approach the city, the din of battle fills your ears. The shouts of angry men, the neighs of galloping steeds, the clang of riven steel, and the terrible screams of the slain buffet you remorselessly. Then, all of a sudden, you are plunged into the battle, and to survive you are forced to cleave your way through a seemingly endless wall of enemy troops. It is as if they are gladly willing to sacrifice themselves in order to prevent you from reaching the apex of the slope that ascends to the shattered gates of the city. Undeterred, you forge a bloody path through this Drakarum horde, wielding your weapon with deadly precision, every blow claiming an enemy's soul. It is not until you are standing upon the very threshold of the gates that you encounter more formidable defenders. The breached gates are being held by a trio of blood-spattered... Oh, they're bespattered! These guys are bespattered with blood. Tugodak. They are in a state of battle frenzy, which you sense has been magically induced. Wild-eyed with savage bloodlust, they scream maniacally as they rush at you with their bloodied blades. However, these guys get a pass. I think this is due maniacalism. Given everything here, this is due maniacalism, so I don't mind. Oh, those guys look hard fucking core. Damn. They got some serious armor and some serious, like, serrated weapons, and that guy's dual-wielding serrated swords. That guy's got a hell of a big axe. Yeah, these guys look serious. They ain't playing. For Summerland! You cry as you steel yourself to meet their attack. 3 Tugodak Guardians in battle frenzy. They actually have a reasonable combat skill, but it doesn't say they're immune to Mind Blast, so I'm going to Mind Blast these fools up. Mind Blast them up. So I'm going to subtract 3 from their combat skill. Mind Blast them up. I Mind Blast them up. Alright, here we go. 45-44. I could still one-shot. Let's do this. Yes! I finally one-shotted something. Every fight I say that. And in this book, I hadn't one-shotted anything yet. Finally one-shotted some fools. Boom! Insta-kill. Insta-fucking-slay. Nothing but executes. Okay, so I win. Healing up. You clamber over the bodies that are heaped chest high around the shattered city gates. Then you begin to fight your way steadily towards the center of this terrible stronghold. Beyond the entrance, you see that a wild battle is raging through the streets. A regiment of Lencian crusaders are fighting to wrestle possession of the keep from a determined horde of Magnar's Drakarum. The tide turns against the Lencians, and as they are driven back towards the gates, you are forced to climb a stair which leads to the battlements in order to avoid being lost in the crush. Halfway up the steps, you are attacked by a Drakar armed with sword and shield. You duck his clumsy swipe and lash out at his chest. He catches your blow on his shield, but the sheer force of your attack hurls him down on the steps where he remains, cradling his broken arm, tears streaming down his soot-blackened face. Wow, that's a hell of a strike. There's some fighting on the battlements going on there. Arrows and such in the sky. We shall fight in the shade. You stride up the steps toward the battlements, where a group of Lencians are locked in combat with 2 Death Knights. The Crusaders slay their enemies, but they, in turn, are slain when a bolt of crackling crimson energy rips through their shiny steel armor, fired from the tip of a wizard's staff. Their lifeless bodies come tumbling down the steps, knocking you flat on your back and pinning you down beneath the weight of their armor. Seriously, you couldn't have dodged out of the way of that shit? Oh, look, plummeting bodies of armor-clad dudes running toward me. Oh, I guess I'll just stand here and go, oh, I'm down. Oh, they're on top of me. Fuck. God damn it, Lone Wolf. You had one job. You had one job. Go up the stairs. You struggle to get free, but you are being observed by the one who slew the knights, an evil Nadzaranum wizard. He levels his staff at your head, and a swirling trail of sparks ignites at its tip. With imminent death staring you full in your face, you steel yourself to meet your maker. Yeah, except I have the Somber Sword, which fucking absorbs incoming hostile magic, like, whatevs. Somber Sword time. Let's do this. Suddenly, the evil wizard cries out in pained surprise and throws his claw-tipped hands into the air. A sparkling bolt, which was destined to seal your doom, arcs from his staff and blows a man-sized hole in the wall of the fortress. As the resultant smoke and dust slowly clears, you see Captain Prag. Oh, Prag's back. Captain Prag. Hashtag Prag returns. Standing over the body of the slain wizard with a bloodied sword held in his hand. With a cry of victory, he leaps over the crumpled corpse and comes rushing down the steps to help free you from the tangle of bodies. So this is where they're trying to act like Prag saved my life. There he is. Bodies. Laying on the stairs like a dumbass. There's Prag. There's the dead wizard with his clawed hands and his staff. And Prag's up there like, yeah, motherfucker. Nice backstab, Prag. I'll hand it to you.
Well met, sire, he says excitedly. I feared you were dead and buried at the Temple of Anta.
I too thought you dead, Prag, you reply, thankful to see him still alive. Yet it seems that fate has decreed otherwise.
I was lucky, he says. I escaped from Magnar. But come, sire. There's no time for tales now. We must away from here. Follow me. I know where the warlord is hiding.
Good, that's useful information. Prag, getting it done. Best guide we've ever had. Best guide. He didn't die. He got captured twice and still didn't die. And he's actually knows useful stuff sometimes, and he also killed this wizard for us. Nice. This is the longest book, by the way, so far. Because I'm coming up on 5 hours almost. And I'm not done with it. It's the longest book. You follow Prag to the top of the steps, and as you race along the body-strewn battlements, you see the fighting which is raging both inside and outside the city. The battlements end at a tower where a flight of spiral steps ascend to a circular landing. Here you wait in the shadows until a troop of Dracarum pass by. While you are waiting for them to disappear, you look out of the tower through an arrow slit and see the waters of the Gulf of Lencia and the conflict that is raging across the coastal plain.
The King's Crusaders breached the city gate 3 days ago, whispers Prag. They were close to taking the city when Magnar and his armies arrived. His newfound power shattered the Crusaders, but even though they were broken by it, not all were ejected by the city. Those you saw fighting at the keep are trying to hold on until our allies arrive from Kasland. The fleet is expected at any time. Magnar must be slain. He and the scepter have become one entity. He is now a puppet of a far greater evil.
Magnar must be slain? Really? Thanks for that fucking briefing. Thanks for that pro tip. I know, that's what I've been trying to do the whole damn time. There's a picture of the dark evil. Doomstone of Dark. Terrible name. A shudder runs down your spine as, for the first time since you entered Dark, you feel the presence of the Doomstone. Fear returns to haunt you. The fear that the evil gem will sap your strength, as it did when first you encountered it at the Temple of Anta. If this is still so, then Magnar may prove impossible to defeat. Couldn't Kai-Screen protect me from that? I mean, Kai-Screen could be used here, that's all I'm saying. How about a little Kai-Screen action? How about some love for Kai-Screen? Prag senses your anxiety, and he offers some words of advice and hope. The taking of Dark has weakened the warlord. He's paid a terrible price. He has been forced to retire from the battle in order to recover his strength, and he is presently at his weakest. Now, sire, is the time to strike. Good call. Let's go strike. Beyond the landing lies a corridor which leads to a junction where another passageway crosses from left to right. You look to the right and see that the way is blocked by a heavy steel door. Prag utters a curse under his breath, and then he explains his anger. That way leads directly to the palace tower. Magnar is hiding there in its uppermost chamber. Anxiously, he glances along the opposite passage and furrows his brow. Perhaps we can get there by another route, he muses. Oh, he muses, does he? Alright, well, when you're done musing, I'm gonna be in this fucking tower. Investigate the closed door or look for another way. Let's investigate the door first, because, you know, it's got the keyword investigate, which I always go for. You hurry to the door and examine the lock. It is a unique design, quite unlike any you have seen before. It appears to be made entirely of silver with a keyhole that is smooth and circular in shape. I had a silver rod at one point, and I got rid of it. I'm pretty sure I had a silver rod. Yeah, I did. I had a silver rod. But I don't anymore. You examine the circular lock with care and sense that it is protected by a powerful magical spell. Any attempt to pick this lock could prove fatal. No, I also don't have Kai Alchemy. So... Oh. But I am healing up. Reluctantly, you abandon your attempt to open this door and retrace your steps to the junction. Prag leads you along the opposite passageway until you come to a corner. He turns the corner before you can warn him otherwise, and finds himself staring at the brutish features of a Dracarum Death Knight sergeant. The warrior's curses echo loudly along the narrow corridor as he draws his sword and comes striding towards your careless companion. Yes, I'm going to use a bow. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You draw an arrow, and then peep around the corner and fire at the advancing Death Knight. Your shaft hits him in the middle of his chest and knocks him flat on his back. He is fatally wounded, but, incredibly, he finds the strength to reach for a horn which is strung around his neck. In his dying moments, he is trying to summon help. I will fire a second arrow at that dude. Your second arrow kills the Death Knight instantly. Good. Alright. Use a couple arrows up here. You shoulder your bow and run down the corridor, with Prag close on your heels, and soon you reach a junction where you are forced to choose a direction, left or right. You call upon your Kai skills, and immediately you sense a strong presence of evil lurking at the end of the right-hand passage. You focus on the source of this evil, and determine that it is the Doomstone. You tell Prag, and together you advance along the passage until you reach a closed door. I have Grand Hunt Mastery and Grand Passmanship. Turn to 214 twice. I've made that joke before. Alright, so I'm going to go to 214, though. For reals. Your Kai sense detects that your approach to this door has set off a trap. You shout a warning to Prag, and he reacts with commendable swiftness. The two of you hit the floor, and, moments later, several razor-sharp sword blades lunge from slits in the walls to rake the air just a few feet above your heads. Then they retract and lock back into the walls with a deadly slickness. When you are sure that this trap no longer poses a threat to your lives, you get to your feet and move forward to take a closer look at the door. I wonder if you didn't have Hunt Master Pathmanship, if fucking Prag gets killed by the trap right there. I don't want to find out real quick. Nah, Prag doesn't die, you just lose health. To your surprise, you discover that the door is unlocked. You push it, and it swings open to reveal an empty chamber. You detect a strong presence of evil lurking somewhere nearby, and you warn Prag of what you sense, with super keen senses. Cautiously, the two of you leave this chamber by a passage which leads to a flight of black stone steps. You ascend the steps to a domed chamber, which is sheathed with dull black stone. Heavy velvet hangings of ebony hue cover most of the walls. Everything's black. Black steps, black stone, black fucking hangings. All of the furnishings are upholstered with the same morbid cloth. More black. This is the Black Room of Blackness here in the town of Dark, where the Doomstone of Dark is, in the black, black, black room. The sensation of evil is stronger here, so strong that you feel as if you are slowly suffocating. It's here, you whisper, your hand reaching to your weapon. The Doomstone! I can feel its presence! Suddenly there is a movement away to your left, and a blast of white-hot energy comes roaring towards your face. You dive aside in time to avoid it, but the bolt rebounds from the steel-hard wall and glances off the back of Prag's head, knocking him unconscious. Oh, Prag. Dun, 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 dun. He just went down. I wonder if he's dead. It says unconscious, doesn't say killed him, but... So he's probably gonna live. You kneel beside Prag and check that he is still breathing. He is fortunate that the bolt struck him a glancing blow. Had it hit him squarely, it would have killed him outright. Then you hear a movement over on the far side of the chamber, and when you look up, you see Warlord Magnar emerging from behind one of the many hanging black drapes. He was seriously hiding behind the drapes. An aura of evil surrounds his body like a shimmering gray cocoon, and his features no longer appear as they did when first you encountered him in the subterranean labyrinths of the Temple of Anta. Now his body is twisted and mummy-like, and feverish eyes burn from black sockets within a bald skull of a face. You sense that he is wholly possessed by the object he holds clenched in his shrunken hand, the Nyrus Scepter. So this thing has had an effect on him like the One Ring on Gollum. It's totally twisted him and turned him into a shell of his former self. There it is again, in case you forgot what the Doomstone of Dark looks like. The dread scepter hums with the power of the Doomstone that is set upon its platinum shaft. Magnar utters an evil laugh and points the scepter at you, but curiously you feel no weakness or leeching of strength as occurred at Anta. The warlord's sick eyes widen with surprise, and you sense that he is fearful. He threatens you with death, but his voice is wavering. He is unsure of his power. Then you sense another presence, a magical presence. A wispy shape emerges from behind another curtain, summoned forth by Magnar, and at once you recognize it to be the formless life force of a Nazarenum sorcerer. You hear Magnar issue a psychic command, ordering the creature to slay you, and immediately it responds. Swiftly it moves across the chamber, changing shape as it draws closer. It is no more than 10 feet distant when it solidifies into a form which is truly horrifying to behold. Dun dun dun. Any cliffhanger? Okay, here we go. Ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Because I'm ready for it. Let's go. Ooh. The Nazarenum sorcerer has taken on the visage of a great snuffling beast which creeps towards you on 6 long-clawed feet. A vile, bulbous head is perched uneasily on its immense shoulders, and its baleful, milky-colored eyes roll like balls of mist within its scabrous head. The reeking fur of its body seems to bristle, as slowly, with ponderous steps, it draws closer and closer. Nox Moo! Oh, with the jokes! He shapeshifted into a wooden platform! Yes! That would be Lone Wolf's worst fear! Oh, God. Solidifies into a form which is truly horrifying to behold. ... A wooden platform! Wow, well, this is the thing. Wow, that thing looks pretty horrifying. That thing looks gross. Man. Not a fan of this fucking thing. Stabbing it right into head. Yes, I possess the Somber Sword. That's code for, do you want to have a hard-ass fight? I possess it. Let's move forward. The creature opens its great jaws, and from the depths of its throat, it coughs forth a guttering ball of flame. Immediately, your senses alert you to the fact that this is no ordinary fireball. It is wholly psychic, and what the fuck is an ordinary fireball, exactly? This isn't your casual, bog-standard, you know, natural fireball that just gets shot out by creatures. No. This is psychic. It ain't an ordinary. It's not one of those plain, generic, off-the-rack fireballs. This is no ordinary fireball. It is wholly psychic in nature. It comes roaring towards you like a mini sun trailing fiery orange sparks. You strike at it with the Somber Sword, and as your divine blade connects, the fiery ball suddenly explodes into 1,000,000 motes of light which rapidly dissolve. The sudden jolt of contact knocks you backwards. Before you can fully recover your footing, the creature seizes its advantage and comes leaping through the air towards your chest. Well, we did some shit with the Somber Sword, at least. Alright, let's see. I probably have to fight it now. Desperately, you roll across the black stone floor to avoid the creature's initial attack. Your swift reactions save you from its razor claws, but it, too, possesses lightning reflexes. It leaps once more, and you barely have enough time to unsheath your weapon. My weapon is already in my hand. I would just hack down a fireball with it. Before it lands upon you and slams you to the ground. It's a tar demon. Polymorph Nadzaran. Alright, well, I'll kick this thing's ass. Doesn't even say that it's immune to... So I'll reduce its thing by 3. Here we go, here we go. 50-42. One shot! Yes! I called it! And I did it! One-shotted. Thank you. Come again. Please, please come again. Or don't, because you'll get one-shotted again, so you might as well not. That was a terrible song. It's a terrible song. Alright, so now we've gone through the warm-up, the opening act. Let's get to the main event here. The moment you strike your killing blow, the creature explodes with a flash of brilliant white light. As the glare fades, you see that nothing whatsoever remains of either its body or spirit. Magnar witnesses the death of his servant with a look of pure terror. He screams, and in a moment of panic, he touches the head of the Nyrus scepter to the floor. There is a tremendous boom, and the floor shudders violently as it is torn wide open by a massive quake. Hurriedly, Magnar makes his escape through a curtained archway. Determined not to allow him to escape, you get ready to leap across the fissure which is opened up at the chamber floor. It is no less than 20 feet wide at its narrowest point. I'm gonna leap across 20 feet? Really? Really? Alright. Pick a random number. If you have Grand Hunt Mastery and Grand Guardian or higher, add 2. I do have that. So that right here, that's instant death. If I roll another 0 or fucking 1, it's instant death.
So let's see what happens. But I'm not going to. I'm going to roll really good. Watch. I'm going to roll really good. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? That's the third time. That's the third time in this book I've rolled a 0 when all I needed to roll was like a 1 or fucking 2 to succeed. And this is going to be another fucking death. Are you fucking kidding me? Another 0 in one of those situations where, like, oh, okay. Wow, the 0 of doom. The zeros are fucking real. Let's see what happens. You run to the edge of the fissure and make your leap. But as you take off, you slip on a loose stone and fall headfirst into the yawning void. Tragically, your life and your quest end here in the Palace Tower of Dark. That's my third death for this book. Let's try it again. An 8. Okay, fine. Now we're fine. Seriously, with the zeros. You clear the gap with one bound, and even manage to stay on your feet when you land on the far side of the fissure. Hungry for victory and vengeance, you tear aside the curtain through which Magnar disappeared, and discover a short flight of steps which emerge at a turret at the very top of the palace tower, the highest point in the city of Dark. Here you find Magnar, cowering with his crooked back pressed hard against a frost-covered wall. You sense that he has very nearly succumbed to the evil power of the Doomstone. He is treading a fine line between life and undeath. Yet, even though he is but a whisker away from eternal damnation, he musters enough spite to challenge you to a fight to the death. Noxmoo says, you become entombed and spend another 16 days getting out. I want to go back to the outpost. Very well, Drakkar, you reply. Let battle commence. And now we gotta fight Warlord Magnar with the Nyrus Scepter. And he's the toughest fight we've had in this book, but I'm still not concerned. His combat skill is not high. And it doesn't even say he's immune to Mind Blast, so whatevs. So we're going to put him down to 47. This should be pretty easy. I mean, he'll hurt me a little bit, but it'll be easy. Here we go. 51, 47, 50, and 36. Round 1. Boom. I lost 1. He lost 10. 49, 26. I lost 3. He lost 6. Round 3, 46, 20. Ooh, I lost none. He lost 11. That must have hurt. Did it hurt, Magnar? Did it hurt? 46 and 9. Go. And he's dead! And I only lost 4 endurance in the whole thing. What a punk. Goodbye, Warlord Magnar. Turn to 350. You know what that means. Turn to 350 means he won the book. That's the end of the book. Here we go. Finally, it's 5 hours and 11 minutes into this thing I am. Crazy. The moment you strike your killing blow, the Nyrus Scepter explodes with a brilliant flash, and you are knocked down by the sudden release of energy. For several minutes you lie unconscious on the floor of this wind-swept turret, until you are found and revived by your guide and companion, Captain Prag. Nothing remains of either Warlord Magnar or the Nyrus Scepter. Both have been utterly destroyed. Prag helps you to your feet, and as you look out across the battle-torn landscape, you witness a wondrous event. The Gulf of Lencia is dotted with scores of square-rigged men-o'-war. They are the ships of the Kasland fleet. At last, Lencia's allies have arrived. Now they show up, now that I already did everything. Thanks to your bravery and determination, the power which has so devastated this land is now no more. The destruction of the Nyrus Scepter heralds a turning of the tides of war in the west. The Nadzaranim and their armies flee the field of battle and are pursued by their allies all the way back to their strongholds in the north. The remnants of Magnar's army are routed and swept out of Nyrus, and after many centuries, this country finally returns to its rightful heirs. In recognition of your victory over Warlord Magnar, King Sarnak of Lencia and Archduke Chalamus of Kasland
hold a royal banquet in Videra in your honor. You are heaped with praise, and you receive the thanks and warm congratulations of a grateful populace. Well done, Lone Wolf. Once again, you have achieved a victory over the forces of darkness and proved yourself to be worthy of the title Kai Grand Master. Yet the fight against evil goes ever on. On your return to your homeland, you will be faced with a new and deadly challenge that will test your remarkable skills and unquestionable bravery. There may be wooden platforms involved. The nature of this challenge can be found in the next Grandmaster adventure, which is entitled The Legacy of Vashna. I have his dagger still. I wonder if that will come into play in that book. And that is the end. That is the end of this one. Of book 15. Can't believe I've done 15 of these already. So, that's it. Victory. Book 15 comes to a close. I died 3 times. All from rolling fucking sorry-ass zeros on really low amount that needed to roll easy things to not die. I rolled 3 of those zeros. Yep. So, that is gonna do it. Good times, good times, good times. That was fun. So, in our next episode, I will go on and do book 16, The Legacy of Vashna. How about a little sneak preview? Sneak preview. There it is. That's what the... Oh, that one's pretty cool looking. It's a pretty cool looking cover. Lone Wolf is using some kind of big ass axe. Or halberd or something. Well, that'll be interesting. Legacy of Vashna, that's the next adventure. Okay. Well, that's it for now. So, thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Lone Wolf Book 15, The Darke Crusade.